watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
I'm gonna sign like
For entry fragging, I'm signing Spoit, I'm benching Cyber, and I'm trading JV.
I think I would sign Spoit, because I've played with him before as well in like some smaller tournaments. Bench Cyber. I think he's still a very good player, but he is older as well already, which is sadly a thing in esports, you know. And then I would trade JV. Probably can get some good money from him.
I sign JV, bench Cyber, and trade Spoit.
Signing Palu, benching Shaiko, trading NJR.
I think I would sign NJR just because I think he's a very good player, and I think he also 1v4'd against us, which was not very nice, but he did destroy us, so fair enough. Trade Shaiko, just because. Bench Palu, I think he's a good player, but not that special anymore in my opinion.
I'm gonna sign me, of course. Bench NJR, and unfortunately it's not like I think it's the best of Shaco, so yeah, trade him now.
I'm signing Canadian, benching Felipox, trading like a fac.
I would sign Likefak for sure. I would love to play with him at some point. I think he is, just looking at him play and how emotional he gets in the game. Bench Felipox, just because I feel like it would be hard to understand him, because I don't think his English is that good. Trade Canadian. Also nothing personal. Also I've seen, you know, his younger days.
I'm gonna sign Likefak. So yeah, sign Likefak and bench Felipox and trade Canadian, yeah.
Cara, eu nem sei por onde começar. Hoje a gente tem a maior batalha das nossas vidas profissionais aqui em Riad. Tudo se resume ao dia de hoje. Ou a gente se fortalece como time, ou a gente vai desmoronar. Kill por kill, play por play, até o fim. A gente já passou pelo inferno, confia em mim. Todo mundo aqui lembra do Stage 2 ano passado, né? Quando a gente não classificou pro Major. Mas o que importa é que a gente renasceu das cinzas, a gente voltou, round por round. E só se aprende a ser forte quando você perde as coisas. Esse time voltou mais forte. Aqui a gente joga pra vencer. Aqui a gente dá o sangue pela vitória.
Isso aí, bora.
Nesse time, vocês sempre vão ter alguém que vai lutar até o fim com vocês, que vai se sacrificar por vocês. Porque vocês sabem que quando chegar a vez dele, ele vai se sacrificar por vocês também. Isso aqui é um time. Ou a gente se une agora como equipe, ou a gente vai cair como indivíduos. Chegou nossa hora no EWC. Isso aqui é o Seed, é só isso. Agora é nossa hora e a gente vai ganhar isso aqui. Olha bem pra vocês. Olha pra cara um do outro. Vocês são vencedores. Bora. Pera aí, cadê o Ertz?
Isso, pai.
Ertz, que é essa, cara?
Ué, Pox, você não falou pra estar pronto pro EWC? Eu tô pronto pro EWC.
That's Troy, Canadian. 100%.
Canadian. Easy.
So that gotta be Canadian, right? I heard the stories of his hockey career.
Woogie, man.
Meffy?
Quoted, I think.
Impossible.
Is that Liam? Or Ashton? Yep. Glasses.
The first person that came to my mind is Ashton. Yeah? Yes. Okay. Yeah.
I see the glasses there. It reminds me a little of Ashton, would be my guess.
Oh, that's Alamo, for sure. That's easy.
Alemão. Easy.
It's gotta be Alemão.
It's Bless.
I see Nath.
Doki?
Doki?
It's not Doki.
It is Doki.
Is it Doki? This is Doki.
Yusuf?
Usos.
Blaz?
Jum?
Shaiko.
Shaiko?
Yeah.
This is Chaiko.
NJR?
Spirits. Okay.
Spirits, that's Spirits. Yeah.
Citizen? No way. Spirits. Oh, I forgot about him. Oh my god.
That's like a fact.
Leak effect. That's easy.
Leak effect. Of course, yeah.
Older.
Fisho guy? Yep. Yeah, with a fish, about right.
So it's Fisho guy.
Yes, it is.
It's gotta be.
Yeah, he has a fish on his hand. So.
Bruh, that's Forrest, 100%. Oh my gosh.
That's Forrest.
Oh, it's gotta be Forrest.
Yes.
Yeah, that one is easy.
I'll give that to him. He's had his years in the game trash talking.
Me, for sure.
I've got to back myself here. I'm saying Troy is trolling more than I am. As long as I'm not on a shield.
Me, also. I'm sure he answered that too.
Probably Troy. He probably rages at me when he doesn't drop 20 kills every game.
Also me. Also me.
Troy. Well, based on previous events, I'd have to say Troy.
Me. Obviously. They have. Since they kicked me.
I'd have to give it on myself on this one. I've never seen that guy go out last, so.
Nath, because I play shields.
Probably me. To be honest, I'm only saying that because Troy's on shields a lot of the time, and I feel like the shield gets TK'd the most out of the team because like he's running that guy. So like, I'm probably going to kill Spirits a lot more than Troy's going to be team killing anyone on this team.
I've seen everything, but that man does things I've never seen.
No, I'm not talking about that freak of nature. Is he here? No, he can't be here. He cannot find me. I have to get out.
Nobody could possibly understand the chronic sustained cruelty that's going on inside of this man's thoughts.
Let's go, Zach! You're the king!
He's good. Let's go, bro.
Nice, bro.
What is it, bro?
Okay.
I love you guys, bro, for real.
Yeah, we love you, bro.
We love you too, Stompin. The king has arrived.
matchup, a grand final in our semis that everybody's been waiting for.
As Hertz waits for his teammate, him and Nade put together, Alamau has to hold on! Alamau! What the hell was that? How does he clutch the 1v2?
Honestly, we did a lot of match prep before the game, like 2 hours before the game, just watching their replays, seeing exactly what they do. And we came with a good game plan.
Looks like the best iteration of G2 that we have seen in a very long time.
And there's no way for it, not when Doki is coming up behind. 1 kill for Doki. The Brazilians might have won the crown in the past, but today, Furia are shaking in fear of the future. To rise above, you must first topple the Kings.
I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I always hold myself to like high expectations, so tried really hard to prep for all those 3 maps, and it ended up working out.
Let's get into this massive semi-final.
There's so much damage. What a find here from Savage. Slips underneath the stairwell for 2.
For Secret, their most impressive win was their win against Falcons.
To be honest, there wasn't anything that secretive that we did.
They've practically done it. It's only Fultz from Elevator, and they know exactly where he is. The secret weapon strikes the space station to the ground. And Secret will make the grand final.
It was mainly just playing our own game and being confident in what they were going to do. It ended up just becoming our default gameplay, and we felt really confident beating them.
The stage is set for the finals as only 2 teams out of the 16 teams remain here at Rainbow Six Siege X for the Esports World Cup. It's G2 going up against Team Secret, but if there is one thing about this event is to expect the unexpected. Nothing has been going as planned, everything has felt a little off, and why is it nighttime? That's more like it. Let's get this show on the road. It's finals day here over at EWC for Rainbow Six Siege X. But before we get to that very exciting matchup of EML finals at this point, we first have to talk about the 3rd and 4th place, where we're going to be Furia seeing them going up against SSG. I'm your host, Ginny, and I'm joined with Leo and Jess. Everybody is fully decked out in their suits. Like, sheesh. You guys clean up well.
I waited for the very last day to bring on the suit. You know what?
You did.
I wanted
Everybody
it to
else
feel
did.
special.
Do you feel special?
Stand up, give us a spin. Do the full outfit.
All right.
No
so
way you
this
actually...
Is me. This is me. This is my fit.
Wow, sheesh. I want everyone in chat.
Hope you like it.
Sheesh, damn.
You know what? From the pro player jersey to this, I think that is a glow up. So I'm.
You clean up well.
Yeah, I'm happy. You did too.
Yeah. Thank you. This is the first time, and there'll be a lot of people that know this, that I've worn this much color on a broadcast. So it's all about shaking things up here today on the Grand Finals day.
Which is literally the entire theme that we've seen so far here at EWC. Everything was just unexpected. None of the teams that we really thought were going to be in the finals are here. Maybe G2, but I felt like that was more of how are they going to be showing up. So if anything, this is it's been a good event so far. I'm excited.
I'm vibing.
The vibe checks are there. But I would love to start off with talking exactly about how we got here and just maybe hearing from your perspective, Leo, what has been the big differentiator between Secret and G2 that allow them to be in the finals and the rest of the teams that have all had their hopes, dreams, and keys crushed?
Well, let's start by the point that they're from Europe. I think that is a really big one.
Okay, come on.
I think that they
bro.
faced a harder competition in the region. No, I actually think that I asked the question to Doki yesterday. I was like, but where do you think that is the reason? I did not expect during the stage watching you guys play that Europe would become the best region. And then here we go. Falcons eliminated. 2 teams from Europe are still in the grand finals. I believe it's a mix of opportunity. Everyone has fine-tuned. Everyone has went through a small roster change that has enabled new things. G2 has onboarded Stompin. On their side, Secret. They've brought in Noah. They've brought in Mowgli. They've brought in the perfect players to fit their playstyles. I think it's a story of a core that has been working really well for both teams, and then they found the last missing piece to reach their maximum best level, and all of this comes to fruition in their first international event since that roster change, and that's today at EWC.
I actually also think it's a little bit of more of teams being more critical, not just of the players that they bring in, the output of those players, and then also of the support staff. I think there's been a rise in support staffing across the world. We saw about Meepy moving over regions. You've been across the world yourself as a player. I think people are willing to import coaches as well now.
It's been a lot of change for both of these rosters, and it is coming to fruition. But in regards to today specifically and what we can really expect on the server, let's head over to our casters for a quick little check-in.
What's going on, everybody? Live from the Esports World Cup, it's Stokes and Jesse Chick to give you the Day 4 recap of what the heck was going on with our semifinals for Rainbow Six Siege. Jesse, we had G2 up against Furia yesterday and Space Station up against Team Secret. Of those 2 series, we had some pretty interesting results. What was your favorite matchup from yesterday?
Sam, my favorite game had to be the one between G2 and Furia. We got to see 2 titans of Siege go head-to-head where the old guard met the new. Furia are a legacy team. They've been the best for a very long time. They just won the last Reload tournament down in Brazil, but now G2 have dethroned them. They got a massive win. Their young gun Stompin has really proven a lot of people wrong this event, and they've earned themselves a spot in the grand finals.
Absolutely, and then you have Team Secret taking on Space Station, where Team Secret were able to win their semifinal as well. So it'll be Samurais up against the secret weapons of EU for our grand finals. Jesse, I'm so very excited.
It's going to be amazing, Sam.
It's gonna be amazing. I feel like that is very much what it's going to be, but also a little bit of an underselling of what we can be expecting today. Because let's be completely honest, it's gonna be a banger. Because when we're looking at G2 and Secret, yes, we've already seen them beat it out on that EML stage, but this is like the evolved, better, newer, faster, stronger, smarter version of these 2 teams.
Yeah, I love that you've said that as well, because I had a bit of a conversation with you in the background, and I was like, I think Team Secret being underrated, dark horse all the time, like this is the best they've ever looked. I actually think they can take some maps today, even if they aren't the favorites. And then you're like, yeah, Jess, but G2 is also looking the best they've ever looked. And now I'm like, damn, I don't even know where I'm going with my predictions, because you're kind of right. They're both at their peak, and that's what you want for a grand finals.
Oh, absolutely. And what's going to be good for me is that I get to analyze them in a BO1 during EML, then get to analyze them in a playoff BO3 in EML, and then I get to analyze them in a BO5 in the grand final of an international event. The more I like it, the more I get longer games. Hopefully this time, this is going to be a long one, because I actually agree with this. I think we're reaching the top level for these two teams. Their peak form is right now. He said it yesterday, Doki, this is a honeymoon period for G2. It's the same for Secret. Now we have one favorite and one challenger, clearly.
Yeah, the teams have ascended, but in terms of what we've seen yesterday, it was also top performance of Siege across the board. So we have the Kyria top plays from yesterday to have a little bit of a recap when it came to potentially you guys missing something. The Furia G2 game specifically, Leo, was super exciting to start things off with, because they were like, oh yeah, Furia, they'd get their own map pick, and then it kind of just went downhill from there.
Yeah, it's two teams with an explosive play styles, incredible gunplay and gun skill from both of the other teams and their players respectively. You look at the stop plays and it literally felt like a frag movie the whole time. And like you said, it was very one-sided at the beginning, but then G2 picked it up. And what was clear afterwards, when they gained the momentum, they never gave it away.
Yeah, and they just kept their feet on Furia's neck. I mean, honestly, Furia, I think we had a lot of expectation of this roster in general coming into this, and I know we did, and we thought that this was going to be the team that's in the final. And we were saying, Furia G2, that is a bit of a final come early when we're looking at the performance of both of these teams, the history between them, and historically, Furia is G2's kryptonite. It's not necessarily a team that they're able to beat, but yesterday was a different thing. And of course, the beauty of being on LAN with the Crunchyroll reactions.
Yeah, honestly, you could see how much it meant for them, and also for Furia. I mean, they've won the last international event on CJX, they've won their crown in Brazil, they were feeling confident, and like you said, in the past 3 years, they had beaten G2 every single time when it mattered to reach their grand finals, and every time that happened, they won the event. For them to lose against them, that must have been a huge surprise, and the whole time I was waiting for them to come back. It never happened.
And what's been really beautiful about this event specifically is just how animated the players have been, and I feel like as the event has gone on, more and more have been very comfortable and confident, like sharing their personalities, and they've also been very kind to us, and they've been joining on the desk. So Rexon, thank you as well for being here. Welcome.
Of course. Thank you.
You know, I'm going to start off with maybe a little bit of a hard-hitting question, and that was, at least from my perspective, I expected Shopify Rebellion to potentially at least be in the semifinals and the finals as well. I would assume that was most likely what you guys were looking for too. So what do you think has been letting you guys down when it came to being here on LAN?
So obviously I thought the same thing. It was kind of like the bare minimum, at least for me. My expectation was top 4. I had an interview earlier, I mentioned that. I think that, honestly, I think we just start slow, and I think it's kind of our issue. As you can tell, like the first map we played against them, we start a little slow, and then we pick it up in map 2, and then it's kind of like a roller coaster of I'd say, like performance anxiety, like highs and lows. So I think it's really our main issue, and then once we iron that out, we'll be good to go for Munich.
What do you think when it comes to a team environment would allow you guys to iron that out? I think both of you can really chime in on this question. Maybe I'll start with Rexon. Like, what do you think your issues would be here?
I mean, a lot of it is just, I would say, practice how you play. So I would say performance anxiety is a big thing, whether it's between scrims and a match day, because, you know, it's like emotions are high, there's something on the line, and those two environments are completely different. And that is my biggest take from it. As for Leo, I have no idea, but also former teammate.
Well, yeah, I think I have no idea, because whenever we played together, we sucked, right?
Whoa!
Honestly, we had so much more
You
potential.
can be honest, it's okay.
We were
You can
two
tell-
rounds. We were 2 rounds off top 4, and I'll live by that.
I'm not the one saying that. Listen, because I've been saying that the entire time on the desk, and everybody's missing with me. See, Richie, Rexon is saying it as well. We were 2 rounds away from making it to playoffs, okay?
We were 2 rounds from beating DZ, and I was the reason we lost one of the rounds for throwing for an ace.
What?
I was going crazy.
I think you were going crazy. I don't think it was any of your fault. I think you were doing really good.
Aw.
But yeah, thank you. But besides that, no. Again, when me and Leo were on a team, we didn't place really high in the NAL.
We had potential.
If we had won the game, we would have made the top 4, because the bracket or the way you played the matches was very different at the time. So we won that match. We got top 4. We didn't. Instead, we got 7th or pulled out. We got last technically. So
you know what? The thing here is you're still sitting here in a jersey, so you still got it.
You still
Unk's
perform.
retired.
I'm retired. I just get to talk about it. I don't get to perform.
Do you miss it?
Yeah, obviously I miss it. I think I miss the camaraderie. I miss this kind of relationship. I miss working really hard, crazy hours per week, putting in the work, and then going through the highs and the rushes of having victories and having defeats. Like the relationships you craft, you build during these moments are insane, because the emotions that we share when we go through all this practice and the official matches is crazy. We never got to enjoy that on the stage. We never got to qualify to a crazy event. That's another layer for this. And I think going into this, we never got to speak about it, because obviously I was waiting for your first international event. You guys had to replace Grixer with Spoit. He was, a long-time teammate of you. How do you think Spoit's integration has been so far in the team, and what was the main reason why you brought him on board?
So with Willie, which is Spoit, and Pablo Grixer, Pablo and Willie both have different play styles, but I felt we needed a change, just to, breath of fresh air, shaking it up, because Pablo was my longest standing teammate of 5 years, which Pablo is also on the same team with Leo. And so we felt like we needed a different player, maybe a different start. So with Pablo being released, we picked up Willie, and Willie's also, phenomenal player.
Yeah.
And they're also two different play styles. Like Willie's, more aggressive entry player, and Pablo's more of a flex passive player. So with Willie joining
a little bit more aggression and maybe more closer to the meta as well, right? Because the meta is kind of quick and fast paced and needs aggression.
Yes. Thank you for that, Leo. We're going to bring up the SEC Club Championship ranking that we have in terms of where the teams are currently standing. I mean, I feel like at this point, with every single one of the teams here in Siege, no one really has any dog left in the fight. Maybe G2, if they win this, they get an extra 1,000 points. That actually does put them literally on 5th, which not bad, but we'll see how the rest of the tournament goes. I would also really like to have a look at the Aramco Power Rankings, because I would love to have your opinion when it comes to the teams that coming into this. I mean, favorites are Secret G2, obviously, because they're in the finals, and then Furia SSG. Did you think coming into the event that it would be a G2 Secret final? Like, was there a world where you were, oh yeah, all the Brazil teams are going to be gone home?
No, not at all. I think it's part of the bracket. Not to say that they aren't great teams, but I would have never expected that to be the final. Especially, again, because I personally think Furia is a really good team. So Furia to fall short is like a disappointment.
Maybe in your opinion, do you think that the semifinal yesterday between G2 and Furia in some sense was the grand final? Like, you think that the winner of that semifinal is going to take the whole event?
No, I would not necessarily say that. I still think Secret's a really good team, and I still think Secret can win. I don't know. I checked the previous match. They had a best of one in their region. Secret have been playing really well. G2's been playing really well. G2 had to run the gauntlet of Brazil, and Brazil, everyone says they are the best region, which, to be fair, they've been winning a lot. So, no, I could definitely see Secret winning it, but the likely outcome of that, I have no idea.
I love that you're bringing up people saying Brazil is the best region. Maybe they're right, maybe they're not. Yesterday, we had Leakyfac on, and his hot take was the fact that EU was the best region. Of course, this guy agreed. Then, would you agree with that hot take? Do you have another one that you would like to...
No, I don't agree at all. I think, I personally believe, my own bias, that NA is the best region.
What has NA won in except for
what happened in Manchester? Did you forget?
One magical run of a team, by the way, that was 3 months old, and that's it. That's the achievements of NA in the last 2 years. How can you say they're the best regions?
What has EU done in 2 years?
We reached a grand final with 2 European teams in the same one, and we reached grand finals at least 4 STR events in a row.
Well, I would say that I think that NA is best region. Well, not only that, on G2 they have an NA player and 2 Brazilians.
That's true, and he's the carry right now.
So with Liquifact's hot take that Europe is the best region, their best team, technically, the ones that are in the grand finals, have 2 Brazilians and an American player. I think the NA is the best region because besides the bracket, I think that not only regionally, they play each other pretty close, but even internationally, I think it's all matchup dependent. So, with G2 beating Furia, I don't know if Secret could beat Furia, or with Secret beating SSG, that I don't see it the other way around. So I think mainly at the upper echelon of teams that, depending on the day and what maps, is who can take it.
Yeah.
So I mean, my own belief is that every team, the top teams are all the same, and then just again, whatever day, who's feeling it that day will win. I don't think there's such a high skill discrepancy between all the 3 major regions.
I actually really like that take, and I think that brings a lot of.
It's probably the best one so
probably
far.
the best take we've had.
Better than mine, I have to admit.
That's not that difficult. But I really appreciate you as well for joining us for the desk. Thank you, Rexon. We have Laxing standing by with a little bit of a check-in for today. So, Lax, what are we looking forward to?
Welcome back, everybody. Today is by far the most exciting day. It is Grand Finals. And when I mean by Grand Finals, there is that empty throne, the Esports World Cup champion to be claimed and titled here tonight. Big matchup between G2 Esports versus Team Secret to go for that empty throne. But before we get into that game, we have to decide the third place matchup between SSG versus Furia. But again, everything is all on the line between G2 Esports and Team Secret.
Everything really is on the line. It is the grand finals, and this is where we want both of these teams to show us exactly what they are made of, with G2 going up against Secret. But first,
Rexon's looking a little different.
Oh, hi, Jess. I was going to say, but first, welcome back, Jess. But yes, Rexon is looking a little different. It's just also the fact that we're not just looking at the finals here. We are also going to be starting things off with third, fourth place, which is also just as equally important because there is prize money on the line, club championship points on the line, and of course, respect as well. Because if you are an NA team and you can be like, yo, I beat Furia,
yeah,
slay.
And I think Furia has some stake in the club championship as well, because if I remember well, I think there's Counter-Strike later, and I'm a big CS fan. I also watch the games, and I've seen them play. Furia has got a really good CS team, so they could still, gain some points.
Yeah, I would hate for a lot of the orgs to be giving up hopes now. I would want you to get as many points as you can, because you never know what happens now that the top 10 is so spread out in those points, unlike last year where it was kind of decided by week 5. You have a chance now. Please don't give up. So yeah, the teams and the prize money doubles almost between 4th and 3rd as well. So that is a big incentive, especially when you think about, I think about this because I come from Australia, conversion rates between US dollars and other currencies. In Australia, that's huge. That's a huge prize pool. So
Brazil as well.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm thinking.
But either way, they're going to have to win that game first. And SSG has looked really good, especially in that lower bracket. Yesterday, I felt like they weren't on the server the way we expected them to be on the server. And today, they have to dial it in because it is Furia that they're going up against.
Now, that is something that is scary to me. So if you look at Space Station, they're a team that can overcome many obstacles. If you give them time to breathe and recollect themselves, they've got an incredible mental. But the problem is, when they're getting surrounded by a very aggressive, very powerful team, like Secret is, with incredible individuals, you don't leave them time to breathe and reset. What is Furia's playstyle here, Jess? It is like Secret, but even more aggressive.
Yeah.
And that's what's scaring me for Space Station.
I love that you pointed that out because, Ginny, I said on the desk yesterday, I was like, I really feel for SSG because it's almost like they're looking in the mirror. Now they're going to be looking in the mirror, but there's flames behind them. I don't know if you know the meme where there's all the flames behind.
This is fine.
This is fine. That's going to be a little bit of what SSG is going to be feeling today. And I still rate SSG quite highly, which is great when you have an analyst sitting here going, you can have one bad match, and I really don't think that taints your whole, perspective of you as a team.
Absolutely.
So I still hugely rate them going into this matchup today. But there's going to be some Furia players who have a little bit of things to prove.
Yes, something as well that both of these teams have to prove is revenge. SSG currently sitting more on that lower end, only winning 1. But for Furia, this has been the event of upsets. This has been the event where they have been knocked down by teams that are looking for revenge. So there is a world.
This is a revenge match from last year's EWC, where in the quarterfinals, SSG got knocked out by Furia. You can't get necessarily knocked out in this 3rd, 4th place. You're going to get placed somewhere, somehow. However, that little bit of incentive for SSG to go, I don't want this to happen again. It happened last year at the hands of Furia. This year, it's our chance to get a little bit of revenge in on those Furia boys because they probably kind of deserve it if you think about it. They do. You get knocked out by a team, you kind of deserve it.
I think you've got to come into this matchup looking at Space Station. It's a completely different mindset from before. You have nothing to lose, everything to gain. You're a team that puts all the work to consistently progress.
And they checked in with Lax ahead of their match.
There's these little cutie pies, folks. Good luck today. Newers. Thank you. Good luck today. Good luck, Jack. Good luck, Benja. That's the boy I'm looking for right there, Ash. All right, Call Out. Actually, I need you to slow down a little bit. I know you're a little chaotic to get to the front of here, but I want to talk to you about, obviously, first place is out of contention for you guys. Third place is still on the line. There's still a lot of money to be made, club championship points. Just kind of want your overall thoughts of how everything has gone so far at this event.
I think we did a good job in a lot of our games coming out with like the energy and like the communication, and it showed. And then other games that lacked a little bit. You know, we started off slow yesterday. By the time we brought it back, it was a little too late. So today the goal is just to, you know, show up with that same level of intensity, communication, try to fucking crank them.
I mean, not even just the intensity. I mean, obviously, we've talked about SSG's, their mentality, the system that you've created that has inspired many teams, I think, even throughout the NAL. And just even from your own point of view, I mean, you've been with this roster for a long time, dating back to Australis, changing the foundation of what SSG has been, and then now keeping the maintaining of the position of what SSG has been. I kind of just want your thoughts on everything that you've brought to this organization, that you've brought to this team that has really just helped ramp up everything across.
I can't really take credit for all of it. You know, my players do a really good job of, you know, showing up every day and doing a lot of things that we talk about. I mean, the only thing I really think I brought to the team was kind of like a traditional sports mentality of things, you know, like not really esports gamer side, more so like actually like an athlete. Yeah, and like that's one of the biggest things I've taken. I think the guys just ran with it.
Now, let's say you guys win this third place. Is that going to be a big statement thing for you, just to go out of EWC on a win, knowing that now this is out of the way? NAL is the next thing to focus up on. I mean, I guess just for you, is there any last things that you want to say before we get this match underway?
You know, I mean, the goal is to swing some momentum back in our favor, I think, for NAL. That's obviously would be a good thing to show up, you know, leave here with a win instead of a loss. So, I mean, that's really the biggest thing right now. Just try to leave with a win and then get ready for NAL.
Absolutely. All right, brother. Well, it's always a pleasure seeing you, and good luck in your match. Well, that's it here for SSG. They're ready again. They're ready to bring it to Furia. They're going to end it on a statement, just as Furia said. We just got to be able to find out. Back to the desk.
Thank you, Lax, for the check-in, but it is against Furia indeed, and this is a roster that we have highlighted at almost every, if not every single international event, when it comes to these players individually being so incredibly gifted. But what's missing this time around?
Yeah, I've kept wondering about this yesterday, you know, looking at the ceiling in my room and thinking, what happened to Furia? How did they lose?
It keeps him awake at night,
It keeps you awake at night. What
Most
did they
of
miss?
us, it did, yeah.
I felt like they had everything to win. And I think it's not more so a question of Furia drawing the ball. It's a question of them meeting a G2 that was unstoppable yesterday. As soon as they climbed and they had the momentum on the second map, it was the end for Furia. Now, if there is one team that can play loose and abuse their gun skill to kill anyone and get their opponent, beat them, it's crazy. It's Furia.
And we're going to have to see what they had to say to Lax as well.
All right, Igor, obviously, you guys wanted first. It's out of the question. Just want to ask how you're feeling going into today.
So we lost yesterday and it feels bad for this, but right now we have the opportunity to make the third place and we do it.
I mean, that's almost another $100,000 on your guys' prize pool if you guys do place third, so I don't think anyone's going to be, you know, smirking at, you know, a couple more dollars going in your guys' pockets.
Yeah, the money is good, but it's important because the EWC for Furia, and we want to help them to be better in the EWC championship.
With the club championship points. So I kind of just want to follow up with, given the last time you guys played SSG, do you actually know when you guys played SSG last?
In the last time, I think it's Atlanta, and we won Clubhouse 7-3, I think.
So, funny enough, the last time you guys actually played them was actually here at the Esports World Cup to make it to top 4. So, obviously, you guys still are coming in with the mindset. You want to win. You want to close it out. Are you going to make a statement match today to still show that you guys can be as dominant as you possibly can be, regardless if first place is out of contention?
Yeah, we do our best, and that's it, because yesterday G2 played better than us, but we knew we could play better, and we have one more chance to prove that.
All right, brother. Well, like I said, it's always a pleasure seeing you. I know we'll see a lot from you guys, but that wraps up everything here. Team Furia, Igor, they are confident. They're ready. They're going to bring it to SSG. They're going to make that statement match for this third place game. Back to the desk.
Both of these teams are looking to make statements, but it's really their IGLs yesterday, Jess, that came out swinging.
It's a little bit of a problem when you have these two men leading the pack with their ratings and being the only ones to do so in their entire teams. Filippov's on the left and then Fultz on the right. They were the only ones in their respective rosters in their previous matchups that had a positive rating. Everyone else dipping deep into the red, which is a shame because when you take a loss, when you go through something like a knockout match, which I think a lot of these players would have felt it was, even though that we are into this third, fourth place match, you don't want your support players necessarily to be the ones that have to do all of the heavy lifting.
And I absolutely love that we see in-game leaders stand up in the statistics aspect as well. The best teams in the world, they're built around core players like this that will perform and will lead the team in any kind of scenario. And as we see the maps right now, we can see that Furia pick Clubhouse. Now that was very interesting. It is a map that has been one of the favorite ones across SAL. They played it so many times. And remember, they were about to get eliminated against W7M at the beginning of EWC. They were led 6-2 and came back all the way and won it.
A bit of a redemption pick there, but I tell you what, SSG banning Border picking Chalet, good for them. But you know what's even better, Ginny? We finally get to go into the matchup. I cannot wait.
Absolutely. Furia going up against SSG. NA versus Brazil, looking for that third spot. So many club championship on the line, and also that grand prize cash. Let's get into it.
Before we even think about a grand final, we've got some business to settle. Big business, big bag, a lot of money on the line. Two teams that almost made it into the grand final now have an opportunity to leave Riyadh on a win. And the stakes, don't get it twisted, they are still very high.
Very much so. If anything, a third, fourth place matchup, and I was just speaking to our players before we started, they see this as an opportunity. No better practice than a live environment with, if anything, not as much on the line, just like they had yesterday in the semis, or should they have had it in the grand final. But of course, over 200K is what you make if you win this game. And of course, the whole time, your ears are ringing with the sound of champions. It's got the Furia band in here.
Of course, they're not playing for this, but like Milos said, there's a lot of money at stake here. So let's bring out the two teams, starting with SSG! They are loud, they are brash, they are brilliant. We've loved watching SSG at the Esports World Cup this year, and now they have one more opportunity to impress the world on this grand stage.
We always say it's go big or go home, and for both of these teams, they've gone big. They've gone to the top four, already impressive. But let's welcome their opponents. It's Furia! Our Brazilian squad comes in to many cheers on the stage. They felt this over the past few days of competition. They felt it in Brazil. They felt it all around the world. And here now in Riyadh once more, no better practice, no better space. And 200K, actually over 200K, await them should they lock this in here.
Two teams that have got a lot of love for, and both of them, we saw them just before we came out here. They are hungry to end this all on a win.
Only one can be victorious, gentlemen. Please, Furia. Please, SSG, you may take your seats. Go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah,
sure. What do you got?
He's up here now. We need to talk to Filippov's. Let's do it.
We got you. You ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Let's take the third place.
You got Furia fans in here. What do you want to tell them?
Bora, rapaziada. Terceiro lugar é nosso. Vamos pra cima.
Thank you very much, Feli. All yours. See, we got to have a little chat. There it is. We're having fun with it all. We got an audience that's cheering for them. It doesn't matter rain or shine. Fury crowd is here. So Ian, let's get this game started.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports World Cup stage here in beautiful sunny Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name is Stokes. I'm joined by Jesse J. Chick for this appetizer to our main course grand final later on today. But Jesse, Space Station Gaming, a team that has rebuilt themselves across these last 2 years, finally looking like a perfected version of what they've been looking at to try and solve. And then you have Furia on the other side, a team that was bound for the grand finals, now playing in a third place bout. How are we feeling about this one?
I mean, that's exactly right, Sam. We're feeling excited. We're feeling ready to see who's going to take that third place crown. You know, the EML fans, they can battle it out in the finals. Who cares? EU's going to be on top anyways. Here in the third place game, we get to decide which continent reigns supreme. North America versus South. The best in NA versus the best from the SAL. SSG and Furia going head to head for a game that will be important in terms of prize money, important in terms of club championship points, and certainly important in terms of pride.
Important in terms of clout as well. When you look at it from that perspective, what both of these teams have brought to the table at EWC, it's truly unrivaled from what we've seen, especially from NA in recent history. You have to be very excited for the prospect of SSG, potentially showcasing how good they are up against this Brazilian region.
Yeah, and I think Jess brought it up on the desk that when these two teams met last year at the Esports World Cup, it was in the quarterfinals, and it was a really important game that Furia ended up winning over SSG. These two teams have actually met 6 times throughout history. Space Station Gaming have yet to win even once. Now that goes to a whole bunch of different SSG rosters. They've made many moves since that first fight that happened. I believe Yongshiping would start off this rivalry between these two teams. But regardless of what the teams look like, it seems like no matter what, the Furia squad just cannot lose against the Astronauts.
No, not at all. And honestly, this Furious squad has been so indomitable for so long. That's why every single time you hear any caster talk about this team, we always have to give them their flowers.
Oh, yeah.
You know, even yesterday, everybody knew that G2 actually had a pretty good chance up against Furia. We figured that it was going to be competitive.
Yeah.
Now, did we really think the Samurais were going to be able to pull it off at the end of the day? I mean, that's kind of up in the air. But Stompin, he came in, he proved himself with the rest of that G2 roster, and man, have they built up a roster indeed. But that's for later on to decide. You guys will have James and Pengy for that one, which is bound to be exciting. But we are moments away from jumping into Clubhouse here, man. And walk us through this map pool here, Jesse, because I'm pretty excited about this one.
Yeah, Clubhouse, of course, the map pick for Furia. We did get to see SSG beat Shopify back at the quarterfinals. It was a 7-5 game. Other than that matchup, they haven't touched it since Reload, which, of course, that was not a great event for SSG. But they haven't really played much Clubhouse. They said in their pregame interview yesterday that it was a very good map for them, and teams should be afraid of their Clubhouse. Furia aren't afraid of, well, anybody's Clubhouse. They got a 6-1 record since Stage 1 started, only losing to OXG a couple of days ago here in Riyadh. And since that loss, they bounced back with big wins over both Enterprise and W7M. So FaZe Clan's super familiar with this territory. They love a good club game. And up against SSG, that should be exactly what they get.
Hey, I'm just happy we don't have Nighthaven Labs in here.
Sam,
don't die on me, Jesse. Don't die. Don't die. It's
what do you
okay.
have against Nighthaven, Sam?
Everything against Nighthaven because the team I wanted to win lost, man. Come on.
Oh, no. Bias caster.
Oh, bias caster from NA. I know. We're allowed to have favorites, too, sometimes. It's not open and honestly on broadcast. And in fact, I'm here for just a good time, not a long time for this game. You know what I mean? Clubhouse in between these two folks. We're 5 seconds away from jumping into our ban phase. Let's warm up this server and let's get it on.
Well, operator bands gracing our screen. Expect the Kaid to be paired with maybe a Bandit, maybe a Mira. Then likely double Heartbreach coming out from Space Station would be the traditional band. Space Station surprised us a little bit, Sam, with some of their bands throughout the day or throughout the tournament. We've definitely seen them go for some unorthodox picks, but I think today they want to keep it simple. They want to make things go as cleanly as possible up against Furia. They will be removing both Thermite and the Ace, so forcing Furia to adapt with some of those maybe more awkward hard breachers, coming in with the Habana, coming in with the Maverick, a lot of big walls you want to be opening on Clubhouse that you're not going to have a lot tougher of a time. Thankfully, Furia banned out double electricity with both the Kaid and the Bandit being removed, so not the end of the world for them to have to deal with those walls anyways. full focus on the hard breach through operator bans. It's very common on a map like Clubhouse.
Yeah, 100%, my friend. This is the exact bans you want to see for both respective squads right off rip here. Clubhouse, you really want to attack those hard breachers like you're saying, especially when you think about things like CCTV wall upstairs, you think about things like Jacuzzi. All of these are of the utmost importance for your offensive squad to be able to harness and attack in order to work your way into these respective bomb sites. If you don't have ease of access to those, then things can get highly complicated as you tend to tunnel in. You end up getting pigeonholed into different ways into the map, and that's what the defense wants on Clubhouse, man. If they can get you into those tight-knit areas, those shotguns will sing.
Oh, absolutely, Sam. And we'll start in the basement, bottom floor for Clubhouse for SSG. You're going to have that clash being played by Ash, and we'll see exactly where he wants to play that. Sometimes we do see it kind of aggressive over towards the main stairs. You can see it kind of jumping up into an aggressive spot for sure. So far, they've got a bit of a roam going on, but I don't think it's anything too crazy. Just J9O is currently playing inside a secret, and I can't imagine he's going to waste too much time there. Benja could be getting a little cheeky, though. I like this Nitro cell. There's a drone up in the rafters of Garage, but it's not going to catch this play.
Listen, Jesse, if there's one thing that we need to highlight very early on about this series right here, guys, in this matchup, it's that you're going to see the kid gloves come off. You're going to see a lot of probably high-flying antics because, yes, there is a lot of money on the line, but these teams, they want to limit test themselves, particularly SSG, up against what is arguably one of the best rosters we have to offer in Rainbow Six. So this is the time right here. Try everything. Throw the kitchen sink at your opponent and see if it works.
And it does work, Sam. Perfectly tossed. Benjo waits for the door to open. He's got the timing and kills the Capitao. That's a really important operator to take off the board. That's going to be one of those execute operators that can remove players from really powerful positions. Now taking blue could be a whole lot more awkward. Now if you want to go for a push and maybe smoke off a plant inside of Armory, that's going to be a whole lot more awkward. So a lot of really important resources just got removed for Furia, and I gotta say SSG are in control of the first round.
100%. They'll peel back after that. Didn't really have the most aggressive roam game at all, if really anything building up on that mid floor. That's what we saw from Oil Pit over there as that Nitro Cell flopped out into Garage. Oh, timing there for Benja, as he won't see the head of the IQ down range, but Furia very quickly picking up the pieces here. They'll adjust off the verticality and the control over that mid floor. You get the player down here towards main. Expect things to start warm up around kitchen and potentially some drops to come in over near Moto.
Yeah, we want to see some real frags coming out from Furia to try to equalize this man count. I want to see Herds come alive in this round because otherwise I think it's just not going to go their way. So much utilities though from SSG. They just used their last Toxic Babe, but they've still got those Zoto canisters from Benjamaster. There's going to be Dread Mines in the site, and also Ashen. Do not forget about him. Playing on that clash will be such a menace.
Monty in and 2 to boot. 3 people up close and personal. Fultz will get marked out here, and this is where things are going to start getting quite difficult for both respective squads, and Monty will continue to mark things out. They seriously need some sort of entry here, but nothing really happens. JV92 will be able to take down Fultz, and Herds will follow up too, but SSG still more than in the driver's seat. They know where Nade is, obviously Herds as well, as their teammate called him in from Moto. They'll swing into that, won't be able to find the frag just yet. Well, very minimal time remaining. Furia will be forced to try and move here. Bailiff in hand, and was trying to make the most of his positioning here with that pocket shotgun. Ashen with 1 and Ashen with 2 off of the clash from AK.
Nice from SSG. Didn't overswing in the end there, Sam. They knew they had the massive advantage. Church Wall didn't really get opened in the end there. It was being stalled out a long time by the super out canister. Everybody tried to go Moto, get some space with the Monty, but in the end, it's just not going to be enough. Really nice from those guys on Space Station able to collect those kills. And think about how much easier that push would have been. You had that Capitao, maybe just lodge the blue player with the fire, maybe provide a plant for your Monty with the smoke. Would have given you so many extra options, but they didn't have it. Had to go and force the gunfights. SSG just did not give them any room. Really nice play by the Astronauts.
Absolutely, and I mean, just a terrible situation there for that Capitao. Magazine out of the gun, whole spiel right there. Just no real way to fight back against the Nitro Cell. So SSG will be counting their lucky stars, at least for that first round, after they are able to get that first big pick. Gonna head upstairs now to CCTV to see what they can try and build up upon after what we saw inside of round 1. Nothing too crazy coming into the lineup. Obviously, they would have a Azami available, but choose not to work her into this operator pool. So more than likely going to have something else going on inside of Garage for right now. I wanted to make sure that was going on the right wall, and it is. Usually you see a rotation or at least a soft wall, some vision through that side, but instead we're going to get a mirror window.
Yeah, this is a wild setup from SSG. So they've got the mirror window looking rafters into the site that can obviously see all the way into cache, so that if anybody tries to enter through construction, you've got a good angle there. It does limit your rotates because you fully reinforce that wall. So the Raptors player is basically stuck inside of rafters, but that's kind of okay for J9O. You can make the rotate through the window if he really needs to in the end. Breach will start on this big wall. They also do have the castle down below. Don't forget about that. Newers were setting things up inside of Lounge. It's actually Ashen who's going to be playing that position. We used to see this back in the day. It's pretty rare nowadays to see that Lounge player, the Lounge setup, really come out from defensive teams on this bomb site. Can make it really difficult to take from down below if you're an attacking team. But at the same time, with those castle barricades, if you clear them out, then that might be a free pick that you're able to get onto the player down below. So definitely a bit of a risk reward from Ashen.
Things already starting to become an issue here for Furia. You could see KZ not capable of getting that castle barricade as there's a mute jammer right next to it. So the time sync starting to work up here for Furia. A little dip back and forth here from the Rotero drone. Usually you see them trying to hop up on top of that desk to the left-hand side because that's a very common place for bulletproofs and anything in between. Honestly, given the circumstances of the bans, getting implemented here over the last couple of months, Jesse, with Siege X coming in, I thought we were going to see a little bit more, Maestro this event, just a tad bit, but really haven't seen too much of him. It's usually just been the usual ragtag operators working themselves in. Ashen will go down. Newers will find one, though, in response. It's going to be onto Philippox. A little question mark in the chat. SSG starting to feel themselves just a tad bit. Benja gets pinched, though. No. Not prepared for the player over inside of Logi.
That's just bad positioning from Benja. It's tough to see him go down like that. Player inside Logi finds the down instead. Now it's going to be man disadvantage for this hold, and that's going to mean the Furia have a big lead as they want to go for this. The Clash is a bit of a problem for them, but they do have answers. 2 air jabs in the pocket of Herds will be likely tossed at this Clash to solve the problem when the push comes in.
Down to a 3 versus 3. These mute jammers, Jesse, they are such an issue. Oh my gosh.
That's the mirror window, Sam.
J90. And that's J90 right there, too. I mean, that's just disgusting stuff. Herds almost with 2. He knows that J90's waiting off in the ether, but it's going to be Fultz to take down the last man as he hops inside of CCTV window. A masterclass of defense right now from Space Station Gaming, but do not count Furia out of this just yet. They start getting any headway at all. This is a team that operates so very well with energy.
Yeah, it was good initial entry from Furia, right? Be able to find that player down below. I talked about how Ashen in that bottom floor can be a little bit vulnerable sometimes. Then they unfortunately lose Benja there, but J9 really comes alive to start turning things around. J9 gets 1 on the door, a second ridiculous pixel angle on the mirror window, and then goes over to the rotate in order to find the player on Breach. He got 3 different picks from 3 different angles at 3 different moments that came very close in succession, back to back to back. That is just ridiculous from J9 to be putting up this early in the game, but that's what he does. J9 is a hell of a player.
I can already see Twitch chat right now.
Yeah.
Where was this yesterday, Jay? What's going on? Well, at least you get it up against Furia right here. Again, SSG trying to make a statement out of this. Obviously, they lose to Secret yesterday, kind of blindsided by just how talented that roster was on Labs. SSG's just not really able to get the ball rolling on that offensive side in that series, and Secret ran away with things. That's really it at the end of the day. They had all the energy, all the sauce. And hopefully they can try and channel that for a great grand final later on today. We'll just have to see, though. Furia, though, reworking things just a tad bit for their offensive lineup, Jesse, especially with Herds working his way in here. I'm excited to see how they try and use this Gara hook.
Yeah, sometimes we do see rushes where that Amaru will come right in through the main stairs window.
Oh, okay.
You can also bring it up through the hatch if you want to, too. Maybe go for a little bit of a plant inside a gym. Herds does not have a defuse kit, so I don't think that's going to be the game plan, and he is right outside the main stairs window, so I'm expecting that's where we'll see him fly in. Furia will need to do a little bit of work before that. Of course, both the primary Heartbreachers were banned out, and Habana tricking can be a little bit much sometimes, so they'll just leave it to the Maverick this time around. Make sure that they can simply open up this wall and then expect a bit of a fast push, Sam. This could come really at any moment. As soon as Herds starts that Gara hook, that should be the trigger.
It should be Philippox here and Herds. Should see a flash roll on in and then that Gara hook get flung in through the window. Looks like they're going for a little bit of an adjustment here now they have a better understanding of what SSG's defensive setup is, and honestly not a bad idea at all, Jesse. There is so much solid utility on SSG's defensive end right now that if you did go for that rush, I would be pretty terrified as to how it would end up being.
Well, I think they want to get the Jacuzzi wall first, and then that rush still very much has potential. I mean, Herds is still looking at that window thinking I could throw myself up there and make a big play. Ashen took a lot of damage. He's just hunkered up inside a gym at this point. The Kiba barriers can play some really strong angles, make himself safe in the gym window, and still stop anybody running in the breach. But that'll be the wall soft now. They can break it open with just a little bit of soft reach from the Ash. Second Ash charge can go for the mirror window, and Sam, this push is looking ready to go.
It is indeed. It's taken them 2 minutes to build this up, and now they're looking to knock them down. Ashen will be the first one to fall. Fultz is going to try and assist with this, and he will be successful. So there's not a single person inside of the same zip code to be able to try and pick Ashen up from the offensive side. It's going to be Newers instead to go down first, and this is a beautiful opener here. Furia more than likely going to start looking for this rush. Herds didn't even need to try and fling inside. Instead, he's going to get aggressive just walking up main stairs. Fury with 2 nice frags, and Herds will continue on his reign of terror. It's going to be Ashen to try and figure this out over on the gym side. He'll find one, but are they aware of the bathroom player? They will be now, as Herds is able to take down Ashen. It's up to just Benjamaster rotating in through Logi. Seems like they had some drones over here. It'll be a trade as Furia get their very first round.
Nice little push from Furia coming in from multiple different directions. Of course, they had the Logi player dropping down. That was Philippox with the Candelas of the Ying. He immediately died, and so did the player that was entering towards construction, JV92. So it left it all to the real brunt of the push, coming in from Jacuzzi and main stairs that we were kind of focused on. We were watching Herds POV, and he did a good job being a bit of a distraction for that clash, but then it was his teammates who really did step up. KZ in particular had a big moment entering in through that breach position, was able to get some really important kills later on in that round. Ended up being a 1-for-1 trade at the very end of it that just managed to go the way of Furia because they had the man advantage. They never rushed that, Sam. They had an explosive execute, but they knew that it would be a lot more successful if they had the walls open, so they took their time, played with their Maverick, got the walls, and then just went for that very clean push with everybody going together. Didn't find success on all fronts, but found enough.
Yeah. I mean, when you start adding in the fact that SSG have a Mira set up and their clash and just all of these different things to really hinder your success on a strategy like that, I think Fury ended up choosing the right path there. Things could have been very, very messy, excuse me, if not. So Furia will continue to try and find newfound ways to deal with Space Station's antics, as it looks like we're going to be getting a little bit of a different look on the basement. As of right now, Benja will be, he's upstairs, but I highly doubt he's going to stick around, just given the circumstances of his operator. He's meant to be downstairs trying to hold on to these walls and these hatches. He'll jump downstairs into Oil Pit. Is he going to try and recreate what we saw earlier?
With the Nitro still? I mean, he's holding the Nitro once again, Sam. If they fall for it twice, then that is on them. There's no way Furia can call it.
Well, you know, as a Chicago Bears fan watching Aaron Rodgers toss Hail Marys at my team constantly, you'd think it wouldn't work twice, okay? But somehow, at least for me, it always does. And then I'm sad. So, well, for this time, Furia, they're not going to work in the garage immediately. Benja's going to abandon it. So, makes things a little bit easier for them. Furia is going to start working things in on this top floor. They are going to have somebody peek outside just for a split moment. I do believe that was Ashen hopping out a secret window.
We got the Habana ban after round number 3, which means that these hatches are going to be really awkward. That's why 6 can openers have been brought on the side of Furia, 2 on the side of JV, 2 from Philippox, and 2 from KZ as well. So they've got plenty of opportunities to work on these hatches. The Zoto canisters from Benjo will make it quite annoying, but they don't have anything really to stop the can openers other than just those 2 impacts from Newers. So they should be able to get the hatches open eventually, even if it takes them some time. Faults on this aggressive main stairs position. We see so many teams playing the smoke here now. It's going to be really annoying to get this player out of it, especially with the new pipe that's up there and the nitros that can come out from below. Benja still gets value.
A lot of soft destruction there that you have to deal with, and Philippox will at least be able to, I assume, see Faults are there. It's always hard when you have that X-ray vision in those smokes. 2 headshots and a kill for each respective team, but SSG will maintain the man advantage in the circumstances of that earlier pick that we saw. Now JV92 and the rest of Furia looking to try and pick up the pieces. I mean, really, where do you go from here? Some smoke still pouring in towards main stairs. They'll try and get some semblance of a push going from this Moto and bottom main side. The shotgun will eat them alive, though that third shotgun shell will not make it out of the barrel. Instead, it'll be Newers to pick that one up, and it's just down to the Monty now. Philippe Pox and Furia just not really having a really positive way of dealing with this basement setup at the current moment. This is more than likely going to be 2 rounds for SSG all off of the basement.
Yeah, Philippe Pox, this one feels a little out of reach. 3-1 from SSG looms on the horizon. He's gonna go for the miracle plays. If he's got crazy pistol aim, it's technically doable, but even still, only 20 seconds will finally be cleaned up by J90. Back-to-back rounds on that basement, Sam, where a Nitro Cell from Benja really tips the scales in favor of SSG immediately into the round. Both times he gets picks on important players in different ways, too. Kills Nade that time, who of course was the guy that was going to plant the defuse kit initially. Because they had that Sledge Monty combo, I wonder if they wanted to go down main stairs through the Ash wall, plant then back inside of Armory under the cover of the Monty, but not with the Monty. Could have been a really strong push strategy that I know a lot of teams do like to go for sometimes when Nade is on that sledge. We see that in particular, but unfortunately just not really going to be doable for Fury after they lose that opening pick. Everything just bleeds out in Moto, very similar to how it did back in round 1.
Space Station has done a very bang-up job of being able to put the offense on their back foot and forcing them to play their game. This is something that didn't come easy to them yesterday in that secret series, but now here on Clubhouse, things starting to look easy, breezy, beautiful. As they head up to CCTV once again here to see if they can guarantee a winning defensive side. Newers will have the castle, start building things up downstairs. This is a strategy we started to see adopted about 3 or 4 years ago, Jesse, where people will bring castle and start to hold things up around what we like to call swamp and lounge. It looks like we're going to be having that exact same scenario here.
Yeah, just running it back. SSG don't see anything wrong with what happened last time, so they're going to do it again. Same mirror window, same castles down below. J90 still in garage. He was the difference maker previously for SSG. Despite Fury getting an advantage on their master side clear, J90 got some ridiculous frags just playing inside of Raptors with all his different angles. So, want to see Furia find an answer to him. They do have Nade on the Capitao. Going against a Wamai, it's a little bit awkward to sometimes land those fire arrows, but you can clear those out first. You definitely can have a good opportunity to clear him. Seems like they're going master side again, though, so it doesn't feel like they expect J90 to be that big of a threat. They got the early advantage last time pushing through master, so why not do it again?
Well, Fury going to be starting off on that master side, as you said. More than likely just going to be staring down the barrel of a few angles here for a while, just to see if SSG will slip up, and vice versa. You can hear that mirror window getting reapplied upstairs. Ashen did hear one of them get popped, so I don't know if they made an adjustment and brought that one up from downstairs. They were originally going to put Newers waltzes into Hurd's angle, and you think he's as dead as a doornail, but instead he gets 2. You can never doubt this guy. Even when he's got an ump in his hands, man up close and personal, it's Ashen. JV92 will take him down.
Yeah, JV gets him on the cash window, so that's a nice trade back, but you're still so worried about Newers. He's still looking to get his third. Philippe Pox on the other side of that main breach. Goes for the swing, hits the shoulder, Sam, but not the head.
Things are more than likely going to start getting down to the nitty-gritty here for Furia. Minute remain, a lot of utility flying out. Nade will go down, but Furia, there is a lot of bark, but 0 bite in this team right now. Very unfortunate circumstances befalling them, as JV92 will be able to pick up another frag, but meaningless at the current moment in time as Philippe Pox is locked outside on plat. Able to at least get Newers, but as soon as he hops in, oh, the crossfire's not there from the top of red. Not capable of finding the player in J90 either inside of garage, as he has made a home behind that mirror window once again.
Difficult to clutch without the fuse kit too. It was over inside of construction. It went down just as the push was happening. So tough one. Newers again starting with a really good early pick. That's a disgusting second shot that he got. And it just feels like every round, Sam, Fury are losing man advantage, right? It feels like every round They're the guys that don't have the numbers that have bled out either because it's a nitro from Benja, or it's a swing from Newers, or it's something annoying happening to them before they can get together for their execute. And that's fine if you're trading back. But the way these kills are happening with nitros or with Newers just swinging from inside the site, they're not able to get those trade backs. So sure, that's going to be what this tag timeout is about from Furia. Make sure that they can fully understand how SSG are getting these early advantages and then how they're going to stop that from happening in the future.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the Brazilian region as a whole, usually this entire place is just a power plant for energy. And right now, the reactor is shut down, Jesse. I mean, you look across the faces of Furia, there's just really nothing there. The eyes are a little dead. So I'm really hoping that potentially if we get an exciting round here for Furia, they can get their headspace where it needs to be. But obviously, after falling yesterday, it can be quite a difficult thing to try and build yourself up for a third place game.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from Philippe before the game, right? He wants to win this for his organization, for Furia. There's 200 club points on the line, Sam. You go from 300 to 500 if you win this game, which can make a big deal at the end of the EWC circuit, right? Once we get to the end of these 7 weeks of all the different games being played, sometimes 200 points can make a huge gap. I know for both Furia and SSG, they had 0 points before they came into this Rainbow Six tournament. So it's important to get as many points as you can now because we are starting to approach the end and you really do need to start locking them in before you can get to thinking about battling for those spots near the top. Something that Philippe also said after his quarterfinal win, I do believe in an interview, was that if he ever stops trying his hardest, if he ever starts playing without the want to win, he's going to quit because he doesn't feel like he should be representing a team like Furia if he's not giving it his all. And I think the team needs to really think about that once again. Even in a game like this, you got to be giving your all.
That's a bar. That's a bar right there. If I'm never not giving it my all, then I must be dead.
Yeah.
There it is. Love that out of Philippe Pucks. We'll see if they can channel that because, I mean, really, Jesse, if that's your mentality, then this is the time to prove it, right? I mean, we've talked about mental fortitude, especially when it comes to SSG, time and time again throughout all of EWC, and now Furia trying to channel that exact same thing. You guys got to get yourself into this darn game. And it looks like this tag timeout might be the time. Here we go. Nade with a kill onto Ash, and that was all pure communication. Benjamaster has to make the most out of this situation, but Furia, they've woken up the beast.
Watch out, False is actually going for a flank red stairs. Just as Jane, I know, is distracting all these players. Commits to a big swing, but does that at least open the door for False?
Oh, no!
Oh,
Nitro out, it won't get too much. Fultz, a massive amount of damage coming in from KZ. He'll have to scurry off and try and find some results somewhere else. The issue is now is that Furia aren't silly. They know there's one person on site and he's dead. They own the keys to the castle. Now it's time for Fultz to try and figure this out, which, I mean, I'll just be honest, is probably not going to happen. Herds will donate himself to the mid-floor and be able to find that remaining player. Furia waking up after that tag timeout.
So it was a good cash clear, right? Initially, that wasn't supposed to be everybody on SSG dies on the east side of the map. It was supposed to be the entry duo, Ashen and Newers, playing together as this combo, or Ashen and Benji, I believe it was, playing together as this combo so that they can work as a unit and lock down this east side. The problem is they started facing so much pressure that the util came out really strong from Furia, and it started forcing them to run around, make moves, start to panic a little bit. They both die without a kill. At that point, SSGs just feel like we need to do something for East, otherwise this game's going to get out of hand. They had a good attempt. If Fultz is a little bit more lucky on that flank, you know, who knows how that round could have gone, but end of the day, Furia just way too clean on the final round, and it's important that they were, right? This is their map pick, Sam. You cannot be losing the first half 5-1. I don't care if it's Clubhouse defender-sided. You still need to be getting at least those 2 rounds. You move to the second half, so they will do exactly that. Look at the exact same operator bans coming through for the second half, Sam. These teams know the meta. They know just how important it is to fight for those walls.
Yep, just goes to show you at home how valuable those characters are on Clubhouse. So make sure you're working those in too. It'll make your life a heck of a lot easier. Especially the Kaid. He's just so easy to apply on every single bomb site here. You know, you think of the rafters in garage, you think of the hatches downstairs, stuff like that. He's just such a nuisance.
Yep.
So you always want to be able to peel him away from the defense. Bandit likewise as well, as he's just so darn good at bandit tricking. And when you really can't work your way in a convincing way to deal with that, that just becomes more and more meta. I mean, obviously you can try and get underneath him on like that CCTV wall, but a lot of teams, they account for that. We saw that with SSG on in their setups.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point, right? I mean, you can apply a lot of what you're seeing in competitive games to your own ranked experiences, right? If you're going to a clubhouse, ban the Kaid, ban the Bandit, ban Hard Breach if you're playing on that defense, okay? You're out here banning all of these shields because they're annoying to play against. Meanwhile, you're in silver. The team against you doesn't even know how to play shields.
Exactly.
Who cares?
Which silver knows how to properly Maverick trick a wall? Think about that.
Exactly.
I will pay for silver to do that first try in a lobby. I will pay you $10 Venmo right now. Straight up.
Oh boy.
Straight up. Actually, you know what? That doesn't work anymore because like.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. Yep. Nade, what a kill. Nade, what a kill. Beautiful.
You don't have to ban the shields. Just play like Nade does.
Yeah. That's really all you need to do. He forces Ashen into a decision right there with the smoke. Ashen has to try and push himself forward, and he finds that gap on the side of the shield. The frag grenade bounces out of the windowsill there. Not able to get that castle barricade. And it looks like Foltz may have attempted that twice, and both of them did not work out. So, hey, sometimes it happens.
Nading a castle barricade's got to be one of the most miserable things in Siege, I swear, Sam. It just doesn't want to blow up sometimes, and Foltz, unfortunately, not able to get the main stairs there. Means that this roam game is going to be quite safe if they want to make it back to the bomb site. Foltz tried to tackle the problem head on, but instead he just donated the kit.
Yeah. Now SSG, they're at least working their way in towards blue. Neuros will get a pick and start to make this look like there is somewhat of an opportunity for them to work themselves back into round 7. Nade one more Toxic Babe in his pocket. They're doing their best to try and not flirt too much with these angles, but as soon as I say that, JV92 will go down. Taken out by the 417. No real cannon fodder to be found for Furia just yet as they're trying to make the most out of this situation in blue, but the it barely does anything when it comes to dealing damage through that wall, and it's going to go down to a 1 versus 2 here. A situation which seemed like Furia had utmost control. All comes down to the remaining player here inside of Moto. Benja's not going to have another call in his pocket. Benja with a discovery through the wall. Over towards Pipes, he'll find the kill. And what a moment there for Space Station, as it seemed to all go awry when that case just ends up striking the floor. And for Furia, or rather Foltz, ends up going down.
Yeah, that could have been a huge mistake from Foltz, but Furia didn't want to play the kit. They decided, despite the fact they had a couple of players near there, they were stronger if they went back to the bomb site. They expected SSG to go pick up the kit at some point, but they never did. They weren't really in position to go for a play like that, despite the fact that Newers was upstairs. He ended up rotating kind of oil pit side, go garage, go through secret stairs, lining up with his teammates, and so it ended up just being a brawl down in the basement where Benja was better by a mile. SSG get an incredibly important first attacking round and will take a 5-2 lead on their opponent's map pick.
Well, no Mira here for Furia. The Jaeger and Wilmayan, though, which could be of quite a bit of value. Especially with the fact that we do have some frag grenades more than likely working their way in. You got the Capital as well, and Grim. All things that more than likely be dealt with due to those utility pieces that have been brought along. Furia will go for a little bit of an extension over towards Master as of right now. Doesn't mean that that guy's going to stick around. You never really know here, but at a bare minimum, we know Fully Pox will be on a roam. The bar hatch is open. The ADSs are all donated already towards rafters, and Furia going for an oldie, but a goodie here on CCTV.
Yeah, far more of a standard strategy coming out from Furia. A couple of roamers down below could provide some aggression. We'll have to see what they want to do. You never know who wants to rotate over towards that billiards window and cause some problems. KZ instead in garage is causing his own problems as they do start to breach these walls. They're starting to open up with the shotgun just so that it's a little bit easier for Foltz to get this lineup now with the Habana. Should be able to open it soon. Same time, Benjamaster grabs an early pick onto the roamer down below garage.
I'll make things a little bit easier here for Space Station, as he'll be able to make that wall soft. I'll hop out here from Herd to take out Benjamaster after he had that nice little pickup on KZ. A little teamwork from Space Station on that frag, but now the shoe's on the other foot. They'll equalize here, although SSG is starting to earn a little bit of map control, starting to open up these angles a little bit, but now here's the true test. They have to deal with this garage player.
Yeah, J90 on the Blackbeard can toss those nades up, and they've still got the Capitao as well to try to burn him out. But with so much util, it's not going to be easy. And another player has rotated bottom garage to try to assist the player up above, playing a Wamai.
Well, something you don't often see on this garage position right here is the fact that they have the walls soft, Jesse, and that is making it to where Philippe Hawks can constantly assist with that player trying to hold on to that space. Ends up getting that kill onto Newers, and obviously J90 also getting dealt with over on the main wall, or rather main door for garage. Now Fultz, the rest of SSG, which is really just Ashen, stuck out here on plat, looking to see if there's any semblance of a path that they can really find to push themselves forward. Toss the Brava drone in. They'll try and get rid of that bulletproof to break up the vision that Furia has here, but no dice. You can see KZ still operating that inside of CCTV.
Kind of shocked Ashen's going garage. You kind of expect him to jump in secret, walk up red, but instead he will take the 1v1 with JV92 and win it, actually. Okay, they have life in this round.
They do indeed. It's 2 versus 2. Obviously, Philippe Hawks had to abandon ship down low, tries to bring it back to bear on the bomb side. It's a pre-fire here, but Ashen now with a triple kill, both on quite good HP. Big issue is right now is Ashen doesn't have the case, so we can't flirt with that at all. He's going to wrap all the way around. He's on top of green. I think Philippe Hawks is just going to take him for a ride. He is indeed. He'll sprint downstairs. He knows that this player has to try and challenge him. Oh, a pre-fire here. There's no way, right? Okay, Philippe Hawks will shut it down. You get a little worried there on that initial pre-fire as Philippe Hawks gives up the goods, gives up his own location, but able to follow through at the end of the day.
Philippe Hawks brings some life into this Riyadh crowd, gets them excited once again for the chance of Furia to start winning. I mean, it's been a while since they've taken a round on their side, and that one felt a little bit safe for them right up until Ashen got that kill on Raptors. In the 3v2, it felt like they had full positioning, but then Ashen just came in and started being a menace. He got some really important kills in that round, but the most important one still eluded him. Really well played by Philippe Hawks, one of the most talented IGLs of this generation, and he's helped Furia win 4 international titles. Was hoping for a 5th this weekend in Riyadh. Won't be the case, but even still, one of the most accomplished players in Rainbow Six Siege, and he doesn't lose those 1v1s often, Sam.
Yeah, most definitely. And, it's crazy just what Furia has been able to do across these last 3 years, right? I mean, we've said it time and time again, we've only ever really had one dynasty, which was that G2 era, up until we had Furia and their amazing run out of Brazil, specifically there for, 2024. I mean, just absolutely insane what they were capable of. So, Furia, obviously with that exact same roster as they had during that fantastic period of time, looking to see if they can bring things back now up against SSG. And like we said, although it is a 3rd place series, still a lot on the line, not only in club points, but a lot in cold hard cash too.
Big roam being committed by Furia, and these players are a little bit exposed. SSG heavy committing to going for the clear. KZ being forced out with drones and shots heading his way. Newer's very fast to move through, and it will be Ashen. Cleans up the first player of KZ, was all alone on the top floor. Herds is instead inside of Kitchen, so instead of roaming up above with his duo and playing that double roam, Herds said, I'm going to let you do your thing, KZ, and I'm going to rat in Kitchen, see how that one goes. It's a bit of a riskier strategy, but I mean, clearly thinks that it's going to work against SSG.
All quiet after that pick on KZ. Benjamin Master will continue to move in through the main space of Clubhouse. This bar area, always a hot commodity, especially when it comes to attacking this basement floor. Are they aware of this lurk here from Hertz, though? It doesn't seem like a drone has graced this space. Sees the Lion, won't be able to take down Benja, though. They know there's a player over here, Benja. Interesting challenge as he tries to skirt over to the other side of Bathroom, and looks like this is actually just a hold strategy here from Hertz. Doesn't have the kitchen hatch open, so he can fall back at his earliest convenience. Still looking for this frag, though, as he's looking to limit tests as to what he's capable of. With these Kiba barriers constantly being reapplied towards that main kitchen door.
Sam, they're pushing him from the other side, though. The shield comes in. He just drops in time. That was going to be so scary. 2 players from SSG, both Fultz and Benja, walked their way in through Freezer. And I don't know if Herds realized until the very last second, until he finally heard the shield could have been absolutely devastating for Furia, but they get out with the 4v4. 60 seconds now for SSG to put together this push. Let the Lion Charge to come through. All the utilities still on the Capitao. Good util still from Ashen as well. If they want to take their time and work the church wall still, Kiva barriers will be annoying, but they can bash right through.
Yeah, Volt's now the helm of this push here. To see if he can potentially work his way in over on the Moto side. JB92 will be able to take out Ashen. Yet another find here, a whole flurry of kills from Furia. A triple kill to boot. It's down to Benja in behind the bomb chassis, but Nade will make quick work of him. That will be quite the round there from CCTV, or rather downstairs from Furia, as they're able to make some pretty creative plays, especially like what we saw going on around Kitchen.
Yeah, JV was deep inside of Armory, and he made some really nice plays. He pushed just up to kind of that ash wall, the bottom of main stairs, and he got 2 kills through that position. So it was really important that JV got those frags because it just stunted the push from the SSG. Meant they couldn't really get a momentum going over towards Moto as the entire other branch of their push fell to pieces. So smart thinking from JV92 to step up and get that finish off. Operator band's coming out now. It'll be the Azami after how annoying it was from Herd's last round, and also the Capitao. 2 highly used operators from both teams. But interesting that we don't see Furia committing to that hard breach where they're taking out the Hibana. Instead, they're happy to allow the Hibana plus Maverick combo, unlike the move from SSG, where they wanted to take out all the hard breach.
I think it's a pretty solid strategy for both of these teams, you know? Get rid of that Capitao, make your life a little bit easier when it comes to holding on to some of these power positions around Clubhouse. As well as getting rid of the Kiba barriers for the offense. I mean, a very impactful operator. I mean, Azami, even with the new ban phases, still a consistent ban by a lot of teams. She's just so darn good. Who would have known free form utility would have been something that was pretty hot to trot in Rainbow Six?
Well, SSG have brought with us a very interesting operator lineup for round 10. We've got Ashen on the Kali, we've got Newers on the Zero, and Faults on the Osa. To go for, I assume, a plant coming in through maybe Jacuzzi, maybe jumping in one of the gym windows or something. This Osa, it's relatively common over on the CC side to maybe open up the breach, and then you can play the Osa outside and make this a little bit safer to hold from out on the breach, but it's pretty rare to see it here for gym and bedroom. I'm really interested to see what Faults is planning with this Osa operator. It'll be okay. I'm intrigued, Sam. I don't know what's going on with this.
Yeah, we'll just leave it open to really anything. I mean, that's the main thing. If you leave your brain empty, you're open to a lot of things, right? So we won't assume. The biggest thing, you know, we used to see back in the day was them popping windows with the Osa shield because it happened so fast.
Yep.
And sometimes you just set up a barricade and,
ooh,
okay.
So he's using it to block a player from CC from going for the play to take out a player on the windows. That's really smart. Not going to actually use the shield to play behind it or to plant behind it. Instead, just denies a flank potential. So if Felipox wants to get aggressive and stop somebody who's playing on the master windows, he's going to have to find a way around that Osa shield first. That's a cool use. I've not seen that before, Sam.
So creative. And for those of you that don't have a lot of time on Osa, do realize that the only way to get rid of that shield is to blow it up or shoot that gas canister on the back. So somebody is more than likely going to have to try and work their way over towards construction window to try and get that dislodged, or donate a nitro cell. Ashen's going to hop into a frostbat. And I'm just surprised that of all people, it's the sniper wielder that is currently inside as an entry, working his way in. He will go down to JB92. SSG, though, will be able to tie up the man count.
Yeah, and then Felipox just went for that flank, didn't see the Osa window, shot in the back by J90 over towards Cash side. So SSG, loads of map control to play with, but they're still going to find these last 3 players. That's why they'll swap to the drones at this point. Figure out where people are at, where they're not. Good cross being held on the player in the corner. Faults gets that kill. Looking clinical from SSG.
Faults knows. The 5.56 delivers. JV92 and Nade, the only 2 that remain, but still a lot to be said inside of this round, especially with so little time remaining. Looks like Newers wants to try and wrap over towards the logistics hatch. Is JV92 going to be prepared, though? Looks like he is. Won't swing just yet. And oh, so many different angles working their way in. There is 3 people dueling this one man, as Nate will be able to at least take down one. Does have full HP and a dream. A triple kill for him and an opportunity of a lifetime to decimate SSG. Nade, the twin brother, will be able to take down the whole roster as they entry in from construction and Logi. It just wasn't meant to be.
That's a heart stopper, Sam. The 1v3, everything up until that point was clinical from Space Station. The Osa plant was so smart to stop the flank from happening. They had good cutoffs around the map so that when aggressive plays were made by Furia, SSG would shut them down. They were watching from all different parts of the map so they could kill those players early and get the man advantage. The Logi drop was great. But Nade just does ridiculous things sometimes, and that's exactly what he had to do this time. The hard support from Sao Paulo managed to show his might here for Furia. It's been the top frag from them so far this tournament, which you wouldn't expect from a guy like Nade, but when he needs to get loud, he can do it, and he's been loud all week here in Riyadh.
Yep, the highest KPR and the highest cost on that team as well coming into this series, which is just truly impressive out of Nade, especially as Jesse was saying, given the circumstances of what he usually has to try and accomplish. He's usually the guy doing all the hard tasks that nobody wants to do.
Yeah, with that clutch too, Sam, with those last 3 kills, Nade will hit 9 in this matchup and will officially be the first player, unless JV got it first. No, JV92 got it. JV92 became the first player at EWC to hit 100 kills. Nade just became the second to hit 100 kills, so congratulations to both of them. Going to be, of course, keeping track of some of those records. The grand finals is still to be played, and I will say Loira is at 99, so unlikely that any of these players hold on to the record of most kills, but still worth a mention, I think, with JV and Nade both having great tournaments overall, and in this game, showing up to make this comeback happen against SSG.
Yeah, I know every time we refer to G2, everybody wants to talk about G2 stomping, but you guys got to realize just how talented that team is across the board.
Yeah.
I mean, it is truly baffling what they've been able to create over there, especially with the fact that G2, anytime that they want to make a change right now, they're like, what Brazilian can we get? Show me the Brazilians. Where are they? And they just constantly just keep moving them across to Europe. I don't know if they just like the weather over there more or what. We'll have to ask Alamau. But I mean, whatever they're doing over there, man, they've definitely got something special going on, and you have to be happy for Alamau and Doki because, I mean, guys, 900 days. 900 days since they were doing something just otherworldly with SI 2023. Definitely have to be happy for those guys and the grind they put on over the last 2 years. So, for SSG and Furia, what's happening in our game, Furia definitely have to be happy with the result of that previous round and the escapades Nade was able to show. Just goes to show you how important Info Game is. They had no idea that Nade was still inside of weights, and he's able to make a mockery of that entire offense.
Well, Sam, in round 11, SSG are hoping to get the thrusters back online because the space station is starting to fall out of orbit as it really has slowed down now for SSG. It's an interesting setup in Rafters. They reinforced both walls over towards site. They don't have a mirror window like Space Station did, so if they do get this Rafters control, it's not as valuable for SSG. They'll have to go for a breach after they get that control, but Faults does have the ability to do just that. Herd's trying to do exactly what Benji was doing earlier from Oil Pit, prepping that Nitro Cell, maybe getting a cheeky pick. J9O's got to be really careful with how he pushes in. They do put a drone down in Oil Pit. They should be able to find that player down below. So really smart thinking coming out from SSG, expecting every angle.
No shots landing for JV92 as he'll feed the entire magazine to the garage door. Going to be a very similar setup to what we saw previously. You can see the utility bout flying in from SSG as there's bees and absolutely everything in between getting flung into the rafters. They'll be able to find Herds down low as well, as unfortunately enough for Herds, it's J9O on Blackbeard to be the first one to look down that angle, and that's the exact thing you don't want to hear me say. Those shields, well, obviously have a little bit of vision to work with.
Fleetbox answers back, and without much time, too. This is not going to be free from SSG. Only 30 seconds. And they still need to breach from Raptors if they want to make an entry point. False will start first. They've got to find a lot of ground still with these Toxic Babes if they want to make a successful push.
And how do you do that? You got 2 remaining. There's 20 seconds remaining. That's easy math, folks. Especially with Nade here as well. I mean, something's got to give. They'll try and fling themselves inside, but the smoke, it's too strong. It's going to knock out J90.
Oh.
Philippe Hawks finds yet another one with the SMG-11. Very quick with the katana, as he'll get a quad kill for himself. Looking for the ace onto New, and he will get it. Furia take the lead on Clubhouse, their very own map pick for the first time. Coming down to the very last round in regulation.
Felipe De La Cia, probably butchered that, puts up a ridiculous clutch coming out there. The full ace if he has to. From start to finish, it felt like SSG were in control, but the one thing that they never managed to control, Sam, was the clock. That was the real issue for them. I think when they got to the top of Raptors, they saw that there was no rotate into sight. They realized, oh shoot, we've now got to do something really, really hard. Jumping in through that window with so many bodies was looking so difficult from Space Station, and what was probably the best early round that we've seen from them since swapping to the attacking half all falls apart at the hands of the captain. Philippe Hawks, just a ridiculous play to come out from him, looking oh so good for Furia, and now they sit on match point on their own map pick, something that seemed impossible just a few minutes ago.
Well, if we're talking about the 100 Club, Philippe Hawks is officially in it.
There you go.
There you go. He was at 88 to start this series, folks. He's got 13 kills right now, so 101 kills, not Dalmatians, for him. Fantastic. And, you know, I mean, Furia, even given the fact that they did end up losing that series yesterday, I still think that they had a really strong showing here at EWC.
No, yeah, I mean, there's no doubt the Furia are still one of the best teams in the world. Can't say that they're the best at this point. G2 definitely looking like a threat. Team Secret as well. Good potential.
The Dark Horse, man.
Later today. Yeah, they're a threatening team. They're a lot better than I think people expect. Will be a familiar foe for G2 in the grand finals later today. But before that, of course, we've got to decide who's going to get third place. JV92 almost gets blown sky high. Thankfully, he was able to react fast enough and destroy that Nitrocell. Oh! And his teammate grabs the trade. Great job by Ashen.
Yeah, what a find right there. An angle you always have to worry about when you are that Raptors player. That CCTV window. Very difficult to deal with. Especially when shots come in like that. I don't even think the angle was open for him. It's just a pre-fire through the soft wall. Ends up finding him. No, that wall was open, so able to at least find him. Just wasn't really occupying that space over towards that left-hand side, so he gets blindsided by Ashen instead. JV92 will go down, but finally Furia able to get some semblance of value out of this scenario as they'll take down J90.
It's a basement defense, by the way. You'd be forgiven for not realizing that as all the fighting is happening upstairs. Now even more players will rotate up, and Furia equalized the man count once again. SSG have been grabbing so many man advantages, but it just doesn't matter.
What a
jump
find.
out to find the player after he saw the drone. Herds is insane.
Disgusting stuff, and it's a 2 versus 2, but Ashen, he pre-fires the angle, and he'll take out Herds. It's down to KZ. We saw a very similar circumstance in the last round. It was the SMG-11 clutch, and now both of these players making a mad dash to the basement. Which one can be faster? We already know the result. It's KZ. Now it's down to Ashen. Is he aware that this player has already made his move? More than likely, especially after that smoke grenade goes off. He's going to have to run all the way back to the roof to get this case. Ashen a little bit too quick to the trigger to try and bully his way downstairs.
I think this is the right call from Ashen, but keep in mind there's going to be a lot of stalls still in the site. Goyo canisters, which have been set up in the bomb site. There's going to be a castle barricade on the Moto door, which he's going to have to worry about. And that last Toxic Babe, that's not nothing. So Ashen really does need to be careful. It's pretty obvious where he's going, and KZ is already going to start smoking it.
The real question is now is how many of these hatches have we actually been able to work get open?
Basically none, right? I mean,
no, he doesn't. He doesn't have that one open. He doesn't have bar open because all of SSG was focused on that upstairs area. He's going to make a rotate, but now he has to commit. KZ? KZ's so close here with the shotgun. I mean, yeah, positive position for the M590, but you get a little scared that potentially the goods could get given up. He's going to wrap around over towards Moto, runs back over towards the other side, constantly getting marked, and this should be it. An easy blast will settle Clubhouse. as Furia will win their map pick in max regulation.
And a ridiculous comeback from Furia, showing exactly why they have such a dominating record on Clubhouse. They moved to 7-1 since the start of the stage. I mean, ridiculous stuff coming up from Furia, like another day at the office. Didn't start off so clean. SSG got off to an early lead on their defenses, but on the attack, it just fell apart at the end over and over and over again, Sam. Man advantages tossed away, and Furia confidently taking them for themselves.
Very well done, because it definitely did not start off well, did it? SSG looking pretty solid when it came to their defensive setups and constantly making things quite difficult for the Furia offense. But once they were in control of that defensive end, the reins seemed to never leave their hands. And now we'll be heading down to the analysts to see what they have to say about Clubhouse.
We have a lot to say because starting things off, we're thinking, okay, SSG is looking good. Defensive rounds, we're getting going. And then all of a sudden, the script is flipped. Furia switches things on. SSG is on the attacking side, and everything starts to crumble.
Yeah, let's not forget the game plan from SSG here. They clearly remove all three hard breacher on the side of Furia, which made the attacks much more harder for this. And at the same time, they played Turtle almost all the time. You see the players they were playing, right? They played Mira, they played Azami, they played Tuberao. Everything to have so much utility for Furia to problem solve. And that was really hard for you, for Furia especially, to try and attack. But as soon as they were in defense, they could get more aggressive, they could play off the individuals, they could have these moments where they could go and get a multi-kill. That's a strength of Furia, and that's 5 rounds in a row to win the map.
I am disappointed by both of their attacking sides. I'm not going to lie. From Furia's side of things, I want to call what we're calling the best team in the world, a team that is able to problem solve from the early round to the mid round to the late round. They were actually just doing the same strategy over and over and over again and hoping that it would work, that it would sort of dissect the defensive side that SSG was throwing. How many times J90 on rafters with the mirror across that bomb side there?
With the Wamai and so many disco all around him.
How many times are you going to go up against this guy? He's in a power position. You need to dissect that if you want to get in. They didn't. They just kept running towards him, feeding him kills. You can't keep lacking adaptation if you want to be the best team in the world. So I think both teams suffered from attack frenzy, and that's all.
I think as well something that Ashton touched upon yesterday specifically was the fact that they always need that first map. That first map is always the one that doesn't go their way. So I was actually very impressed when I saw the first few defensive rounds, and I'm like, okay, like they're doing well here. Maybe they did beat the curse, but it doesn't look like it. But also important to take into consideration here, Leo, is the fact that this is Furia's map pick, and I don't think this is as perfect or unscathed as they wanted it to go.
Oh, definitely not. But then when you look at the rest of the map, they're going to go and play Chalet. They're going to go and play maps like Cafe, for example. They're right now on an 11 win streak.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not scared at all. I actually think the map veto was, in a certain way, really favorable to Furia.
Yeah.
I think now what matters really are the captains, the leadership here. We've spoken about Fultz and Felipox so far before this match. Fultz dropped the ball hard. It was 5-9 or 5-10, I think. Felipox almost on triple the amount of kills. Right now we're seeing two different leaderships, two different leaders, two different momentum.
We said that yesterday they both stood up. I think Fultz has run out of energy a little bit coming into the day, maybe a slow start to the ignition of that spaceship. But I think as we're looking at these leaders, I'm going to be looking at the entry players. I'm going to be looking at everyone else going onto a map where you expect players to be able to put in a big bit of brute force. That's what's it's going to take into this next map, I think. Unfortunately for SSG, depending on the starting sides, I'm going to make assumptions about starting sides here, of course. Defensive sides is where everyone wants to start for the most of the maps. I'm hoping SSG has a good start and end, because you look at a map number 1, you've already referenced it. I'm a little worried that SSG is just like, we've lost map 1, Fury is really good on map 2. Should we just try some random stuff? Do you know what I mean? Some teams come in and do that.
I don't think SSG necessarily would be the team to come and do that. I feel like the way that they're run, you know, with the coach behind them and the philosophy when it comes to the sports team. But again, something that we already touched upon earlier today with Rexon was it comes down to who shows up on the day. The level is very close. The teams are very much locked in. But we are ready to head over to a break, and we'll be back with the second map of the series, Chalet, coming up next.
One stun, play kill.
Play kill? Or, yeah. You can get closer to him. Right there.
Wait, he's long.
Short.
Nice!
Let's go! Let's make it work, fellas.
Let's fucking go, boys! Let's fucking go, boys! Come on, boys!
Go, baby.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
From a region in decline, with little hope left of ever lifting another trophy, comes a group of players that never gives in and never gives up.
No C4 either. It's all on him as the Grim Pillar with the Bailiff out looks to finish him off.
Just sit back and watch SSG in perfect silence become the best team in North America in one of the craziest and most bizarre runs I've ever seen.
Yeah, make sure you need us. And we're here to take other teams' keys. Whoever's in our way, and we're there to crush them.
Will answer back from the same position. That rappel mechanic that was changed over in Siege X will pay off so well for him. 80, but Benja is unstoppable in this position.
The rowdiest team in North America is about to get a whole lot rowdier in Riyadh.
Welcome back to this best of 3 bout for 3rd place here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Stokes, and I'm joined by Jesse J. Chick, and we just got off of Clubhouse in between Space Station Gaming and Furia, which saw Furia taking that map in a 7-5 fashion. Now we will be quickly moving on over to Chalet to see what the potential is in the snowy, I believe, French Alps, if I remember correctly, for that map. So we'll see what potential we have down the line. Jesse, how are you feeling after that first map, and especially with Chalet as the next one on the docket?
I'm feeling a little nervous, to be honest with you, Sam, because supposedly the best mental in Siege is looking a little bit shaky, looking a little frustrated, if I could say so, after throwing that first map away to Furia, having such a lead on their defensive side and then not able to do anything on their attacks, tossing way too many advantages. SSG looks like they had enough. And sometimes viewers who maybe aren't as familiar with SSG might get a little confused why we talk about their mental so much, why we talk about them as being such a strong mental team. It's important to remember, before they lost in the semifinals yesterday, Sam, they had won 7 straight elimination matches back to back to back through both EWC and the North America League playoffs. So Space Station Gaming have a history of winning in these important elimination games. And beyond that, if you ever hear an SSG interview, they talk non-stop about their culture, about their mentality, about how no other team can beat them in the mental game. There was a great quote from Ashton at the very start of the EWC tournament where he said, "You can beat us in the map, you can beat us in the score, but you're not going to beat us in the mentality." Today, this gets tested to the extreme. Down 1-0, you'll head to Chalet, and we'll get the operator bans right underway for Space Station Gaming and Furia. Expect an Azami ban, the most powerful operator here, almost 100% ban on Chalet. Often paired with a Clash, a Kaid, a Fenrir, a Castle. Loads of options to pair with the Azami. And then on SSG's side, likely to be banning Shields out. They'll ban a Deimos plus a Blackbeard. I think that makes a whole lot of sense.
And most definitely, Chalet tending to be a map where you need some assistance and not only getting a foothold, but trying to get that initial pick. And both of those operators very good at that in Common Day Siege. So both of those will be removed here from Space Station, trying to limit that factor from Furia. And as for the defensive bans, we'll be lacking Azami as well as Malusi, making things a little bit easier just to clear out the map. Not only from angles you have to worry about, but also just movements, as those wubs can be quite annoying to try and work through, let alone the fact that they do give up the goods in the info game as well, don't they?
Yeah, it certainly do, Sam. And so it's going to be interesting to see kind of how that ban comes through. It is a little bit more unorthodox to see a Malusi be taken off the board, but finds a lot of play on Chalet. That audio information can be really important. So I do like it from Furia. It's going to leave some powerful operators up, but you took off the real issue operator in terms of Azami. So Furia should still have a decent time getting some of those picks on the window play up around the map. SSG start defense every single map in this series, Sam, so it'll be very interesting to see if they want to adapt their strategy. The Des touched on how passive they played through defensive Clubhouse, but we see more aggression on a map like Chalet.
Looks like we will, at least initially. And I know, quickly scurrying back towards site from the kitchen space. You have to make it across that double door. That can be quite the threat, especially early on, as people love to hold angles on it, rappel near it, all sorts of things that can lead to your demise. Bolts, though, will be droned out on this top floor. As you can see, SSG has gone for quite the extension. Ashen does have some impacts to assist his friend, and they will quickly scurry off deeper into the map.
Good map control now from Furia. Office side going to be contained without too many problems. They're already starting to get to work with some of this utility usage. The Twitch drone from JV92 is getting a lot of good value here as he's just finding out kind of what is the problem over towards Blue Stairs. Ashen doesn't really have a whole lot of utils, so they just flash him and go for the push.
And here we go, the Blitz working wonders here on the top floor with the rest of Furia as they quickly dispatch every SSG member. It's down to just Foltz here as they'll have to rotate all the way from Narnia. Currently inside of Kitchen. Don't know if anybody heard him tear that door down. More than likely not, but they have so many bodies that, if anything, it's really just going to be a pretty easy puzzle to solve. The case is going to be on Nade. I don't even know if we get that far. We actually might. Smoke out here and a pre-fire here from Foltz after that initial frag, but more than likely just going to be a parting gift for him, and it will be. JV92 will swing off the bar door and claim his life. It's a very quick first round for Furia.
Talk about cleanliness on that push, Sam. Just flawless moving to the top floor. The big thing for me was that everybody moved together. The lion charge happened, the blitz came in through the window, the push came in through the library hall as well. Everybody made their play at the exact same moment. Nobody was off beat, nobody was out of step, and that's the classic Furia that we're used to seeing. Everything working as one oiled machine, and they make SSG fall completely flat on their first defensive round.
Yeah, and it was quite the strategy there from SSG. I mean, a lot of things going on, but Furia, they just kept it very simple. You know, not a lot of crazy things happening, just building up around each other as they go for those entries and then keeping that one player upstairs for the rotations that they ever do work through. But fortunately enough for Furia, they're just so darn good on set entry that they end up getting 4 bodies. So makes it really difficult for Foltz to try and work back into it, as not even a down was gifted over to the defense. So practically a flawless round there for Furia.
We'll go to the other mid-floor site now, Sam, as Kitchen and Dining is up on the docket, and SSG hoping to cook up a good strat for this bomb site. Won't have the Malusi. Last time they ran this bomb site back in the NAL, Newers did bring that operator to this site, so he's not going to have that available to him. Instead, he's going to move over to the castle, which is often another operator that does get targeted for the bans on Chalet. Can make it so that that top floor is a lot more safe and secure from the window angles that do often get played. Fury, a lot of players looking down towards the boiler door if they want to maybe make an entrance through the basement. Moving up West Main can be really effective, but also means that they are potentially going to be aggressing on the top floor as they're willing to start clearing out this utility as well.
Executed the top floor, loaded up. Ashen with the first find though, and Nade's going to start planting. Is anybody aware of his positioning currently? He'll hop off the plant, be able to at least discover one. Slips in behind the light screen as Furia are quickly, once again, dispatching SSG. They know there's another player upstairs. Nade looking for any angle at all, and Furia practically, once again, a flawless round. One body goes down, and that's all it takes for them to get their second.
And that's such a really good round from Nade. Obviously came in Yamaru, he went up the dining hatch. That's why they wanted so many players to enter through the basement. And the key thing is that as soon as Nade made that jump up through the dining hatch and started planting, it was chaos around the map, Sam.
Oh, well.
Della's coming out. You saw Sen's walls as well. No matter what happened, everybody just seemed to be dying, and chaos was occurring for SSG. So really felt like they just couldn't grab a handle on what was going on, and all the angles being dominated by the Brazilians.
Well, I don't speak Portuguese well, but Newers mucho bot.
Okay.
By the way, this whole tack timeout that SSG's had, I want you guys to know, the all chat has just been JV92 repetitively calling Newers a bot in different ways. So I think Fury is starting to have a little bit of fun with this, as you do in moments like this. This tack timeout's still running. Yeah. I think the timer might have accidentally got reset because we're mic up and we're hopping back into things. JV92 just called Newers a silver. I mean, man, everything's working out. Exactly what you would want from a competitive series.
JV92 loves to play the villain. Over the last 48 hours, he got over 600 Twitter replies because he called Stompin a fraud, and then on game day, Stompin proved he is absolutely not a fraud. JV92 loves it though. He dishes out. He can absolutely take it too. It's all love at the end of the day, and it's all just trash talk at the game. But man, JV92 absolutely loves that aspect of the game, and you can always count on him to have an impact. They're playing very close to each other too, so sometimes you might not see too much trash talking in the server, but you can see between the rounds they're standing up yelling across the stage. There was an excellent photo of Alamau after yesterday's win over Furia where he had just the pocket out and said, I own you.
Telling JV92 to hold his pocket, man. That's something else. That is something else right there. And hey, that's why you love teams like this. I love teams that talk mess, man. You need that kind of thing because it just makes series so good. I'm telling you right now, that series yesterday, it still would have been a lot of fun. But just because those teams are talking so much shit, shot it all the way to the stratosphere, didn't it?
No, it's really fun. And we're starting to see it in this game, too. Obviously, with SSG maybe not having the best couple of rounds. Oh, here comes the typing. Here comes the typing. And he's just having a laugh at it. All right. Oh, boy. You start to worry for SSG at a moment like this, too. Right after attack timeout, you lose a player immediately, and again, you'd like to think that SSG have a strong mental, but it's really strong to be. It's tough to be strong after
that. Oh no! This is just bullying at this point. Newers will fight back.
It's good it was Newers.
He's trying to deal with these playground escapades of Furia, constantly picking on SSG. Newers is like, stop that, please. We'll see if SSG are capable of picking up around here, because otherwise, I mean, it's just going to be Furia having a conversation with them, a quite one-sided one at that, if this continues on.
Yeah, Sam, I feel like the damage might be already done. Somebody on SSG needs to make a play. That's why Ashen's looking for a frag over towards the games window, doesn't really find anything. Another player over in Mudroom, that's Newers, who could go for a play. They looked at it, but I don't think they know that Newers is in this position. Players on Furia can really start to slow this down. They've got good angles into the back of the site too, and with this Capital, they're doing really good work.
Ashen doesn't know which way to go, and he'll be decimated by the player here on game's window, as Furia seemingly cannot do any wrong. Every single round, they donate one player, and they end up winning it. Now, with a plant down, it's looking like a very similar song that will be sung. J9O looking for a frag. He'll be able to find one. So at a bare minimum, at least Fury will lose a couple more bodies. He'll be able to pick Newers back up. But as soon as I say that, KZ waits in the cut upstairs. And they'll be able to find that player through the hatch. Fantastic rounds here on the offensive side from Furia as they are quickly making results out of this series.
Nate has the fewest kills on Furia, and he's not going to be the main player that gets talked about. But I want to say once again, his plant ability there was really, really nice. He heard 2 different C4 rips as he was holding the plant key, and he never once got off the plant. He fully trusted Fleetbox to protect him, and you know, that's something that doesn't come off of just a good support player. That comes off years of trust built up with your teammates. Really nice play coming up from both Fleetbox and his teammate, being able to go for that execute, get the plant down, and then everybody else getting frags all around them. We get the next round of operator bans, and it will be a Brava ban from SSG. This is sometimes really fun because it could signal that in the second quarter, SSG will be drastically shifting up their game plan to be playing more operators like Maestro, like Echo, like Valkyrie, that can really take advantage of this Brava ban. They haven't brought a ton so far in this first round. The Wamai probably the biggest benefactor of that Brava ban, and the Mute as well, of course, going to be able to benefit from that a little bit. But it'll be interesting to see through the rest of this game kind of what SSG want to do with that, because usually it means that they've got some crazy strats coming up.
It does indeed. For SSG, I mean, they haven't even loaded into the lobby yet. As of right now, at the start of this, JV92 has the exact same amount of kills as the entire SSG roster through 3 rounds, which is not something that you want to hear commentators say, but that is the reality of the situation at this current moment in time. SSG are going to continue to try and get more and more aggressive. As you can see them immediately setting things up over on Ego Balcony. That shield put up until my discs to assist to boot.
So Fury are going to be looking to take this push in, probably through the solar side. It doesn't seem like they've got really any pressure over towards library, so that would assume that we would be going solar for our brunt of our push. Can still have players that move around, of course. Nade here on the window with the new repel mechanics can move back over to solar if he is requested to. Faults with a Nitro very much aware of where the threats are going to come from, and if he can pick somebody off of one of these windows, that could be a big game changer. For now, though, the ace charges come through, and panic starts to set in for Faults.
Things getting more and more tumultuous for the defense, especially as that Lions worked its way in, forcing these players to stand still, forcing players back as well, especially after we have that Selma come in from the ace. Furia, not as quick to the trigger as they have been, but that's because they're starting to build things up around the map. You can see JV92 working his way up blue stairs. There's some barbed wire here, but I don't know if Newers is going to get that audio cue just because he is so darn far away. Not discovering him just yet. It's going to be J9O to go down first, and that should be a sign of the times here. Air jab out will get soaked up by that disc, and what a shot out of JV. Immediately decimates Newers. And SSG, I mean, they just cannot find a single positive thing for themselves right now. Up until this, Benjamin Master and Ashen with a nice find, and oh my days, a 2v5 knockdown into a 2 versus 1 just because of some solid shots being hit. It's down to the hard support of Nade, who was playing Lion in this round to try and get something going for Furia. But honestly, they'll more than likely just take this on the chin and keep things going. Not that Nade can't clutch this out, but it will be a little difficult here given the circumstances of, well, doesn't really have an E1D to work off. No real drone info to gather either, as both of these SSG members will just wait inside of the bomb site to see where Nade wants to arrive to. These 417 rounds quite loud as well, so know exactly where he is. He'll run in through Piano, and he even knew what was going to go on there. Quickly dies to the player on the half wall next to Bathroom, and SSG will finally get a defensive round, although it came by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it coming out from both Ashen and Benja. two youngest players on SSG. This was the key position, Sam. They never cleared out Solar Stairs, and Ashen played it with the SMG-11 combined with the shotgun, the most powerful close-range combo in all of Siege. He downed the defuse kit as it repelled in. He got the other player that were supporting him, then found Nade in that final frag as well. All credit to Benja, too. If he doesn't get those important kills over towards Office, that round is not won. Both of them had to put up an exceptional performance for SSG to get the first round on the board, but they do just that. The Space Station finally have some life here on their map pick.
We'd hope for SSG's sake that they're able to at least get themselves somewhat into this game, because Furia right now are just running a rough shot over the entirety of Chalet. Even that round, you really can't say that it was insanely convincing from Space Station. I mean, they just hit some shots, man. Sometimes that's how it goes. It was really the Furia show still. So if they end up having a convincing round this time around, all right, cool, I'll give them their flowers, but I'm still all in the Furia camp.
Furia 0-4 on Chalet this season, losing to FaZe twice, W7M, and then G2 yesterday. So this is not a map where they are known to be a strong team. Space Station chose this map for a good reason. They themselves have a 4-2 record, but both those two losses were 8-7s. So they're very confident on this map, and Furia shouldn't be the favorites, but Furia got this choice to start inside. They went attack, and they've been finding some real success with it. Another opening pick for KZ. Traded out at least, but still that hurts losing your Kaid.
Yeah, not exactly the thing you want to go down, especially for Newer, as he has been the saving grace for this roster throughout this entire event. Newer is the newest addition and the top player for SSG coming into this series. Some shots missed by Benja that were pretty critical. Now down to the pistol up against Herds. If he chooses wrong, might be able to get this kill. That is Benja. And yeah, it will happen. He walks directly into his line of sight, and that entire gun model will soak up the prone Benja Master, as he'll be able to get it with the pistol. Now going down to Nade, it'll be a 3 versus 2, as Fultz will be on that shield. I do believe that he will more than likely end up setting that down just so he can be active with this gun. But what a find from JB92. He just walks inside, finds himself an SSG player, and I believe this will be it right here. Fultz, some shots go awry, but fortunately enough, Felipox can't hit his shots either. He's going to have to try and work himself forward with this clash now. Sprinting, trying to find any way, any player to deal with, but it's going to be Nade in from blue that ends up being the nail in the coffin here on this round.
Yeah, not 100% confident in the way he played the clash in the 1v2, but I don't think there was a good chance of winning that regardless of how he approached it. Didn't feel like Furia were going to give that one away. Confident in the plans. Did a good job trading out. Almost looked like they were a little bit overconfident on the clear. You know, the way they handled Benja, I think, was a little bit sloppy. Benja got away with more than he probably should have, but the trades were always so strong from Furia. The fact that JV92 was in the site so early in the 3v2 as well was kind of crazy and completely caught off guard. SSG means that they will get their 4th round and are now just 3 away from securing that massive prize pool, $210,000 and a 3rd place finish.
Pretty incredible stuff for Furia. And honestly, just I think a really good showcasing of not only their capabilities, but their mental fortitude as well. I mean, guys, it is not easy to get woken up on Grand Finals Day and go, all right, guys, we're going to drive you in here so you can play your 3rd place match, okay? Like, you really need to be able to build yourself up in a convincing way to get yourself in the proper headspace here. So shout out to Furia and what they've been capable of inside of this series, because again, it is not easy to go through what you have in the last 24 hours and still show up and put in some work.
Here's the Maestro I was looking for after the Brava ban. It took a little while, but in round 6 we do get it from SSG. Falt's going to be bringing that one out. It's a kitchen and dining defense, and those Evil Eyes, if they can stay alive, and if Faltz can stay alive to captain them, can be really effective late into the round, stopping plants inside the site, even just giving good information. This is one of the best bomb sites in the game for bulletproof cameras, and Maestros are, at the end of the day, just really good bulletproof cameras, so it makes a lot of sense to bring this operator here today. They've got 4 players roaming the top floor with just J9O trying to lock things down below, and he gets an aggressive swing and a down on the nade. Nicely played by J9O, but I think that will get picked up. He's able to crawl away. Still wasting a lot of good time and a lot of health off the side of Nade as well, which is going to make a big difference late in the round.
Yeah, Philippe Hawks is going to start working his way over here. Does know that there is a player in that kitchen space, more than likely operating around this angle. It's actually just going to be Philippe Hawks to hold the angle for the hop, just in case somebody does fly out there. JV92 to pick up nade instead. SSG don't even know that they've already gotten some value inside of this round. Benjamin Master with a nice find here at the top of blue. Hurts not prepared for the player tucked in on the stairwell.
They just love looking over Benja's head. That's twice now he's gotten those kills that way.
Well, he is pretty short.
He's a short guy. That's true. That's true. Having some good effects in the server at the very least. Is able to get some big kills off them. Top floor still a big menace for Furia. They haven't been able to crack this office wall, and with the tuber out, it's not going to be easy, Sam.
Ashen, another one of our short kings, will take out Philippe Hawks. Nice little find there as SSG finally having some bite behind this bark. Discovery mode here for our players as they're constantly trying to find these new angles, and it'll finally be JV92 to get a kill here. Something that's been very easy for him thus far up against SSG on this offensive side. Newers will sprint into Piano.
Okay.
A little clown fiesta there, but they'll be able to get the kill. Nade more than likely going to just walk in and try and find this frag inside the kitchen, and he will do exactly that. He does have the case, but more than likely won't have a place to put it down as all this verticality will work its way in from Space Station. Nice little positioning here. I do believe that's going to be Benjamin Master on the Legion on that side, if I do know my silhouettes well enough.
That is correct.
Yep. You can always tell, especially when it comes to our frozen boy upstairs, Tubarao, because he does have that nice little hat, doesn't he? So Newers will be able to pick him up through the wall. That's going to be SSG splitting things 2-4. Furia, a very dominant offensive side here on Chalet.
Big kill for the operator with the big hat. Important that they get this to the 4-2 split, Sam. This is an attacker side of map sometimes, but SSG really needs to be able to put themselves in a good spot mentally to win this second half. Probably the most dominating round we've seen from SSG since the map started. I think there's going to be no argument about that because the only other round they won came from a ridiculous 2v5 comeback. Finally get one to maybe inspire some confidence on their defensive side. They'll move over to the attack where historically they've been a bit of a weaker team. 38% attacking win rate before this event on Chalet, 68% defensive win rate, so they have been a team that have been thriving on their defenses, but up against a team like Furia, who again, just aren't a good Chalet team across the board, attack or defense. I think the door is open for Space Station to take this. They'll ban the Azami as is tradition, the Clash alongside it, and then Blackbeard and Deimos, the same attacker bans being removed from Furia as we saw from SSG.
It's going to be a master bedroom defense to start us off here for Furia. So we'll see what they're capable of with this rather defender lineup that they are bringing to the table. Biggest thing is here is obviously the coaches get to talk in between the halves, which is really nice. I think that's something that needs to be implemented across the board just because, I've always thought that the coaches needed just a tad bit more influence. Minus I get one timeout and then I get that moment, I think it's really cool, especially just given the circumstances of how Siege flows. So hopefully that's something that we'll see down the line more. But either way, coaches get to kind of have a little bit of a conversation with these players. And if I'm Igor, I think that you just take the collar off your team. You know what I mean? Just go, all right, guys, listen. There's a lot of things that can happen here. Obviously, offensive Chalet can be a little volatile to deal with when you are that defensive team. So let's see if we can try and get some early value inside of these rounds. And looks like we might be getting exactly that. Herds potentially looking for some shots out this window early on here. A Selma over towards the castle window for Master. A hot commodity angle that is usually adopted by the attackers.
Yep, like to see the castles being set up and brought. With the Azami ban, the castle's your next best bet to keep yourself safe from all these really strong rappel angles that the attackers do have at their disposal. Office side seems to be the focus for SSG. There is a Mira extension, and KZ loves getting aggressive with it. He will find Newers. A shield jumps in at him, so he might not be long for the World Sam, but that's still a good pick.
Nice find there from Ashen. Light screen thrown across 2 from J90. I do believe we're going to have a little bit of a death match going on here. You can see SSG was at least there for a split second, trying to get a little bit more aggressive, but won't be able to find too much value off that. They'll slow things up just a tad bit. So we do have that player sitting right here outside of Piano. Philippe Hawks will be able to at least take down Foltz as they start to fly in off of this Lodge Bomb. Benja with a find of his own, and then JV with a nice shot over towards Library. Nate will go down. It's actually SSG in the lead right here. J90 able to clean up that downed player, and SSG able to make the most out of this round. They're initially things a little difficult for them, especially as Furia were able to fight back, but now the bomb site working favors for the offense as they attempt to put that case down. It's not even necessary. Just a remaining member working his way up Solarium as he will go down.
I really thought Philippox had done enough to win that round for Furia, Sam. We saw a great flank, he downed the defuse kit, and then he didn't get a second kill, but he forced Newers to go pick up that defuse kit, which resulted in that kill for JV92. So 2 big kills that kind of resulted from the flank from Philippox. It was not read at all by SSG, and I thought that would be the difference maker, but in the end, the site play was just way too strong. J90 on the bathroom window, finding massive value. Benjamaster having good picks as well as they tried to push in through the site. So the real frag-heavy players on SSG are showing why they are on this squad and why they could be such a menace. Ashen and Benja in particular, both 7 kills apiece through this very close game so far. Newers hasn't really had the game, and I think that's why he's been a bit targeted too in the all chat. But I mean, it still feels like Space Station are starting to find their footing a little bit now. Moving on to the attack, it's a great first round, and they're able to use a lot of those outside angles that often do favor the attack.
Well, round 8 warming up now, folks. It's obviously going to be that basement defense, as Jesse was touching on. SSG going to have to try and bring something to deal with that mid-floor, Jesse, and it's going to be the Ram this time around. We won't have a buck implemented as we normally would, but Ram, she definitely suffices, doesn't she? So we will more than likely be seeing them attack this fireplace area. Newer's already doing his due diligence with that utility. We do have some other means to break up a little bit of floorboards, the Bailiff on Ash, and the DMR on J90 if they do want to create some small angles and aren't necessarily getting covered by that Ram utility. And now, down to brass tacks. It's going to be Herds on a roam up top and an opportunity. J90 will spot him out, but I don't know if he knew that that player was so very close to him. Yet another one up here inside of Library as well. JV92 going to take a little bit of damage. Don't exactly know where that poured in from, as he is all the way downstairs, but they are going to be able to keep every single body up and alive in this first minute clear through from SSG.
It's pretty rare to see a basement defense on Chalet these days. Most teams favoring the top 3 sites instead. The basement's fallen off in pick rate quite drastically, but Fury are one of the teams that do bring it from time to time. They were 0 for 2 on this site before they entered EWC, and of course have played it a couple times since then. Bit of an interesting flank happening at the moment with that top floor player of Herds. Managed to make some space inside of Master. SSG are aware that they haven't cleared Master, so this is not like a missed drone. They do have a drone inside of Kitchen, so this is a little bit scary now because they might think that more of the map is clear than it is. As far as I'm aware, it's only that one player who's made the flank. It's only Herds, but SSG are in the site, Sam, and Ashen's taking names.
Yeah, and that's a wall that you want sealed usually when you are playing the basement for that exact reason. Ashen blows the doors off of Furia, and Newers will be able to make things even worse. What a find from Fultz as that stun will take the vision away from Nade as he's not able to line things up. A tie ball game now in between these two squads here on Chalet.
It's good to see Liam starting to have some impact in the EWC tournament. Ashen has had a bit of a rough event so far in EWC. He went -6 in their semifinal game versus Secret. Hasn't had a positive game since they beat Falcons back in the group stage. He's been negative or even in every game they've played so far. This time, though, he's showing up. May have lost the round 12 1v1 to lose on Clubhouse, but he's showing up for SSG now. They tie it at 4. They're starting to bring this game back, and Ashen just feels like he's playing like himself. He's playing as an entry. He's taking aggressive swings when he sees the opportunity to do so. I think he needs to get out of his head a little bit, make sure he can just play as he knows he can so well. Feels like now we're seeing the real Ashen that we've frankly been missing for most of this event. All right, that's the Ashen I'm used to seeing, see?
There it is. There it is. It's what you expect. We got some semblance of that yesterday in their series. I believe we saw him type bot at least one time there on Night Haven Labs. But I do remember this part, Jesse. You want to know what happened right after he typed that?
He
died.
I remember that.
Very unfortunate. And that honestly just goes to show you how just decimating Team Secret was yesterday. I mean, they were at the necks of Space Station time and time again, making things so very difficult for this squad. Ashen, I think he's going to toss a smoke in up here and try and operate with that glass scope around the Solarium space, but I don't think Fury is even going to give him the time of day.
No, he drones it first, Sam, and he realizes nobody's directly on the window anymore, so Rain's back in with the smoke grenade. KZ is in the vicinity, as is Philippe Hawks, but can't imagine they'll swing it. What a shot, KZ.
Yeah. That Scorpion Evo flutters like a hummingbird's wings. Want to remove the head of yet another SSG player.
Oh!
Whew. Maybe a third? Give it to me. Come on. Yeah, don't move. Let KZ work. Just leave it here. We're all curious. We all want to know. J9? Oh, he's going to step up. Come on. Oh, give it the business, guys. Somebody hit somebody, please. Philippe Hawks, it's going to be him instead. Waltzing in with that Scorpion, not able to find the frags. He's going to get out the pistol instead. Be able to find at least one extra one.
Took him some time.
It does indeed. You kind of underestimate how little damage you do through walls with things like the pistol, don't you? And Furia will be able to take the lead again here off the back of KZ's efforts. And man, I got to tell you, Ella's starting to shoot up its stocks here across the last handful of months as well, huh?
Yeah, beautiful play by KZ. I mean, stepping up massive, coming through with this Ella. Gets a 4K in that round. I was just talking about how Ashen was negative for the majority of the round, or for the majority of this tournament, but I gotta mention it for KZ too. He was minus 19 coming into this game. A player you don't expect that from. If he goes negative, if he doesn't go at least plus 19 in this series against SSG, which don't know what he's at right now, but assuming he doesn't break out of that negative streak in this game against Space Station, this will be the first tournament since the Atlanta Major where KZ has put up a negative kill-death ratio. And even back in Atlanta, Sam, he had 99 kills and 100 deaths. So it's not exactly a blowout performance like we've kind of seen from him here at Riyadh.
Yeah.
It's been tough to see from KZ, but he is one of the most talented players in the world, and I'm glad we're getting to see some shots of that now in this game against Space Station.
Well, honestly, it just kind of goes to show you what some of the breaking points for Furia could have been across this tournament, you know what I mean? We've talked about it ad nauseum about how aggressive of a format this can be and how mentally strong you need to be a champion here at EWC. And you know, you cannot be lax at any moment in time, unless you are obviously lax.
Right. Yes.
He's allowed to be that guy, okay? But everybody else, you really want to be hot to trot swinging into this, and that might be one of the things here for Furia. I mean, really, coming into this series, Jesse, we kind of talked about it a bit, but having Nade as your top player, I mean, congratulations to Nade. We don't want to take anything away from him, but that is not what you want from this Furia roster.
Yeah, 100%. You expect to see the big guns like Hertz and KZ leading the charge, and they just haven't so far for Furia. But in this game, we're starting to see some of those numbers turn around. Both Ashen and KZ putting up games that they really haven't been so far through the tournament, so it's nice to see them now stepping up and filling in that role, Sam. I got to imagine the winner of this map of Chalet will be the team whose real big fragger steps up the highest. Ashen and KZ. The initial damage goes to KZ as he does eat a little bit from the window on the Frost, but not enough to go down. Half HP does still remain, and this top floor does still remain as the defensive point for Furia. Fire grades go in, and this solar take will begin from Space Station.
And I know with a nice little find, I don't know if he knows his player's already inside, and he doesn't. Ashen with a kill of his own will be equal playing field in between these two. They know that player is outside, but KZ recognizes the situation. This is why he is one of the world's best. He's not getting in that door without taking a fight. So he pre-fires the wall, able to find Ashen through it, and somehow, some way works us down into a 2 versus 2. Now, are they aware of where this push is going to be coming in from? It seems like it. A swing in, he'll find one, recognizes the other, but the skeleton key, able to find it. It's KZ to nip it in the bud, though, as Furia are going to be the first squad to make it all the way to map and match point.
Sam, there is nothing better as a caster to predict something and then immediately it comes true. I say the team that wins this game is going to be the one whose star player shows up the brightest. It's going to be Ashen, it's going to be KZ. Well, how about KZ kills Ashen in the midpoint of that round in a really smart entry through the office door, and then also clutches the 1v1 to win it in the end. Really good round coming through from KZ. Was able to hear that as well from Herds. They knew that SSG in the 2v2 had to repel in with the defuse kit. They still had one player out there, and as soon as Herds heard that repel sound, he made the move. He went for the play. KZ managed to get 2 kills in that round. His teammates step up big as well. And Furia, series point now, 6-4. Their opponent's map pick. They have not won Chalet all season long, Sam, but in the 3rd place match at EWC, it looks likely and on the horizon.
Well, this could be our final round here, and what is our 3rd place bout between SSG and Furia, and a pretty convincing one from Furia, if I do say so myself. SSG showing some signs of life at at certain moments in time, but never really getting the true value out of what they've really wanted from this series. It's really just been Furia kind of problem solving and eventually finding a solution that has seemingly worked quite well.
You can see it, the fans, they're excited. Traveled all the way from Brazil just to support their favorite team, and Furia are showing them exactly the show that they wanted to see. Big performance now here, 1 round away for SSG. Now in a do-or-die spot, what do? Well, they'll bring out the Monty. False is deciding it's time to bring out the big guns, or the small guns, I suppose, in terms of the Montaigne pistol. KZ somehow survives, sprinting right past the case's window. Sam, I have no idea how he's alive after a move like that. They had perfect positioning on Space Station, but couldn't get the kill.
Yeah. Time and time again, that seems to be the issue for Space Station. Have solid strategy, great players. Just sometimes these shots, these impactful moments slip through the cracks. This could be one that comes back to bite them. KZ has been so magnificent so far here on Clubhouse, or rather on Chalet. And Clubhouse, honestly, had some pretty good showing on there as well. And we'll have to see if it's going to swing through on what could be our final round. SSG swing in on Piano. Nitro Cell out will decimate Benjamaster. Now the Shield player stuck inside of Office with another one of our Furia members in behind the half wall. Have another player working their way in on the Piano side. It's going to be Nade that finds Newers. A hop in on Case's window from J90. Foltz with a find of his own. They will finally be able to take man advantage in an even more convincing way as well. Won't be able to get that kill on half wall. JV92 flirting with disaster right now as he doesn't know exactly which way to go. It'll be J90 to be able to find that kill, as once again it will require max regulation in order to decide a victor.
Really good stuff from Faltz on the Monty there. Was able to walk in through Office. He got so deep, Sam. I mean, there were still players on the side of Furia that were over towards Mezzanine, but still Faltz gets just deep enough, supported by his teammates, Benja and Ashen and J90, the real kind of players that were around Faltz to make sure that he could have as much impact as possible. J9 made a late entry. Ashen was deep inside of Office alongside Faltz, and together they were able to all capitalize on the fact that eyes were focused towards the mountain. Good play by Faltz to distract. Everybody played as a team to come together and make sure that they could find that final answer. With just 1 round separating the difference between overtime or a series win for Furia, they decide this is the time to take their tactical time out, discuss with the team what they want to focus on, what SSG have been doing, and what they're going to run for their final defense to try to lock it down before you get to OT.
Well, you don't get to keep the tac timeout if the game ends, right? So might as well use it. Something that, you know, as a traditional sports fan, I've been frustrated by my own teams with multiple times, time and time again. But fortunately enough, if you're a Furia fan, you don't have to worry about that because Igor is one of the best in the business. Great tac timeout by him. Might just be giving his players a little bit of a reprieve here for a split second. Might be strategically. We'll have to see here. Furia are going to head back downstairs, though, which is something that we've touched on quite a few times here. Chalet has been one of our most played maps, actually tied for most played map, with Clubhouse, which they will once again rest on equal footing, 8 plays each, because they were guaranteed in this series. We'll have to see what the ban phase is for the best of 5 to truly see who is going to be the king of EWC, at least for map picks. But yes, as for Furia, though, it is going to be this basement bomb site, which, Jesse, what is our current statistics on this darn thing?
Sam,
can you run us a little Corey, my friend?
At the Esports World Cup, so far the basement on Chalet has been 50-50 through 12 rounds played.
Wow.
Does not include this game here, where we did see it get played once earlier on, so been a relatively even bomb site. Again, the least played bomb site on Chalet.
New?
Oh, this should be a free pick right on to Herds.
Only Hordes would be able to get out of that situation, man. I would have stood right there and just got myself rocked. Oh, Herds!
You thought he was out of the situation, Sam.
Out of the frying pan into the fire, my friend.
Right back into it. Really good catch-up. Newers, realizing he missed him on the first angle, thinks to himself, where is he likely to go? Probably right back to this window. We get a logic bomb pop, Sam, and heading straight down towards the basement is SSG. Barreling through barbed wire and taking space.
Oh, there's a rocket in Fultz's ass as he's flying inside. It's going to be Benja to take down a player, though. Benja for 2. Can he get 3? A look-see, but it's SSG across the board as they quickly move this game into overtime. Blink and you'll miss it. It's OT in between these two squads here on Chalet.
No shakes. Making sure that you're aware of exactly where Fury are going to post themselves up, and then just playing with good drones, playing with fast hit tempo as well. We saw how effective that was for JV92 in the first half of this game, just quickly getting to the basement before the enemy team thinks that you're going to be there, getting in through wine as fast as you can, and then with the Monty, it just becomes even more awkward to deal with.
You thought he'd been playing Blitz right there. I mean,
he really did.
Unfortunate that he's not able to get the most value out of that, but obviously everybody having to pay attention to the Monty does bring its own value in its own right, and Benja made the most out of that situation, didn't he? As he will be the second player on SSG, or actually the third player. J90 also joins the double-digit party for kills on top of Ashen. So well done to them. KZ and JV92 in their own right, with those party hats on as well. So overtime now here in between these two squads. SSG will have the most defensive sides here, as they will be starting on the defense. We'll be switching sides every single time. It is a best of 3 rounds for those of you that are unaware. So we'll see what our results will be very, very shortly.
Furia's flawless record, a 6-0 lifetime match record against SSG, hangs in the balance if they lose this. The decider matchup will end up being an important one, which could really solidify a legacy. SSG hoping to get revenge from last year at the Esports World Cup, where Furia knocked them out in the quarterfinals. That was a close 2-1 series, I should remind you. So this one goes 2 over Furia. It's not just not revenge, it's a step backwards for where SSG were a year ago. Certainly not where they want to be finding themselves, especially in an oh so important 3rd, 4th place game. That double defense should help them a little bit, Sam. They've been a better defensive team on Chalet through the years.
They have, but I gotta say it, this series right here, it just hasn't been looking too good, has it? They had that one very convincing defense, I'll give them that, but that initial one, kind of have to count your lucky stars. Yeah, hit some really nice shots, but shoe could have easily have been on the other foot. Fultz is going to be inside of the tub. with the strategy, we haven't seen it a little bit. Sometimes you'll have a player just prone in there. Sometimes you'll have a deployable shield with 3 ADSs. This time around, it's going to be the latter. And this Fultz will do his best to play around this bastion of defense that SSG has set up. Furia not feeling themselves, at least enough to fling themselves into this space just yet. Probably the one man that you don't want to throw your flashes into, the Warden, lying in wait on this bathroom window.
Got a lot to clear. Loads of flashes being thrown in. 1, 2, 3. All the ADSs are gone, and here's the nade, Sam.
Will he live? He will, but not until the guns come alive. The 417 will eat Fultz alive, and KZ will find one of his own.
And that's why that strat's not popular very often. Sam, teams know how to clear it, and they do just that. Perfect from Furia. It's flawless. Now SSG in the 3v5 feel like they have to get aggressive, right? Bomb site's still going to be top floor. They need to find some way to work a pick before this push comes in, because Furia in a 5v3 execute should be unstoppable.
Yeah, it's not a feeling, it's a necessity. SSG is going to have to try and find that magic that we saw in their last defensive side, where it was that 2v5 and they were able to make the most out of the situation. Their numbers being called up once again, down to the 2 versus 4. What do you have in store for us, gentlemen? Let's find out right now. J9O, he's going to take the gunfight with the 417. It's so strong, it's going to knock J9O down to very minuscule HP, which JV92 didn't even necessarily need to take advantage of. He hits the headshot there on the follow-up frag to what he got from the bathroom half wall. And now Furia once again in the driver's seat, 1 round away from securing victory up against Space Station Gaming in a 2-0 fashion.
Of course, it was a great execute. They did lose 1, but it ended up being kind of a 4v2 push. I've got nothing bad to say about how it went for Furia or for SSG, but I go back to that start of the round, Sam. 2 players died in bathroom before anything else happened, and you go back to the way SSG set it up, it's a lot of util, but it's not infinite util, and a team like Furia are going to know how to crack a walnut like that. They will secure that series point and take away SSG's first defense. Now can go into the defensive side of their own. All 4 bomb sites available, and they go for barring games. Space Station Gaming, I just feel like, Sam, they needed something better for their first defensive overtime because they might not get a second.
I wholeheartedly agree with you, my friends. Especially from what we saw out of Furia, they've been really prone to kicking up that sandstorm and making things just kind of get lost in the chaos on these defensive sides here. And I feel like we might have another just critical mass round where things start to just get lost inside of said storm. So we'll see what SSG are capable of. So we'll be let out of the gates for what could be the final time here at the Esports World Cup.
I'm reloading.
Setup being done from Furia all across the map. Quite an extension currently. I mean, I'm not sure if they'll commit to it, but Herds and KZ, the roaming duo from Furia, playing up towards office, towards master side at the moment. Philippox extending for himself as well, down in big garage. I don't know what plans he's got down there, but he's finding Newers, and there will go for a gunfight.
What a find there. Bolts backing up Newers on that entry over towards garage, but even with that pick, they'll at least have a little bit of info to work off of, knowing that SSG was prioritizing that space. A nice find here and a nice trade amongst peers, as SSG and Furia will still stay at the same man advantage, leaning towards the offense. Now Furia, unfortunately enough, lacking a smoke, lacking Philippox for some roam pressure. Things start to become a little bit more difficult for Barring Games.
Yeah, I like this spot a lot. It means somebody else needs to step up and try to equalize. JV92 just going to fall off that mez position. Here's a big swing. Kazazi knows there's a second. He's still getting pushed from this spot. He might get traded, but they missed the shot, Sam.
They do indeed. And that Banshee giving up that info as well for that player. Norris has repositioned himself, but oh my gosh, look at this tuck here from JV92. He peeks out, he finds Newers.
Oh, wow.
And Furia somehow, some way, they're able to fend off Space Station. J9O, he's stuck inside of mud. Benja off on his own island as well, and that is it. Furia will not suffer defeat at the hands of Space Station Gaming. Furia will also take home $210,000 from the desert as they shove Space Station Gaming into 4th place.
That's 500 club points as well, going the way of Furia to help them secure themselves in the club championship. You see the respect being shown. There's some trash talk in the server, but after the game, it's all love. 2 great teams, the best of North America, the best of South America, go head-to-head. But today, as it often does in Rainbow Six Siege, the South Americans end up on top. Really strong performance from Furia today, Sam. They battle their demons on Chalet, get their first win of the season, and take down an opponent that they are oh so familiar with and have never lost to since.
Yeah, have to be happy with that result, and also have to be happy with the fact that they're ending EWC on a win. The same cannot be said for SSG. Back to the drawing board, back to trying to figure things out for the NAL and our major later on this year.
I still think this is a big improvement. I mean, last time we saw Space Station internationally was Reload, and let me just say, Sam, they're looking a lot better now than they did back at that tournament. So it's good to see the growth from SSG. Not quite at the top of the world just yet, but you can see how close they're getting. And I think with a little bit more time, we're going to see the Space Station roster start to lift some trophies. They're looking absolutely deadly with this brand new pickup of Newers, and it's going to be really exciting to watch them for the rest of the season, fighting through Stage 2 to try to make it to the Munich Major, and then for the 6th Invitational as well.
Yeah, definitely something to hang your hat on. A top 4 finish here at EWC, especially being the end-all be-all that sent Falcons home.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of different things to be very happy, very excited about with this SSG roster. So definitely be paying attention to them for this upcoming stage. I definitely know I will.
Yeah, Furia as well, too. Should be feeling very good about a game like this. Looking like, again, one of the most deadly teams in South America. Might be Europe, who are on top of the EWC, but outside of that region, Furia have still placed themselves up high as the best. Really nice stuff.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for Jesse and I here at EWC. We're going to toss it down to Ian, who has Felipox on the stage.
Furious Felipox, and the fans are so loud out here. They absolutely love you. And I know that you have mixed emotions right now. Last time we had a chat, you just dropped out of the semi-finals. This win was important for you and your team, but I still sense heartbreak coming from you.
Yeah, it's a bittersweet sensation because anyone in our team don't want to play a match like this. It's a third and fourth match. Like for me, being fourth, third or second doesn't matter. I just want to be champion, to be honest. So we don't want to play a match like this, but if we have to, like we did today, we are going to do our best, like we did. Mostly because of our fans that are here. We want to give the win for them, and we did. Hopefully so.
There's nothing like Brazilian support. And you said there, you're a born winner, Felipox. You love to win. This time around, you didn't make it happen. But what would you say that you and your roster have learned from this experience?
We learned a lot, mostly against G2. They really did a good veto against us, I would say. And we saw that our map pool have some weaknesses that we have to get better, to improve. And the crowd are so noisy, bro. And yeah, let's improve the map pool, and hopefully we win the next tournament in Munich.
You just mentioned this crowd. Is there anything you want, if we can get them to listen? I don't know if we'll be able to get them to listen, because they never stop cheering, but what do you want to say to them?
Queria agradecer a torcida inteira que tá aí, os brasileiros aí, vieram lá do Brasil pra torcer por nós. Muito obrigado, tamo junto, galera. E bora por mais, não deu pra trazer o título dessa vez, mas na próxima vai dar gente. Vamos pra cima.
Just 2 more quick ones from me. I know it's hard to look at it, it's right there, it's one of the trophies, well, it's the trophy that's eluding you and your team. Has this experience made you want it even more now?
I don't know if we can want more than we did right now, to be honest. Yeah. But yeah, next year we're coming for more, we're coming hungry as ever, and let's do it.
Final one. I need a prediction for the grand final. G2 versus Team Secret. Who do you think is going to take it and why?
I'm cheering for Team Secret because of Vivas, their assistant coach. I've played with him since PS4 days in 2017. So it's a long time brother for me. But I think G2 is going to win. I think they're playing really good Siege. And they are in that honeymoon phase where everything is going good for them and the confidence is really high. So I think they're going to take it, G2.
Well, you'll be watching, we'll be watching, the whole R6 community will be watching to see who takes that grand final. For now, it is goodbye to Team Furia. We cannot wait to see you guys once again. One more time, vamos a hacer barullo for Felipox. Let's go back to the desk. Thank you.
And with that, we say goodbye to both Furia and SSG because they have now played their placement match. And Felipe's coming out as the AWS post-match. A bit of a highlight here for the IGL. Something we've already done just coming into this game. We were saying yesterday he turned up the heat. Today he was back online on that second map.
Yeah, I think maybe it inspired his teammates from yesterday, and then everyone stepped up today. I was really happy of the team performance from the side of Furia. And unfortunately for SSG, when Furia is firing on all cylinders, there's really not much you can do, and I think they were able to problem solve way better.
I love the motivation for Felipox to win this match for the entire team of Furia. He mentioned two things, and none of that was the cash prize, by the way. The first thing was their fans that came all the way across Brazil to see them. And I've seen, and you guys have seen that as well, them drumming the entire time. But anytime they're not playing, they're drumming outside.
They are drumming outside
in the
sun
for hours. Just like they're so passionate, it's clear, about this organization. To see them fans being here and to basically give them a reward for traveling so far. I think this was worth it. And also he mentioned it, for his team to go up, gain points in the club championship. So he did his job, they did their mission, and they accomplished it. And I think the way they did it was with full confidence, and that's basically what mattered in this match.
Yeah, and also the fact that he's saying the main takeaway from this tournament is going to be focusing on our map pool a little bit more as we're going to be heading into Munich. And I also really do like that. He's like, oh, we're going to be in Munich. We just need to focus on our map pool, but we're going to be in Munich.
I'm glad you noticed that as well. I was like, when we get to Munich, and I was like, you know what? Yes, like you are on top.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that.
I mean, they're not on top in this tournament, unfortunately, but I do think as well, like that championship mindset that we touched upon yesterday, Leo, when it comes to the side of Furia, where it's like, yeah, we lost. These are our lessons. This is what happened. We made the mistake. We're moving forward, and we're just going to be better from this.
Yeah, it kicks in just at the right time, and that's exactly what you expect from a team that has won everything, has won every major, has won an SI, just hasn't won EWC. And he said it, maybe they will have the hunger to go and get that. I love that he said, like you said, that he's going to go to Munich, because I was able to see them struggle in group stage in South America League. They won eventually the entire league, but whenever it comes to BO1s, they're kind of inconsistent. We'll see if the momentum they've gained and everything that they've learned, especially about the map pool today, helps them get a more consistent wins across SAL next stage.
And you heard me criticize their first half on Clubhouse and whatnot, the way that they were attacking. I was really shocked that a team that I consider to be one of the best teams in the world was doing the same attacking strategy over and over and not adapting. That is not a world-class team, especially in the current meta we find ourselves. You have to be able to adapt on the fly. And then as we moved into the second map, I was like, oh, that's the Furia I'm used to. So the map pool sort of design that sort of Felipox is talking about makes total sense. Because if it was them going on to Clubhouse and going, we actually haven't really scrimmed and thrown through this map too many times. We were focusing on these other 3 or 4 maps for the most part for the series. And then we threw this one out at the end. That's a good idea for them to go back and VOD review. I actually like that they picked it as a result of being able to go back on that now.
Yeah, I think as well for SSG, this is a learning too, because they came into this as, you know, NAL, you have that lower bracket, you come here on the first day, you drop into that lower bracket, you make it through it once again, you're all the way into playoffs. And I think this was definitely not the way that they wanted to go out, because it is a 2-0, and it's a 2-0 where you also lose your map pick. And got to the point where some of these rounds, it did feel like Furia was just like testing the waters a little bit, and they were getting away with it too, which is not what you want to see.
I will say this about Space Station, is that if you look at this match, you think 2-0, yeah, of course, but let's, as a reminder, they were leading 5-2 on the pick of Furia, and they could have closed this a long time ago if it wasn't for amazing individual plays on the side of Furia. And even in this one, they come back with the right mental. Remember that round on basement where Fultz on Monty just sends it, and everyone commits, and they reach overtime. This is the mentality that I expect from champions. These guys, and this is the most important story with Space Station, they consistently improve events after events. They've reached top 4 once again. That already happened, but this is something consistent for them. Now all they're missing is a grand final at this point.
I mean,
Since
who knows?
Well, he's setting up the storyline here. He's like, next year, do you think he'll be saying the same thing? But like, 4th place, 3rd place, 2nd place, maybe 1st.
For the sake of NA and Space Station, I hope they reach a grand final before EWC 2026.
For the sake of NA. I love that.
They need some help, right?
Well,
Okay, I'm trying to be nice, and you're just like, yeah, let me just like throw the
I
whole
just
region
need to be mean
under
about
the
NA
bus.
every single time I can.
I'm still
for some
solid.
reason.
And then you wonder why people don't like you. But
That's just
we
not true.
also have a specific clip that you wanted to highlight when it comes to Furia and how they've approached a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, so I was just mentioning that Space Station were coming back and had crazy momentum, and that was the case on Chalet in the attacks. One thing changed, one round, where KZ here gets completely aggressive. That shot was absolutely insane, and then finishes it with the third kill here, and then he takes a one-on-one on the pistol and wins it as well. That round, that 4K, that's a single extension from the Ela all the way in Master, the bomb site, it's bar, all the way in bar. And he wins that 4K, completely crazy, and that's what brings them back. Very last round, it's KZ that brings back the 3v4 into a 3v3 and allows Furia to win. I have no idea why I did that. I think my non-verbal sometimes just goes like...
Okay. But anyway,
he's
KZ
just seen himself in KZ.
Maybe you know what? Maybe I just wish I was him. But he's just...
That's fair enough. I think we all do.
He's just him,
He
though.
is him.
But
You could be him. If you unretire from playing...
No, there's no way. Let's be real. I don't have an inch of his talents.
Oh,
Yeah. That's just the truth.
he's lying, ladies and gentlemen. He's a great player. Please go back on his history. You can find it everywhere. I promise
Yeah, maybe
you.
1 year around.
Whoa,
from
whoa!
time to
This
time.
is a broadcast for Rainbow Six Siege X at Esports World Cup, not
For
for you to
professional
sit
players.
here and like be like, oh yeah, by the way, back in my day. But I think as well, like a big takeaway that both of these teams now had here is like they've had a bit more of that international LAN experience under their belt. I think specifically for SSG, that was very valuable with that addition to newers to that roster. We've now seen them compete on LAN, and I think to an extent, like they've proven that that roster change made sense.
I think something undervalued that a lot of the viewers at home don't understand is that a lot of the coaching staff, support staff and whatnot, they're always looking for that international scrim opportunity. That kind of experience is invaluable. You don't really know the in APAC we attack style until you go up against an APAC team and you go, I understand what that feels and looks like now. And then you go up against an EU team, maybe a little bit more regimented. Those are all the styles you need to go up against, and you don't know about it until you get in there.
Yeah, and speaking of getting in there, we have KZ, who is also ready to get in here and a win under their belt in terms of placing third. Thank
Come here.
you so much. Welcome to
Hello.
the
Congrats.
analyst. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay right now. This moment, we want a lot that trophy, but it's okay. We are going to make one step back now to get 2 more in the future. So we are okay with that.
That championship mentality, we hear it in every single interview that you guys give. So from your perspective, how this whole EWC event went, what is it that you want to focus on as an individual player moving forward?
For me, I'm going to focus because I'm entry fragger, so I need to have my individual skills 100% good. So like I'm going to play more the games and have a good, I think in the game, like the most important factor is the mental one,
The confidence.
the
as well.
confidence. Yeah, so I need to focus more on that.
Do you think that that's what you liked yesterday against G2? Because I see you perform at every single match, and then yesterday was probably the only time where I saw you a little bit under the weather.
Yeah, no, everything that I was doing was not doing like I was dying like of
yeah,
like
of anything.
Yeah, like was sad. One moment I stop and I think, oh my god, this is so frustrated. So I keep focused, but the result was not the
one you expect.
The one I expect. Yeah.
When it comes then to coming into the match today against SSG, and you saying, like yesterday, nothing went your way, everything was going wrong. How do you reset from that mentally so that you find the confidence to go and play that entry fragger role and be aggressive today?
Like for me, when one map is over, I need to focus in the other. Like forget what's happened in the past. So because if I stay thinking about what happened, I'm not gonna play my game. You know, I will keep thinking, and I'm going to hesitate. Hesitating, yeah. So I'm not gonna do my entry fragger plays.
Okay, well, I want to ask you a quick question about your mental. I obviously focus on it a lot throughout my career. Is there something that you do as a pre-game ritual or a pre-map ritual? You said I'm going to forget about that previous map. I'm going to focus on the next map. Do you do something? Does the team do something specific, or is it all individual?
No, I think it's more individual. I don't have like any specific thing that I do before the match. I used to listen to music.
I know a lot of players love that.
Yeah,
I used to have a player that would go get a specific chocolate bar before a match. He said it was my lucky chocolate bar. I was like, all right, you do you. I'm not going to interfere too much, even though nutritionally maybe not the best. But yeah, so you don't have any special sauce that you sort of...
No.
Okay.
I just sit down and play.
He just locks in immediately.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
And today you were locked in. We saw it. So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it was good. It was really good. But I also want to say thank you so much for your time and for joining us to have this little bit of a conversation. You guys get the third place. So congratulations as well on securing that. Looking forward to see what you guys will do in SAL and hopefully Munich too.
Yeah, sure.
We are going to be heading over to a break. We'll be back shortly with the grand finals of Rainbow Six Siege X at EWC. So stick around because this is the game that everybody has been waiting for.
Hello and welcome, everybody. This is semifinals day, and of course, we have to sit down and ask our semifinalists a bit of our day. By the way, it's Rainbow Six, just so we're clear. It's not any different game. It's our home, and we get to talk about it here at EWC 2025. If you didn't know, we have G2, Secret, Space Station, and Furia that are playing in the semis. I have Doki, Noah, Fultz, and JV92 that are joining me this morning to have a chat, and I fear that we're slowly but surely descending into madness within the first second. We're not podcast bros yet, but who knows?
We will be.
Who knows what can happen?
We will be.
Yesterday, you were pretty impressive with your interview, but I'll touch on that in just a second. More technical. What's been your hardest game so far in the tournament? Because most of you have gone through the gauntlet to get to main stage. Maybe less so Secret.
Yeah.
JV,
Right.
you can go first, please. You're the most English speaking here, please.
Please, JV.
I think the against W7M.
Yeah. Why? But you play them like all the time.
Yeah, but it's hard.
Yeah, you should have lost.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Loban gave you away.
Have a comeback Stark, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Gus was
And
the
have
best.
a
Gus.
No Gus. Gus here hurts.
Gus. Gustavo.
Gustavo.
Gus.
Oh, you call him like that because you're buddy.
No, I just call him Gus. Because funny.
Okay.
Gus.
It's hard. W7M is the best team in the world. Yeah.
You know, by that logic, they should have lost SI24.
Yeah.
Because they got gifted that win on Nighthaven.
Ooh.
Wait a minute.
FaZe had you but the cojones the whole time.
In labs in the sixth invitation, we have one tactics. Which bomb site. We beat G2. See, is easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're easy.
Yeah. But the FaZe clan is too hard because it's low gaming, you know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they have drones, and we don't have the spot drones, you know.
Yeah, FaZe are so hard to play against. But I'd say for us, the NIP game yesterday was definitely harder than FaZe. They were really good.
You know, it's crazy because I haven't heard anybody say NIP are good in like 2 years.
Yeah.
Probably even more.
They're pretty good, right? NIP?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This stage, they were so impressive watching them in SAL.
This stage is surprise in Brazil.
Because they just changed one player. That's it.
Yeah.
Really?
Seiko no longer on there.
No, they got Fantasy and Hates.
No.
No?
That was a while ago.
It was a while ago, yeah.
Only.
See, that's like NIP flown under everybody's radar.
Only Wizard.
Yeah.
Yeah, we scrimmed NIP as well, like before they played, and they were playing really, really good. We were really surprised.
Yeah, they're good, yeah.
They scared you.
Me?
Yeah. I mean, you were saying.
Didn't scare me. It's a good game.
But it was a little scary. Well, no.
Gus.
No, G2 fans are...
Gus doesn't scare me. Only one team scares me. VP. And you beat them. So thanks.
Wait, why is VP scary?
Because they're just robots. They just do terrible strats and they win.
But they're not as robotic as they used to be. I remember seeing them this stage in the ML where they're actually like using shields and adapting. When have you ever seen that?
They play Fuse Shield everywhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Like, who does
Fuse
that?
Shield going in church.
Yeah.
On Blitz, joystick.
Yeah, but they play Fuse more.
They did it on console.
Get rid of utility.
Yeah, it's so annoying.
Utility guys.
It's so annoying.
Bro, yesterday is the same play.
Yeah.
The Fuse on the hatch.
Yeah. And they try plant the bomb. And they plant.
Yeah.
They always plant. They can't stop.
I think the only like more objective-based team statistically this stage, the MVP was Liquid, and they're not even here. But they actually went to plant every single round that they could be given.
They do like a lot of rush plants though. It's like fast stuff.
I think
they're not. Yeah.
I think not this stage. Is the Liquid is a new lineup, no? 2 years ago, and he's planted the bomb, the sets, you know.
Yeah.
Step by step.
Yeah.
And now he's
doesn't work like that anymore.
It's
like,
fast.
like crazy, you know.
Yeah.
It's just
like SSG.
Yeah. What is about you guys?
I think we just have higher testosterone, so we just can't. We can't help ourselves.
We're going down the podcast pro road.
Fair enough.
Is this just the call out system? Because you guys are known for like just being very disciplined the whole time. You practice together. Even like physical practice, everything that you do is very goal oriented. It seems like call out is just that kind of person to guide everybody through it. But it seems like a lot of people saw SSG flying under their radar for the past year and a bit. Although you guys have been like the most consistent NA team for this past year. You're always there. You're always breaking top 8. You're always doing something cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think something that we do well is we try to maximize our potential with what we have. I think we've had less talented rosters in like the last year than we do now. Like now we're at a point where we have a lot of talent, and then we also are still like having that culture, doing all the stuff to maximize our performance. And I think that's why we're starting to see our performance increase overall. But I think that, all the stuff we do outside the game, the goal is to maximize our potential with what we have. So
you spend a lot of time together?
Yeah, pretty much do everything together. Try to hit the gym. There's a bunch of Call-Out is big into like the science behind physical exercise and supplements, meditation, all that type of stuff.
What type of supplements?
Together.
Biggest supplements are like creatine. It helps like mental cognitive ability, and then vitamin D, fish oil, omega-3s, stuff like that.
They de-stress by going to the gym together.
Releases cortisol.
Releases cortisol. Whatever that is.
Whatever that means, yeah.
It's good to see it. I need to watch a Jeff Nippard episode just to double check if the data is sound on there. But
yeah, Andrew Huberman's another big one. That's our guy.
What's that Navy SEAL guy? Yeah,
Jocko.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he knows all of them.
Yeah.
By heart.
Yeah, we've watched like everything.
We watched one of those ones. He's pretty cool.
We do VOD reviews. They do 2 hours of science-based lifting.
We don't
you
do
wouldn't
VOD, we don't do
understand.
VOD reviews.
No, I've never seen you lift anything beyond your mouse and a glass of Coca-Cola.
Actually, I bought 10-kilo dumbbells.
There you go.
No?
Can't do that. That's my arms just snap.
I want to take you and Stump into the gym, and we go to the SSG. Really?
He goes in America, yeah. Not in Scotland, but he goes in America. Yeah.
You should go together. Imagine we go SSG because you guys are ready to go.
Yeah.
Go practice with them. See what it does.
It's not for me.
I would love to get Doki in the gym.
Yeah.
Take his soul.
That would take my soul. Literally, that would be funny.
You'd be on the ground.
That would be seriously embarrassing. Trust me, seriously embarrassing.
It seems like Secret for the past year, even before you were on, kind of flown as dark horses the whole time. And every single time people underestimate them, and every single time they do well, including now. What was your toughest game and kind of growth with the team over the past few months?
For the toughest game, I'd probably say Falcons, because they were the only team to really push us to OT. But more about Secret, I think they've always been a team that has been really consistent recently. I think if you're not in EU or look at EU, you don't really rate them that highly. But if you're in EU, I'd say you probably rate them as a pretty top team because they've been really consistent,
What motivated you to want to join them and not anybody else?
After ITB, I think I just kind of took any opportunity. I was trying to just make sure that I was in a good set for the next stage. But then I got the offer from Fnatic, and I quickly realized that's not the team I wanted to be a part of. So then as soon as I heard that Twister was looking for players and he sent me an offer, or not offer, he sent me a trial, I tried my heart out and tried to make sure, I fit with the players in the team, and it clicked. So it just felt like a perfect match.
It's crazy because you have legends on here in their own right, in their own region. And you're you're the future, and I think that was a big part of EWC. I don't know if you saw the piece. There was a photo that they took with Pengu, Shaiko, and Stompin.
The goats.
Too much zaralho.
Too zaralho, bro.
Zaralho. Come on.
Look, you two, you're talking, you're having fun together here, but you're going to play one another. It's a big game. Everybody's looking forward to it. And you haven't played one another for quite a while, like a big game. SI24.
SI24, yeah.
Atlanta, and every time it's almost like he's winning. So, yeah, you have that. I hear it in your voice. What do you think you got to beat them this time? Because
look at them, man.
Last time we beat you was when you didn't have Nade and Felipox at SI23. We beat you then, and then we lost every other time. But now we made a roster change. We have Loira, we have Stompin. Now it's going to be a fair game.
Wait a second.
So now you can sit back, relax, listen to your drums, and have a nice little game.
So, JV, we always talk about Alamao, whether we want it or not, as someone who always loses to Brazilian teams. He's not been doing that so far here today. He's actually been beating Brazilian teams pretty consistently with the squad.
you sure you can beat them again? Because he's pretty confident. Like, stomping.
No, every tournament, G2 is confident.
But that's not
I'm going to have your Furia Panther on my trophy. On the top. Furia, face, and
could just talk shit the
SSG
whole
are
time.
secret.
That's okay, bro.
Boom.
Talk too much.
What a trophy.
Is there nothing in Furia that you're afraid of?
No, they're a good team. Going to be a good game.
Just
Only the P.
Yeah, they terrify me. They're scary. Yeah, it's going to be a good game. I'm excited.
Felipox keeps saying Alamo is a fraud. It's fine. We'll beat him every time. He's not afraid with other Brazilian teams, but with us, he shakes in his boots.
Yeah, Alamo will choke against Felipox, Gus.
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 To be honest, Gus.
Yes.
He's such
It's
a...
okay.
I can't say that.
It's okay.
Actually, yeah. But we don't need Alamo all the time.
Just say.
He's not going to choke.
Just say, bro.
He's not going to choke.
Yeah.
We're not going to let him
choke
down.
too.
Me?
Yeah. Every match you choke, bro.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Will KZ come alive today?
He's arrived, bro.
He's arrived.
Oh,
Careful.
KZ Esports.
KG Esports. It's KG Esports. I'm surprised you're winning games with KG playing bad, to be honest.
Yes.
Nate is playing good for like first time ever.
Now he's Nate Esports.
Nate Esports?
Yes.
Okay.
Every tournament is the different player.
Okay.
Play good.
Okay.
They have the best IGL in the world, buddy.
Felipox?
Yeah.
Okay.
The best coach too.
Igor?
Yes.
Igor has aura, actually.
And Ramalho.
Ramalho has aura.
No.
Yeah. He's the GOAT.
I do
Ramalho's the
think
goat.
Igor
Call
can
out have aura.
No, call out. Like if you don't, if
We
you
used to
mess
have
with,
aura.
if you mess with call out, he like
Yeah.
disconnects you with one punch.
Yeah, he's got his legs are this big and he's got a scar right here.
Yeah, that's like. Wait, what is the scar from?
It's rugby.
That's what he tells people.
No, Kala will.
That's
really
that's what he
do
tells
some
people.
I've seen him play.
So you're afraid when you look at them, you're going to look at them across the stage.
Yeah.
You're going to see massive call out just behind them.
I mean, I love looking at call out, so it'll be fun.
All right.
That's fair. You guys are looking at call out too.
He's a good looking man.
Yeah, I mean, you got Twister look on the other side. But with all due
Wait,
respect, I
he's
love
strong.
Twister.
Twister's strong, huh?
Strong in his heart.
Weird story here. Like I don't go to the gym, like I said, but I actually have really muscly legs. I'm not even kidding. It's actually kind of weird.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why.
We should do one thing where, you know,
No why.
we should challenge all of the Siege play. We should challenge people, bring the players together and see who can crush a watermelon between their thighs.
Yeah, no, let's not do that.
Before the SSG game,
I'm winning either way.
I have been practicing my quick draws for the rock paper. We said there's no scissors
No,
in
it's
what they
just
play,
rock
so
paper.
it's just rock paper. So
Yeah.
I've been really
It's the version
practicing.
my teammates like to play.
Rock paper.
It's less to think about. They're not
Less to think of.
Is there?
rock paper.
I would not be surprised if that's Ashen.
Correct.
Oh my!
Correct.
I knew it.
And Jay is a goon.
But-
Not many people know this, but like Jay is a clown.
A clown.
Clown. Absolute
Oh,
clown.
dear.
Yeah.
Well, is it going to be enough to clown on them?
Yeah, dude. He's a clown outside of the server, but he's a demon in the server. He is KG
I
level.
don't know about a demon, but he's a good player.
You actually need to be careful.
He's a demon.
Okay, bro.
You actually need to be careful against secret. Like Jum is actually cheating. I'm not even kidding. He's genuinely cheating.
We do have Joom.
can check
Joom is literally wall hacking. Like he is actually wall hacking.
Liam or Ashen, Jay, Newers.
Yeah, but they're not. Actually
They're not walling.
Yeah.
Like Joom will really just
Nameless,
floor
but
bang you.
relax. Like you can see where people are at.
Same.
Let's relax.
No, Joom will stand on a mute jammer and he will literally just floor bang you out of the blue.
I think Ashen is better than Jum, bro.
No,
Yes.
no.
Whoa.
You think too?
Ashen.
Yes.
No.
No,
Sorry.
No.
But if they killed,
He's just loud.
oh my god, oh my god.
Sorry, I'm not one of the players, but you know.
No, Jum is good, bro.
Even if you kill Joom, then there's Mowgli, and Mowgli will destroy.
Do people forget about Benjamin Master?
World champion.
World champion.
MVP.
They stole him.
Oh, actually, Secret's the only team with no world champions on it in the top 4.
Yes.
Congrats, bro.
Thank you, bro.
No world champions on your
Time to
team.
get a title, huh?
Okay.
Yeah.
You can
I
try.
mean, Falcons used to be BDS. They only took trophies here, and look at where they are now.
You,
So
you think you can beat SSG?
Yes.
But you really think you can beat Fury or
Yes.
G2?
Yes. Both.
Really?
Both of you, I can beat.
Okay, buddy.
confidence.
All right, buddy.
Anybody can talk.
On
They've been
reload.
That's cool.
Herds or Gus, I don't know which one. Gus.
Gus.
He was very, very good for you guys. Huh? He saved you guys a lot on reload against us.
Thank you, Gus.
That's true.
Their big wins were in Brazil. This is not Brazil. Very different weather.
But they need this. They need this championship. They need this. This is the last trophy they don't have.
Yes.
True.
So this is important for them. They will be shaky, you know.
I dream with this trophy.
It's pretty heavy, actually.
Every night.
Every night I dream this.
Today will be a sad day. Real sad day. I'm gonna crush your key and I'm gonna be
No,
like,
bro. Come on, please.
Wait, speaking of, did you see Joom when he was crushing keys? Wait, I have it here. Oh my god.
Yes, I saw.
What he was doing.
So funny.
Oh, did you not see
The face.
Oh my god. Doom has a demon face.
Right.
A demon face.
Oh my,
Yeah.
Genuinely.
A demon face.
What is he doing?
And the Nate face.
I don't know what Nate.
Oh yeah, I see now. I see the Nate.
Oh, the Nate one is really good.
Bro.
Let me see.
Oh my god.
That's
bro.
crazy. He's insane. He is actually
It's
crazy.
It's Nate or Handy?
Nate.
I think Handy.
Oh.
I think Handy.
That's why they swap jerseys whenever.
I already beat Handy. Now it's Nate's turn.
Now you're gonna be Handy again.
Has Handy ever subbed in for Furia? Pretended to be Nate?
To Handy?
Yeah, Handy ever pretended to be Nate and played?
No.
Never.
Handy don't like to play again with his brother.
Oh really?
Brother, yes. I don't know why.
Look, it's still a big thing. This is obviously we had Reload, you had regionals, but this is kind of the first tournament you were invited to based on performance in CJX for everybody. Do you feel there's any difference? Because you're all champions, but that's all Siege, right? It's not the same game technically, but has it changed anything for you? Does it play the same way competitively?
No, it's the same.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah.
I don't notice anything.
Yeah. You did say.
I think it's changed.
Oh.
I think it's changed.
The game.
The game.
How?
Now it's easy to kill the enemy,
Genius.
It's more easy.
Genius.
In what way?
Because I felt the another siege is have a little lag.
To be honest, you're right. There's way more trades. I trade every game.
They did change trades.
Something is
Yeah.
changed.
the
You die
bullets-
quicker. You die quick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Wow.
To just register.
Oh my god. That's good, huh?
Think,
Yeah.
bro. Think.
Good job.
Be honest. GG.
Oh my god.
See, you prove them. You own them in the marketplace of ideas. Very good. Look, there.
You got that.
So many people were saying when they were first showed off that defense is just going to shoot them or never going to use them. But from Reload on, everybody's actually been using them for blockers, for treats.
Really?
I've seen them more often than you think.
Really? I never did this in my life.
I watched a lot of games.
You never got a kill for the fire extinguisher.
No.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I did
when you
once.
first when they first got added, I feel like people were dying to them because you didn't know which ones you had to shoot. But once you realize okay, I play this spot, I need to shoot this. Then it's
in Europe League was against Falcons on Cafe, the final.
Yeah.
The drone came down white stairs on bottom white on Cafe, and the drone jumped and I shot it, and I shot the fire thing, and I was 1 HP the whole round.
Oh my god.
on screens, Felipox kill me.
For the fire extinguisher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Alamau died 5
Face
times.
preparation.
Jesus.
Yes.
Alamau
kills you instantly.
Yeah, it kills you instantly,
Yeah.
even in prep phase. Yeah, you die.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't
kills
even.
you
Okay, I thought you just took no damage.
The smokes are kind of useful sometimes, I will say.
Yeah.
On
Yeah.
retreats,
Yeah,
or even as an attacker, you can
Yeah.
use it.
I don't play in these spots that have them. I don't know.
No, you usually.
I like the
dead.
bank one.
Yeah.
The
You're the dead
CEO
one first
and
minute.
the
I use that one.
windows.
You're
Oh.
so right.
Yeah,
I use that one. Yeah,
That one's pretty
that's good. That's
They need to add more stuff
Where?
like that.
On
CEO,
bank.
On bank.
On the
by
windows.
windows, you shoot it.
Yeah.
That one's good.
What if you're playing more like the Mira in
If you're long desk and you want to get aggressive on CEO,
Yeah, that's
you can
good.
shoot the one in between the double windows. And you can kind of
And they have another in basement.
yeah.
Yeah.
The hatch.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I
The
call
red
the hedge. Hedge.
Red.
Red.
Yeah.
Red hatch.
We call it as well.
Yes.
Red hatch.
Is the name
Red hatch.
the same?
Yeah.
Red hatch.
Because you shoot and jump.
Yes.
Smoke.
But you just shoot it as a defender. So
You
that
just
can
shoot it in
happen.
the beginning, yeah, and then you can't do it.
Yeah, because have teams in Brazil don't shoot.
Yeah, but
You guys are
Yeah,
not
of
playing
course,
bank today. I'm telling you that much. Just blew his
What
mind.
map today?
I don't know. Ramayo does the box.
Choose now. You choose one. I choose one.
What do you want to play? You can go first.
Come on, you first, bro.
To be honest, if it was just me, I want to play Consulate. I love Consulate. So nice.
You have a new Consulate with all the little rooms?
Yeah. Is that the best map ever?
That's okay.
You're gonna ban.
Replay?
You're
No,
gonna ban.
no.
You will ban. Of course you'll ban.
Surprise, bro.
You're gonna surprise. You're gonna surprise me on
Like
Consulate.
a secret invitation, you know? Remember?
When you killed the
labs.
Oh, the labs. This was nice. So nice.
But today's labs full ban, bro.
I've done.
Console.
You're gonna ban labs?
Of course.
Why?
Because it's full ban. Full ban.
Ah, is your ban?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Really? I didn't know. I don't know.
Really?
I don't. Ramayo does this.
Like I said, I don't consider G2 very intelligent.
What map you gonna pick? I gave you my pick. Border. You like border?
Oh.
I can
it's
say,
our
bro.
full ban.
Sorry, I
Border.
can say.
We are gonna ban. We are gonna ban the border.
I can't say.
Oh, you just gave him free info.
Igor.
Oh.
We're gonna ban the border, so it's fine.
It's crazy to think that you're afraid of someone and it's Igor.
Igor is kind of scary.
Yeah, Igor is the...
He's a boss.
Big boss.
Igor has
Uh,
Have boss.
The chief.
The big boss is Igor.
Oh my god.
What are you
My
guys
god.
playing? No pressure or anything.
Probably. I like Cons. as
Bro,
well.
Cons is so
Cons
good.
Great map.
Cons is
Big
good.
NA map.
Yeah, dude.
Lots of NA plays.
Bro, any maps. Labs.
Labs. I
Ooh.
like labs.
Secret are good at labs.
Labs is
Perhaps
nice.
a bit of layer.
Layer is nice, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't do any map bans.
Choose one.
Choose one for me.
Yeah, of course.
I wrote Consulate. For
Consulate.
me. If I was picking,
I
I'd pick
choose
Consulate.
layer.
Layer. Okay, very nice.
Layer
What about the
Consulate.
decider?
That sounds like a good best.
It makes sense that they pick Consulate and Layer.
Yes.
We'll see. Call out is big boss. Same.
Yeah, it's this.
Twister.
You would be very
Twister
much
is big
afraid of call out.
Bayu was the big boss in G2.
No, it's
Call-outs.
cameraman.
What if he's
Oh,
rushing
it's
me? Or what? Yes.
in
Come
general.
out,
Oh, in
cameraman
general, yes.
Said something to Ramayo, and Ramayo goes, shut up, shut up. Shut up, camera, shut up.
I believe.
The caller is very nice.
He's a
He's a
gentle
nice,
giant.
he's a nice guy.
You think?
You think
Oh.
if you beat us map 1, you will see.
You're
Okay.
dead.
Yeah.
Run.
So keep that in mind.
I'll remember.
Does cameraman do anything?
Yes, of course. What do you mean? Nah, like our cameraman and Ramayo are so good. They do everything for us. All of the bands, operators, all the strats. So good.
Who babysits you?
Me.
On the team?
Camera.
Makes sense.
Me. Like me
Oh, the whole
individually.
team.
Oh, the whole team. Yeah. Yeah. No one.
Really?
Alamau.
That's a terrible babysitter.
What are you doing, guys? Why are you trolling?
Oh dear.
Calm down.
Very good.
My God.
The secrets is
0-10. But.
Sounds like Ashen. At least with the 0-10 part.
Yeah.
He's been playing up a bit recently.
I trust all my teammates. We all
same.
every player goes up and down.
Yeah, of course.
So it is.
That's what I love about our team right now. Like, if you have a bad game, it's fine. It's whatever. Before, if you had a bad game, could be a bad situation.
Yeah.
But now it's like whatever. We have 5 good players.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. At least 2 of them are going to play good.
Yeah.
Good. Well,
My
gentlemen, it was good to Theorycraft with all of you and have a little chat about a lot of things. I'm sure if we were to continue, it'll be a few more hours, but you actually have games to play.
Yeah.
In a few hours, 2 great semis, G2 Furia, SSG Team Secret, and maybe some parts of this were clippable. I'm sure it was. There's a lot of fun. Let's see how it happens. Yeah. Give us. You're not playing it.
What's the...
I'll be there. No, look, I'm really ready with it.
We're going to have a lot of fun today. Trust.
Really fast.
All right.
See you then.
9 years ago, we saw the dawn of professional Rainbow Six with 2 European teams going head-to-head at a Pro League finals.
Penta versus Sisu. I didn't know anybody. I was nobody back then. I was incredibly nervous. But thinking about all those years, James, how many finals do you think G2 has been in?
A lot.
They've been in 5 grand finals. Of those 5, they have won 4 of them, only suffering 1 loss.
And that 1 loss was the last time 2 European teams went head-to-head in 2019 at the Raleigh Major, where they fell to the Dark Horses of Empire. Today, a new Dark Horse challenges G2. It's the youngest team at the tournament. Team Secret are undefeated. They haven't even lost a single map.
And on the other side, G2 stands tall. They're still the team to beat after all these years. Despite many roster changes and iterations, only 2 players on this roster, Doki and Elamau, has ever been in a grand final.
Can Team Secret do it? Can they upset G2? Or is a third era of this infamous dynasty imminent? Find out at the Esports World Cup.
Welcome back to Rainbow Six Siege X at the Esports World Cup. The finals are upon us. G2 Esports going up against Team Secret. A whole lot of rookies taking on that stage today to play for an international title. I'm Jeannie, joined with Leo and Anne this time around. Welcome. Gosh, this is so exciting.
Yeah, I am so excited. I'm glad to be here for the final, like you mentioned as well. So many rookies in this final. So many players that have never played such a high-stakes match at this point. 8 in total that have never been on this kind of territory before. That will only cause some sparks in this game, I'm 100% sure.
Whatever happens, history will happen for sure, because we will crown a new champion. But most importantly, like you've said, we're going to see some young players lift a trophy for the first time, gain $750,000 for the first winner as a team. Honestly, it's incredible to think that only 3 months ago, by the way, Stompin was beginning his professional matches, and now he's about to win his first international title.
If you looked me in the face earlier of this tournament and you said, Ginny, the finals is going to be EU versus EU, I would have laughed in your face and I would have called you delusional. But fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to look at it, that is exactly the situation where we are in. However, along the way, both of these teams have crushed many dreams of their opponents and the fans that came with them, as well as the keys. And you know what? I don't know. Who do we think has got the better reaction? I feel like Joom was probably like less on purpose, whereas Doki really tried to get it in there.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I love this so much. Inject this into my veins. These reactions from the teams having crushed the hopes and dreams and the keys of their opponents that they have gone up against. So one more has to be crushed, and with that, obviously, dreams will be crushed as well.
I think it's 2 very different dreams. On one side, you have Secret. Secret has been held accountable by Falcons, by G2, by big titans of European Siege for so long. They were never reaching this international heights because they were getting kept by Falcons back then. And then on the side of G2, it's all about these guys reaching the heights of 6 invitational winners again. These guys, through 2 different iterations, reached that title. Now they have a 3rd one. It's time to prove they can win their international title.
Yeah, and it's not that this is a matchup that they are strangers to, because we're looking at G2, we're looking at Secret. They've both competed in the EML, and we're looking at how G2 has been going up against Secret. It's the classic G2O.
Yeah, it is a G2O, as we see on top of our screens here. These 2 teams have played against each other twice in the last 2 months, like you said, in the EML. One of those being a best of 1 in the group stage, won by G2, and then the other one being a best of 3 in the playoffs that saw G2 go to the grand final. Now, those both went in the way of G2. Secret able to pick up 1 map, but they haven't just got that edge over G2 in the way that they've actually won a whole series against them just yet.
All right, and so if I take a look and I zoom out a little bit, in the last 2 years, how many times have they faced? 8 times, right?
8, yes.
How many times has Secret beaten G2 in 8 times?
I think 1.
All right. We've got a clear challenger and we've got a clear favorite here. A single win over 8 matches.
But although I absolutely agree, history hasn't really repeated itself at this tournament. So I feel like, yes, we can look at how these teams have been going up against each other and who's in favor it has been going for. But realistically, what we also really need to take into consideration this matchup of G2 against Secret is that this is the pinnacle of Siege that we've seen from both of these teams being played. Every single day here at EWC, whenever one of these teams has loaded into that server, they were on fire and they were ready to go. Of course, G2, maybe we could say that lower bracket run after they lost against SR, but still, they are all locked in, and I think that makes it just that much more entertaining.
It's just beautiful to see, I think, because we're seeing the peak form of each rosters and all that on the base of roster changes. It's Stompin that brings the light into G2, but it's Noah and Mowgli that bring the light into Secret.
And Secret is the team that we're going to have to highlight first because, as we already touched upon, this is a roster that we've seen flourish over the last couple of days here at EWC. Not just when it comes to their performance on the server, but also when it comes to their personalities and their comfortability with each other and being in front of that camera.
Yeah, and I might have a lukewarm take for this one here. I actually think Secret might look cleaner in this event so far than G2 have done. Secret haven't even dropped a single map yet, so making it 2 here was a little bit easier for this team. And we talked about this before as well. Give Secret a grudge match and they will take it with both hands. When we look at their performances against, for example, Falcons, we say that in the EML, Falcons have always got the upper hand over Secret when it comes to quarterfinals, when it comes to any kind of match. And what did Secret go and do? They beat Falcons, not just in a best of 3, in a best of 1 as well. So this will mean so much for them.
This stage felt different for Secret. We were waiting for that moment where they would break their ceiling and finally reach the highest of international heights. And I think with you and we noticed that during the EML. We noticed them breaking curses. We noticed them beating Falcons. And look at these guys. They're all young, they're all professional, and they're all aligned on the same vision. Behind the voice of Savage, they're looking amazing so far this event.
They're looking amazing. They're looking comfortable. They are looking ready to go as they are pulling up to the venue right about now to start the competition here for the finals. It is also really important to highlight the fact that they are going up against G2, and I think although we haven't seen them being phased in the past by going up against opponents that they don't necessarily have the best track record against, it is still a potential mental battle that they have to fight. But either way, I would love to hear how they were feeling, and we had lax to catch up.
Thank you. That's it? I need a little more. I need a little more from you. I don't know. I think it'll be a very good game. We know G2 very well. They know us very well, So I think at the end of the day, it'll be who shows up better in the day, who's more in form, who's hitting their shots better. And yeah, I don't know. Hopefully for a good game.
All right, what about you? Wait, where's Mowgli? Mowgli, what about you? How are you feeling?
Very good, bro. My first grand final, so, feeling more than good.
Absolutely. All right, where's Joom at? Joom, there he is. There's the man. All right, obviously for the rest of your team and yourself, this is your first grand final at an S-tier event. What are the emotions going through your mind right now?
Honestly, I'm pretty chill about it. Surprisingly, I think we deserve this, and I think we're ready for it.
What's been the biggest improvement, obviously, from stage to stage, tournament to tournament, leading all the way up until this very point?
I think just trusting the process as a team and just connecting more over every event, just getting to know each other.
Now, this is going ahead. If you were to win this tournament, what would this mean for you personally? And give me a good answer. Don't give me something boring.
For me, it would mean a lot because it has always been a dream for me winning a big event, and this is like one of the big events you want to win. So I would be very happy about it.
And if you were to win, who would be the 3 keys that you would put next to your guys' trophy?
Falcons, for sure. Probably SSG, and then W7M.
All right. Well, Joom, good luck in your match. That's it from us here down below. Team Secret, ladies and gentlemen, back to our desk.
And their opponents are none other than G2 Esports, a roster that coming into this year, we had questions in regards of how they're going to perform with a lot of the changes that they've made. You have that core left in Alamau and Doki. How is the new blood going to mix with the old? And they've proven it in EML, and they continue to prove it here at EWC.
That's the whole point of what we mentioned, the amount of rookies in this grand final. Yes, Doki and Elamau, they've played those grand finals before, but they have these 3 players on their team that have never been to this stage before and will have to support them in a way as well. And when we look at this team in general, yesterday, incredible resilience after map 1. It didn't really look that good for G2 going up against Furia, but after that first map, they went 14-4 in rounds to claw that series back, and they deserve their spot in the grand finals.
Oh, and they've got something for themselves. That's the threshold, that's the experience, and that's Doki right there. I can taste the fear of the fallen. Soon to be here, Team Secret. Just a matter of time. That is Doki standing on all of the remnants for the keys that have been crushed so far. And honestly, I think he's going to add Secret there. He's feeling it. He's feeling confident.
I feel like you're already throwing a prediction here, and we haven't even fully done the entire analysis, which honestly, bro, hella respect. But G2, again, the thing is that first map wasn't the G2 that we thought, and this is a best of 5, so you do have that ability to adapt. And yesterday, and Furia was supposed to be the ultimate test for
Love
G2,
this moment,
and it was
by the way.
supposed to be pushing them to their limits, but it didn't really feel like that was the case on the last 2 maps.
No, I mean, we mentioned it a few times before, right? The big question that we had for G2 is, can they also keep up these results against big international teams? And boy, did they do that. I mean, when we look at G2 yesterday, Stompin being the MVP, so very well deserved. Laura stepped up, living up to his in-game name. And then even from a player like Elamau, who's taken that more passive role on the backbone of the team, he was stepping up as well. Like, if you have Elamau playing Shields, I don't want to play against him because it just seems so scary. He'll be pushing at you and still putting up insane numbers.
Yeah, it's the old blood and from Alamau and Doki. And then we have these 3 new players here, Leo, that have really breathed life into this G2 roster.
Yeah, for the first time, Stompin, Loira, and Blaz will be attending the grand finals. And let's take a look at a moment yesterday where they stepped up. Not the old guard, but these guys. And that's going to be on Lair. They were in a situation where they're in a 3v5, 50 seconds left on the board. They're in attack, and you're thinking, how are they going to win this? Well, they will pick the players apart one by one. Blaz is first facing a smoke here. He shoot the gas canister. He's going to take that 1v1, send the flash to be in an advantage, and take that 1v1 and wins it. Now, at this moment, what are they going to face when they come down the stairs? They're going to face this Tachenka looking through a mirror window, facing straight to the stairs. Loira with a single flash will dispatch this Tachenka. Look at this. Send the flash. He fakes to go to the rotate, to the doorway, sprints in, straight headshot to the flash player. That's Loira for you. He just dispatched a mirror really easily. At this moment, he's got connector control. And look at Stomping straight from his right, sending his Mirror to the doorway so they can attempt the plant. Look at the Melusi here. She cannot do anything, she cannot deny the plant, and that allows for Stompin to go for the plant at the same moment based on his utility. At this moment, you can see Loira's got connector control, and I just want you to pay attention to the positioning of these 3 young players that will attempt for the first time the grand final. Loira is cutting off the entirety of Labs here, which means JV and Hertz, they cannot deny the plant. Blaz, from above, from the hatch, can watch to rotate here at the same time. And that doorway? Well, that doorway remains closed because of the Aurora gadget. The Melusi here is stuck and cannot do anything. So when you look at this, and you look at the round play out, Loira can take his 1v1 here and win it. Blaz from the hatch kills the first Mira. At this moment, the plant is down, and they've turned it 3v5 into a 3v2. Perfect setup on the side of G2, straight from the young gunners, the players that had the least experience. And that is, for me, the big victory for G2. They've recruited the best players possible for that roster, and they're ready to take on a grand final and a title.
And I don't speak any Brazilian Portuguese, but you just know that Nate was so mad after that happened. You think you're safe behind that mirror window. The confidence that Laura brings in there to peak that, to push that, I hope to see it again today in the grand final.
I mean, you'd absolutely hope so, but you'd want to see it from both teams as well. And G2 yesterday really had Furia's number, and they were absolutely locked in, confident, ready to hit the ground running, and that's something that we're looking forward from their perspective again today.
No, absolutely. I'm thinking at these guys, and I'm thinking of confidence. Exactly what Felipox said. We're looking at a team that is in full honeymoon period, and as Alemao takes this key, he's hopefully he's going to add it to the totem.
Confident yesterday, but confident today? Let's find out.
Into the grand final we go. Alamau, how you feeling?
Feeling good, feeling good.
All right, what about you, Doki? How you feeling?
Another day at the office.
Another day at the office. All right, the man, the demon, Loira. Loira, how are you feeling today?
Just chilling like always. No emotions.
Now, how do you feel going into this grand final? This will be your first grand final ever with this team, ever as a player. Don't give me a boring answer here. I mean, I just want to know the emotions that is going through your mind right now.
I mean, it feels amazing, of course. First grand final, first BO5. Excited to see how it goes. If we're gonna stay here for 6 hours playing, let's see, but it's gonna be nice.
Are you glad that when you go into your matchup, you don't have to deal with the drums, with the yelling that came with the Furious side?
Nah, I would love if they stay here playing. I love the crowd being against us. I love to hear the noise. I love to win the match and go there, tell them to shut down. So I like this.
For sure. Well, I just want to ask one question. This is obviously going into the future. If you win this tournament, what will that mean to you?
It will mean a lot. Like, all this time we were being shit at the events. Like, ever since I joined the team, listen to everybody saying a lot of bad things about us. So this will mean a lot. Like, not only for us, but I mean for everybody that is watching us and believe in us, cheer for us. So It'll be nice.
Absolutely. And where did Stompin go? I needed Stompin. He left. Well, all right, Laura, obviously, good luck in your match. You've been an absolute demon. That wraps it up here. I'm going to send it back to you guys at the desk.
Just another day in the office. Cool, calm, and collected. That's what we're hearing from every single one of the G2 players. But this is their ultimate test yet at EWC.
Well, there is Stompin. I mean, Lexington was looking for him. We have in the head-to-head today against Adrian. Two of those new players that have never been to this type of matchup before are players that we're looking forward to in this matchup. Adrian, someone who doesn't always have the greatest of times when he goes to LAN events, but has really been carrying the logs for his team. And then Stompin on the other side, proving that he is one of the top rookies of the stage.
But we're really looking forward towards the map veto at this point. This is where we have to really dissect what both of these teams are doing, because we've only seen BO3 so far. So when it comes to the best of 5, when it comes to the map pool, when it comes to what these teams are comfortable with, we're going Cafe, Club, Labs, Bank, and Sky. I would like to see all 5 maps, but Leo, what's the likelihood here?
All right, so looking at G2 picking Cafe, I think that is a really good one for them. So far, they have faced some of the strongest competition possible on this map. They've beaten NiP, a team that used to love that map, their favorite map. They've beaten Falcons, they've beaten FaZe. This team only lost Cafe to Furia, the best Cafe team in the world. So that makes a lot of sense for them to pick it, Anne.
We're looking at Clubhouse as a secret pick. I think they saw an opportunity here because this is G2's most banned maps over the past few months. For Secret, though, pure numbers-wise, it hasn't been the greatest map for them. The most recent result is a 7-5 against Virtus.pro and EML.
And then G2 goes on to pick Labs. I think this is something that makes sense. They've won it twice during EML. No one has dared playing it against them so far. But it is a great map for Secret as well. They beat SSG yesterday on it. And then we're going to move on to the SSG speak, right? Secret speak,
Yeah,
sorry.
we're going to move on to Bank indeed. Like you say, historically, it's a great map for Secret as well. It's the map that saw them go to the grand finals yesterday. When we're looking at that. And for G2, it's also a relatively good map, right? They broke that big win streak that Falcons had over in the EML, so it should be good for both teams, really.
We end on Skyscraper, a team where...
We end on Skyscraper. Okay,
if that's a decider, as a reminder, G2 beat FaZe on it in an incredible map, but also for Secret, it's been a great one for them. They actually beat Weibo at D7 on it as well. We're looking at a really balanced map pool, and we did not expect any less from two teams that have been dominating Siege so far.
So you're coming out saying that it's a very balanced map pool, and both of these teams already have, like, obviously scrimmed each other on for EML. They've played each other on it for EML. They've not played each other yet here at this event. How are we looking in terms of the odds for Secret?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, for Secret, this is going to be a big thing for them for the grand final. My most favorite thing about this map veto, the way it turned out maybe even, is that we see the depth of these two teams in regards to the map pool. The maps they played against each other during the EML weren't even picked or chosen for this map veto here. So we were going to see 8 different maps between these two teams over the past few months, and that just really shows how strong these two teams' map pool is going into this.
It also kind of puts into perspective the stamina that we're going to have to expect for both of these teams, because we haven't seen them play a best of 5 yet. This is the first best of 5 that we have here in the tournament, and of course it's the grand finals.
Yeah, I believe everything is against Secret right now, and one of this is the stamina and the experience. I think if you look at this, you look at the previous head-to-head and you think, of course G2 is the favorite. You look at the honeymoon and you think, of course G2 is the favorite. You look at the talents on the side of G2 and you think, of course they're the favorite. But Secret, they defied all odds. They didn't drop a single map. They went there all the way there in their first grand final. I still believe in them. This should be a great matchup. Yes, G2 is the favorite, but I do believe that Secret has a chance here.
$750,000, 1,000 club championship points, and the EWC championship title for Rainbow Six Siege X here in Riyadh. In a turn of events that nobody expected, we have a grand final that consists of EU versus EU. Question remains, is this the best region that Siege currently has to offer? G2 going up against Team Secret.
It's just like such a surreal thing to be thinking about, you know, going to a final or anything like that when you haven't been there for at all.
It feels amazing. I've dreamed this for years, so I'm really excited.
I think we've been so close so many times that all we need is that 2% extra to just push through and win.
I think if we just keep playing how we've been playing, keep being calm during the games, and I think we'll just keep winning.
I think this is the beginning of definitely a new era for us as a team.
The secret weapon strikes the space station to the ground.
Honestly, our coaches they're the best coaches. I just keep listening to them, and we win every game. So.
And hopefully we can take the crown home and learn even more.
We've already beaten better teams than the last two, in my opinion, so we're going to bring home this trophy for sure.
Opportunities to achieve something legendary in life do not come around very often. But when they do, you have to seize them with both hands and never let go. Our two grand finalists are well aware of the rarity of a chance like this, at a trophy like this, and will give everything they have here in Riyadh.
Ian, it's incredible. The past months and even weeks of preparation, competition before any of these teams here even knew that they would get the invite and earn their spot at the Esports World Cup 2025. And now a grueling week of competition has ended down to the final point. The tip of the spear, the top of the mountain. It's our grand finals, FC Jax.
After years of one team's dominance here in Riyadh, it is time to begin the process of crowning new kings.
Metamorphosis. It's time to begin anew. Let's welcome then our teams to the stage, kicking it off with Team Secret! The Dark Horses for so long. They've carried the name and the moniker. And now all the way to the top, to the grand final of the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. This team of young gunners, guided by the experienced hands that have sown their spaces in within them and in between them for the past year, have made it here. What an unexpected journey, but it all started with a simple step.
Their opponents are ready. Please welcome onto the stage, it's G2! G2 is back. Many of their fans have missed moments like this, have longed for moments like this since they won the 6th Invitational in 2023, 900 plus days ago. G2 is back in trophy contention. So we bring together two players for a face-off here. Noah, come and join us.
Stop it, please.
Two players that have absolutely lit up this stage. Come a little bit closer together, guys.
Eye to eye.
Last opportunity to get inside one another's heads ahead of this massive grand final. Noah, you first.
I'm just ready to have a fun game, and yeah, that's it.
All right, fair enough. Mild, but very respectful. Stompin', you've been talking a lot of trash over the past week of competition on Twitter. I've seen it. Anything to say as we get Doki's inspo in the background.
Nah, that was just Furia. It'll be a good game. It'll be a fun game.
There it is.
Are you ready? Please shake hands, guys. Go and get into position. And best of luck. Look, if that's anything to go by, G2 are going to be loud in this game.
This is the new generation that we just saw on this stage. Both Noah and Stompin, right? The new generation of top players that we'll get to see compete. Maybe they'll lift their first ever trophy here at the Esports World Cup. We're guaranteed one of them will. But yeah, we're going to get a lot of screams out of both of these squads, and especially a bit of G2. Ian, I think it's time for us to get it started.
I think it's time indeed.
It is it. It's our grand final. Team Secret versus G2. Let's kick it off!
Today, one of these teams will return home with their heads raised as high as they possibly could. G2, as they celebrate their former wins and the legacy that has been forged by so many iterations of this roster before them. Two of these players raising a hammer 2 years ago in Montreal, Alamau and Doki. Now, it's time for the new generation to lead the way. It's time for players like Stompin to set the stage. And on the opposite side, Team Secret. What can we say about this team? They are Siege's best kept secret. Nobody had heard about these teams, these players. Nobody had expected they would make a grand final, and this is a debut onto the world stage for so many of these players.
To go into a grand finals, looking to your left and looking to your right and not seeing anyone who has been in such a position before means who's going to lead the way? Who's going to be the captain, the calm, the peace? And guys, don't worry, we got this. Because there's a very big difference in G2 and Secret in terms of experience. The longer this BO5 goes on for, the bigger advantage I will give G2 because they have that experience. Secret, what they need today is to show us what they're made of as early as possible. Get in the server, hit the ground running, and show us they can take a map before it slips away.
And Pengu, this match is a story of juxtapositions. The contrast between these two teams, the one thing they have in common is that both of these organizations have been in Siege for a very long time. The very first time we saw G2 and Secret meet was way back at G2's very first event at the 6 Major Paris in 2018, where you with G2, Pengu, knocked Secret out of that tournament. Now, many generations later, with none of the players remaining from those original rosters, we set the stage for a very new story, and one that has been back and forth, but G2 seemingly always getting the better of Secret.
Hey, shout out to my boy Goga. Him and I did a 2v5 clutch against Secret on Bank CEO attack, by the way, back when it was like the LM, Schlacky, Meepy roster. Of course, this is a new generation, as we keep referring to. It's all aggressive players, also mechanically gifted. It's a very different Secret. And honestly, starting stage 1 of EML, I did not think they would be going this far into EWC, but they have proved everybody wrong.
And there are so many stories for the players on this Secret roster as well. The oldest of the roster is actually Mowgli, who is regarded as the young gunner of his former roster of Wolves. Yeah. And he was with that team for such a long time. That team disbanded. The players went their different ways. And now the Frenchman has joined this very diverse European roster over 3 years into this career. He's joined at the same time as Noah, who we saw on stage a few moments ago, who himself has had quite a troublesome career. He's failed to break it into the big leagues until this moment.
When he started in his first stage of EML, it was in TT9 Esports. He was the worst rated player the entire stage of everybody in Europe, and now he finds himself much improved, much more experienced, and much more confident in the server.
And of course, the IGL of Team Secret, Savage, well, he's played for this team for more than 3 years and failed to make it past the top 4 that entire time. But just hold on, everybody, because legends rise and fall. Trophies have been lifted, hearts broken, and stars born. The dream that lingers in the eye of every pro player to take the stage, to build a legacy, to rise above, and to become a champion at the Esports World Cup. It's time for G2 and Secret.
Asami, just gonna call it. All right, I love this from Team Secret right off the rip right now. They saw what happened in the G2 Fury matchup where Fury, they banned the Castle and the Asami, and they were just exposing G2's weaknesses from the window repels. It was a massive struggle when G2 were on the defensive side of this exact map. And more than that, this map was picked by G2. That means Secret, they choose the starting side. And I know that some people argue that Cafe is kind of attacker favorite these days. This is a grand final. This is the one moment where starting on defense is ultra comfortable, because you just sit back, play your strat, and see what happens next. You don't have any nerve to make the play, to be the hero, to be the initiator. Secret chose to start on the attacking side. They chose to target ban the Castle and the Asami. They are well prepared for this first map.
You could say it's a bit of an ego chow from G2 to go to Cafe when they just lost it to Furia, and it's even more an ego chow from Secret to pick the attacking side. But if you remember, Pengu, yesterday, that semi-final, G2 and Furia, my God, what an attacking-sided affair. Both of those teams so explosive and convincing on that attacking side, despite playing a fair few defensive-favored maps. So I see the vision here from Secret. Hold your horses, don't get too over ahead of yourselves, because everyone has underestimated Secret so far in this tournament.
You can't afford to.
You certainly cannot.
D2, of course, starting downstairs in kitchen and service bomb site, most likely due to those operator bans being made on the assignment in the castle, because this is the least rappel-oriented bomb site. Secret, most likely going for a run clear, want that vertical control to ram and the Bach. They want to play for execute. They want the 5v5 by the bomb site 2 minutes from now. G2, they have two options. Either you give them the map they desire, you give them the opportunity to execute, and you have a counterplay, denying them Panda, for example, or lashing out right before they're ready. Second option, you try and disrupt Team Secret early with aggression and try and pick off just one of these 5 attacking operators. Every single operator is so vital for Secret's plan.
We've seen G2 in the past play that early aggression. We saw a lot of it from Furia them, and G2 had a very similar interpretation of how to play that game. It was continue taking the fight so that you don't allow the late round executes with 5 attackers alive. But my question is, will G2 continue that playstyle? Because for now, it's been silence in the server.
It is quite common in big stake games that players will start off very passive until they get comfortable in the server, because again, the pressure is on. G2 being on defense, it should favor them technically speaking, because if Secret is too slow to roam clear, time can become a problem. But I'll say this, they've been pretty good so far. Half the round burned, they got the entire map control above the bomb side. They can start doing the vertical destruction. Because they have the Bach, the fuse, and the ram, they can get this job done extremely quickly.
It's the benefit of having so much redundancy in the operator lineup here. The fuse wants to get to work. Savage keen to open up that hatch, but Secret's IGL is going to have to wait for the Tubarão to subside. He goes again. And Loira is actually a little bit too late to send out another one of those Zoto canisters, so the hatch will be opened quite early for Secret.
Time taken, utility being cleared out, the Twitch drone waiting for the grenade. No Goyo canister to speak of though, there is one. Adrian took a single point of damage from a stray fuse charge maybe, I'm not entirely certain, but he was very surprised himself on what happened there, or it could have been an impact from Stumpman perhaps.
Well, this is exactly what Secret wanted, isn't it? It's a 5 versus 5 with 40 seconds to go. The bomb site is available, it's opened up.
You drop with the fuse shield, you walk in, you ignore Loira inside of VIP and try and go for a plan with 30 seconds left. If one thing goes the wrong way, one stray C4 finds a pick, that could be the entire round for Secret lost.
And yet it's a bit of a surprise that G2 have just sat back and waited for it. There is the first rip, the C4 from Loira. The Savage, the shield operator, and the diffuser carrier. He goes down. Will the rest of the team follow suit? Because here is Loira lying in wait with the DMR. A big 2K for the Brazilian. And Secret, despite having that 5v5, they have not found any way to bite into the bomb site. Joom left all alone with no hope in hell of clutching up the round. He saves it. And it's an easy lockout for G2 in the opening round.
Again, if that fuse dies to a C4, they quite literally don't have a plan B because they can't drop the hatch. The whole strategy, you have a shield operator that can block on our side, drop the hatch, walk in, get down that diffuser. He dies first right here, perfectly ripped. No counterplay, it's beautiful. And the only thing I can really criticize with Secret there is they played the most predictable round of Siege into a default setup. G2 knew exactly what was going to be happening from the very beginning of that round.
Yeah, if anything, I'm a little bit surprised that G2 was so confident to play the late round, because if that C4 missed, then Secret might have actually been...
It's much harder if it misses, yeah.
They might well have been on the money there. But a good opening round for G2 nonetheless. Secret, like we said, they were the ones that picked the attacking side, so they're the ones that have got to show us that was the right decision. Here at the Esports World Cup, there's so much going on. We had the privilege of walking around the stadiums earlier today. There are 3 massive stadiums. Of course, we're here at the Amazon Arena for Rainbow Six. There's plenty going on at the others. And the fans here, the crowd, I mean, you're getting stopped every 2 seconds, Pengu. There's been so much passion for Rainbow Six here.
It's true.
It doesn't stop at the drums for Furia or the cries in the crowd for G2. No, everybody here is ready for some world-class Siege.
Player is getting ready, small tech issue, I think on the side of Blast, looking at him missing the headset. I saw there's some fun bands in the chat. G2 were like typing in team chat, not all chat, so Secret were like, what's going on? Why are we pausing? They had no idea what was going on. It all got resolved. Now, your Secret, as I said, the biggest thing for them is to find your stride as early as possible. Of course, this is true for any team, that the earlier you start winning, the better. But when you are the least experienced by far, first grand finals, no one to look to, maybe for some motivation, it's important that they find some success, some confidence early on. Stompen has shown us so much consistency and such a calm, cool, collected mind, even in big matches. And he said in the interview before this started, we've already beaten 2 better teams early this tournament. I assume he means Fury and FaZe in that case. Secret's just another team to us. And it's such a true statement. If you are a player on T2's side, you're the team to win. By every metric, by every realistic prediction. But if you underestimate Secret, give them a little bit too much respect in the server, they're going to take that gap. They're going to abuse it, like they did against Space Station. Because Secret, up against North Americans, they were smurfing. That was way too easy for them.
And it was the same story when Secret came up against Weibo from APAC. They have had a clean sweep through this bracket. And while, yes, this is a David and Goliath matchup, and Secret are the underdogs, they don't even have a player in the top 5 highest rated players at the tournament so far. Meanwhile, they've of course got Loira from G2. But despite that, this Secret team has not dropped a single map across the tournament. Not something that G2 themselves can say. In fact, they were sent down to the lower bracket in the group stage by Shopify Rebellion. And of course, they had that match against NIP as well that they only barely won. They had a loss on Bank in that map. They also had a loss on Cafe against Furia just yesterday. Secret, in contrast, absolutely flawless.
That again goes back to what if this becomes a long series. The most they've played is 2 maps in a row. G2 have at least gone 3 maps a couple of times. This can go 5. Let me tell you, a best of 3, that's one thing. A best of 5 is something that most players rarely ever get to experience. There are so many people who play a lot of years in tier 1 level competition of Siege and never personally play and participate in the best of 5. It's a deep run in map pool, strategy, adaptations, countering your opponent. And remind you, yeah, you gotta remember it map by map. Right now, G2 and Secret only worrying about Cafe. But in the back of your mind, you've already discussed all 5 maps you potentially will be playing because you have to be like, guys, what's the game plan? It's gonna be a long night, potentially.
Yeah, it could well be. It's just past 7 p.m. here in Riyadh, Saudi time. But previous nights, our matches have gone well past midnight. And it could be the same here tonight as well. If these teams give us a show, and I certainly hope they do. We've been so surprised by Secret this event. We saw this match in the upper bracket final of EU, right? And while it was a tight affair, and Secret were 2 rounds from knocking G2 down into that lower bracket, I think people do look at this as a local matchup, a European matchup, and every day of the week they say, well, it's a G2 win, right? Like, they beat them in the round-robin phase, and they beat them in the playoffs of EML. But once you take a little step closer and you look at the current form of Secret, undefeated here at EWC, well, that tells quite a different story.
See the players get active. The second round, Secret, poised to strike, waiting. A Ram Boogie Drone, I think, prepped on the floor to generate a bunch of noise. It's in the window frame, actually. Perhaps a burn near Rooney Gate in that case. Flashbang to follow. It's a Grim exposed to the window. Savage, misposition, gets picked by Loira. I'm not sure what the plan is here from Secret because there's not really anything happening. They don't have a Capital, they have no frag grenades on that side. Not sure what the plan is.
And G2 is starting to warm up, have a little bit more confidence to take risks. Hello. Wow.
This is...
Jum almost had an opportunity there to find the kill, but he misses it. I'm not sure what happened with the reaction time there. Meanwhile, Mowgli has fallen, and Secret are sadly left with nothing. In shambles, a 3v5, no headway made. One player of Adrian, top rated on the team, by the way, is looking to make a peek in from shop. He's contesting Alamau here. Blaz below with a Nitro Cell. That could be nuclear, but no, Doom just survives it.
Adrian pushing aggressively, important gunfight coming up, but they peel back. He got 3 people looking for him.
It's a crossfire. In fact, it's a repeat here. Aggression from Stompin. He finds a double. The young king for G2 to get himself onto the scoreboard and assert his dominance. He's hungry for it. A flawless round thanks to Stompin's heroics. And G2 are here to make a statement.
Yeah, and this is nerve showing from Secret, right? They're barely moving in the server. They're on the window repels with the wrong utility, no coordination, not watching the right angles, getting picked off guard. I mean, this right here from Loira, this kill should never happen. Savage completely mispositioned. They look scared right now. If you saw the Secret yesterday against Team Space Station, they were just finding gaps. They were pretty much abusing the fact that they were quite rigid in their strategy, just countering it, adapting around them. They've been passive so far. Now they chose on the starting side. They wanted to be here, James.
Yeah.
I don't think they might feel that way any longer because these first runs have been brutal.
Yeah, attack is not easy, as they have discovered. And even the starts of these rounds haven't looked too hot for them. G2 have won the opening kills twice in a row. We talked a little bit about this in the G2 Furia game yesterday, but G2 actually the 3rd worst team in EML. So there's 7 teams better than them when it comes to getting those opening kills. But when they do get that opening kill, they win the rounds 83% of the time. Now, if they can keep getting opening kills, then I feel like the story might, well, read itself. On the flip side, Secret have some of the best entry players in EML. In fact, we've got 3 of the top 10 entry players. Mowgli, Noah, and Doom are all insane on those entry engagements, at least on a typical day. Yeah. How about in a grand final?
I want to see some speed, I want to see some pace here from Team Secret. Don't go quiet into these rounds, because once they build their confidence, once they gain momentum, it's hard to stop them. It's the 3rd round. After this, we'll see the final operator bans. Maybe that can help them out, worst case, if they cannot find success in this one. Doom on window repel, again, cutting off some of those angles, applying phantom pressure, open up all the windows. But I want to see Secret entering the building and striking first. Right now, they've been waiting. And G2, when they pick a gunfight, when they choose where to take the fight, they tend to win it.
Oh, I like this Brava pick, though. It's going to be difficult with the mute jammers around, but those are runing gates. Can be targeted, as can the ADSs from Jaeger. And can the cameras as well.
Checking if it's theirs or not.
It's nice. It's actually, a lot of people don't realize, but if you ping out one of your own gadgets, it'll tell you, based on the team color, whether it's yours or not.
Dogi again just waiting. They recognize Secret aren't doing a whole lot. Has to watch the brown stairs and of course be wary of the hatch drop. There is Savage down the red hatch in towards Cigar Shop. They got the yellow pings from Secret, so they have information, but do not, again, have the utility to do anything about it. There is no Capital, there is no Grim, no frag grenades inside.
Doki wants to make this play, but no, thinks better of it, and he retreats back. The Brava continuing to get active here with the drone, and Stompin might actually fall back. There are layers of this defense to hold on to, that mirror window being one of them. Out comes a concussion from the Zephyr, but a C4 from way downtown all the way from below through the holes in the floor to find the opening kill for Secret, or rather G2. Immediately though a trade as Alamau has fallen and, well, it looks like everyone from G2 has fallen back down.
Not a ton of self-destruction here for Secret. No secondary soft breaching, just the primary of Sophia and the Ash. Again, yellow ping information constantly coming out here from Secret, so they have good knowledge. They gotta act on it. Get inside, get downstairs, take those fights, boys.
Yeah, they've got info, and they've managed to wallbang Stompin down to low HP. Now, Doki has fallen. Ooh. The angles are open, but Stompin still finds the kill. He's absolutely insane, but he is still taken low. And it's just him and Blaz to clutch up for G2 while Secret starts circling. A Nitro Cell available. Be careful. That's Stompin after all. His Nitro comes out and it takes down the Diffuser player. Oh, Savage, you needed to get that Diffuser down. Blaz needs to reposition, but Stompin, he's happy to re-peak that every day of the week, but he loses the fight. Blaz has the clutch, but Noah says not today. Secret are on the scoreboard.
G2 stuck in corners there at the very end. There was a struggle for them. Stompin just swinging out, taking every single confrontation despite being 10 health for the majority of the round. Dogi said lucky bots in the in-game chat. I'm not sure that was luck, Dogi, because they had yellow ping information, and finally Secret, they said, guys, we know what they are, we have to just fight them. And they are jumping down from the skylight, taking the fights themselves, and actually taking control of the round.
And so the last operator bands come out. The fuse remains in, so Secret still have a shield, but they don't have the Ying. You mentioned that Kaid ban. I don't actually think we've seen the Kaid as of yet from G2, if I'm not wrong.
I don't recall either myself. Oh, actually, it was brought one round, but it was a flawless round. Stopping just hunted them all down. So they put the kite claws in reading bomb side to get the walls inside of Freezer upstairs facing piano. And I mean, it's one of those kite claws that you literally need an EMP for it. I don't think it's going to be a massive issue, but with that being said, Secret struggles have not really been related to any particular operators. It's been themselves not, you know, getting in the building, not taking those fights, not feeling good enough about it. So I don't think Secret's situation will change too much based on what they would ban. You know, if they bring the mirror, you got the Ash, you got the kite, you got the EMPs. But banning out the kite does mean you get a little bit more operative flexibility. The same can be said if you ban out, for example, the Valkyrie, don't gotta bring the IQ. So it could just be a matter of simplifying your attack and lineup. Less things to punish them with.
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, back downstairs we go for G2, and they're pretty much running the exact same lineup. Yeah, interesting to me that Secret elected to use that ban on the Kaid rather than something like the Warden, the Goyo, the Iruni, or the Tubarao. We've seen all of those very much active here for G2. Loira, of course, had a great round from VIP with that Tubarao. And Alamal, he's been picking this Iruni almost every round for G2.
He did this yesterday as well, so Secret are aware of it. Oh, okay. Can be dangerous when you're prone on the floor. Can't just run away. The lineup from Secret here, it has potential for a direct attack. They could go for roam clear. Right now they're on the repel, so that might be the case. If they want to flip it at some point, that glass can toss a smoke grenade through in any door. Just go in. Savage asking for a rehost.
Well, it is very early in the round. 40 seconds, 45 perhaps, have passed before he asked for it. We'll leave that one up to the admins. For now, we'll just assume that the round is continuing to play on out. As you can see, Secret are playing on. We have to wait for confirmation from the admins, so it might be too late.
Oh, I see the issue.
That's unfortunate.
I see the problem.
All right, rehost has been approved, guys, so we will get back into it in a brief moment. But yeah, I think we're all pretty happy. We're pretty lucky that we got that rehost just in time.
I was looking at Savage, being like, is he stuck on a drone? But then he was moving. It's like, okay, Secret isn't the issue.
Poor Doom.
Doom was stuck. Why you done that, Doom, huh? Just repel correctly, man.
Unlucky, brother. But it is lucky that we managed to get in that rehost in time, though.
Yeah, it sucks if that happens like 20 seconds later.
Well, let's say there'd been a spawn peak or a bit of damage exchange, but that probably wouldn't have been approved, right? So glad that we got that, and we'll get everyone back into the lobby. But of course, it does give, even though it's a technical pause, the players aren't really meant to be talking strat. But we can. So we can strategize. So what do you reckon was the game plan there? We saw the Glaz coming out.
Yeah, so at first I honestly thought it was going to be a direct attack, like Bakery, double door, use the smokes, use the Selma on the single wall to get a line of sight, maybe something like that, more like horizontal direct. But we saw 3 people on the roof, Doom being stuck there, of course. What the glass does give you is, as I said, you can flip the attack at any moment's notice, right? Drop the hatch, walk in through a door, attack VIP and clear Laura this time, for example. That's a possibility. I think Noah's winning, but I can't seem to
I think he's losing. I think he's finally won one. So yeah, for those who don't know, teams are not allowed to talk strategy during technical timeouts. It's not a tactical timeout. So that's why they spend their attention on more important matters like rock, paper, scissors.
Instead of doing it with your teammate, you should look across the stage. Pick a target.
Oh, I've seen...
Lock eyes, you and me, buddy.
Yeah, SSG were doing that in the group stage. That was very funny. And I can't remember who they were playing against, but they were not happy. They were not keen to play.
Of course, different players, they approach this very differently. Some will just lock in their own head and try and think, okay, guys, what do I need to do this round? If you're an IGL, more of a leadership figure, you're going to try and think overall picture. What's been the problem so far? For example, if you're Moke or you're Doom, one thing that's important to mention maybe is that G2 have now 2 rounds in a row used the C4 through the piano floor into Cigar.
Yeah.
The first time it tickled Doom, did like 1 damage. The second time it killed Mowgli.
Yeah.
Had Doom communicated that C4 was used previously, there's a world where Mowgli is more aware of it and doesn't die to it.
Yeah.
So these small mini games that you can pick up on individually has to be shared. Now is a good time to sit back and think, what can I share with my team now that I have this breathing room. Because mind you, when you're not in a tech pause or attack pause, you're always thinking about the current present moment.
Of course. And, you know, it's not like there's anything uncounterable in Rainbow Six.
Nope,
everything you can react to, like a cheeky C4
well,
like
old
that.
Monty that was hip-firing you maybe was a problem. But yeah, old Blackbeard might have been a problem. But besides that.
800 HP Blackbeard shield? Okay, yes. But in this case, I'm talking about those little tricks, you know, that you would see in a Coconut Bra, latest tips and tricks video, or a little C4 like that. You know, the classic, like, you know, TikTok siege, right?
Sure.
Which is great. Like, so much of pro play is actually little tricks like that. Did you know this angle? Did you know that you can place a C4 here or this trick with this operator? And like there are literally thousands of those little things.
I had one of those moments actually during Combine Finals, so I got a humble brag here myself. Basically, we're attacking on Nighthaven Labs on top floor, right? And they've double reinforced the wall from, people call it like jungle or guard, not connect or whatever, in towards pillar. And it was Bandit or Kite, and I was like, we can't breach it, but I have a spare Selma. So I thought, okay, I'm going to pop it on the floor next to it, and it's going to make a feet line of sight. And I take down the Bandit on pillar position, and then we can push into the door, we win the round. And after winning, I was like, guys, I did the Selma trick that I haven't seen in ages. Because like no one does it these days, because it hasn't really been a problem to deal with Kite and Bandit that way. You have verticality, you have heat, you have Maverick, whatever. And I was sitting there in the round, and this is my favorite part of being a player. People were like, we cannot get the Bandit Claw. And I thought, you're right, we can't. We have no EMPs, no verticality. And I was like, wait, but I know a way. This might still work, but I haven't tested it for years, right? And when you are a Pro League player currently active, there are so many moments where if you think hard enough, there will be a really niche solution to a problem that you think can't be solved.
Yep.
But if you really dig deep, it's there.
Yep. And when it's something that you're worried about, someone might use a little trick on you, like a nifty C4 or a certain spawn pick, you have to keep all of those things in the back of your mind. It's not that like Mowgli didn't know that C4 existed. That C4 is as old as time.
So much going on.
But if Joom, like you said, had mentioned, oh, by the way, they might do the through-floor C4 from piano, then Mowgli would be like, okay, register that, be more cautious of it.
Priority list.
Yeah, put that on the priority list, right?
Because that is the thing when you're in the server. I mean, you got. It's hard to honestly put into words, but there's like genuinely 100 things that you're worrying about, and some of them will never happen, some might and some will. And communication, and what the in-game sound, and what the plan is, what the plan's gonna be. Somebody dying, somebody asking for help. It's incredibly mentally taxing to play Rainbow Six Siege, much more than most games.
Yeah, you need more RAM in your brain to deal with all the things going on.
You can download some of that, though, thankfully, right?
Download more RAM. Yeah. But of course, you know, in the current year of Rainbow Six, when we got, what, 50, 60 operators, however many it is these days?
I'm going to say we have, like, closer to 70 at this point.
70?
I'm going to fact check that.
Please fact check me.
It was 68.
I remember what it was at year 2 or year 3 where Ubisoft said, we actually want to reach 100 operators. And I was like, oh my God, this is intense. It's crazy. And we have so many now. There's so many things you have to keep in mind. So many gadgets, more secondary gadgets than we ever had before as well. There's so much to keep in mind, and that's why the type of player that falls victim mostly to Capcan and Frost is actually your pro players, because they think about 1,000 other things.
I was somewhat right, somewhat wrong. 74.
74?
So no 70s, yeah.
Damn, I can't believe I was saying 50 or 60.
75 next season, by the way. Getting better in the game. Very exciting.
Any spoilers, Nick?
No. I know too much. I cannot speak. If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
Tried that on you yesterday.
But it's exciting. Exciting. I will see that.
Can't wait. Oh, well, for now, we're back into the server. Thanks to our lovely admins for getting everything sorted. And Secret are ready to play. Joom is no longer stuck.
They've changed the approach, actually. Joom is not on the roof. He's actually outside Bakery double door. It's a 3-2 take. So 3 people Bakery, 2 guys, I think, going top floor, droning on the roof right now. So they're applying pressure on Bakery, forcing out the C4, the toxic smoke, just applying pressure. But action happening elsewhere. Stompin takes down Mowgli.
Where?
On the top floor. So there's Glass and Gridlock trying to roam clear for some reason, right? The
Weird
3 people
combo.
below. Yeah. Sending Gridlock and Glass for roam clear duties is expensive, because if they die, value is lost, and Stompin he's floating right now.
Yeah, he's got a license to go wherever he well pleases, and he's also got impacts. He might have just heard that player on the rappel. Now he certainly knows. Hello and goodbye, Adrian. If you make a mistake like that, you will be punished.
He vaults.
Almost finds another one. He likely heard Savage dropping down below. This is very dangerous now for Team Secret. They're just taking risk after risk, and Stompin is still at large.
He's playing it smart. He's expecting them to come for him. Instead of him hunting for them, he's going to wait for them to approach first. He knows they're going to be wide staircase. They have to be. You saw them cross downstairs, and he's ready for it.
Oh, and he peeks at the perfect time.
Oh my God.
Another kill for Stompin. It's a 4K! This guy is single-handedly owning Team Secret.
This one more to go. It's a literal 1v5 for the young player. He knows he's there. He's going to go for it,
Oh
James.
my god.
Reload first.
One more stomping. Doom, maybe don't fight him. Doki steals it. And yet, we still have to behold the might of the king. 18 years of age, his first ever professional tournament, and he's just running around the map, 1 versus 5ing the entire enemy team. The first kill was actually peeking outside up through the hatch. The second kill also peeking outside a player on rappel. He had the perfect read. I mean, nobody does it quite like this guy.
Even Doki's kill was nasty as well. I mean, this is just disgusting. When you have Stumpin floating like this in the server, I think he's 8-1 or 9-1 at this point. I mean, you need to shut him down. You absolutely have to shut him down. He's going to steal the show completely. He's not going to stop, Gene. That's the problem.
That's the thing. I mean, he only gets warmer and warmer. We've seen it so far in the tournament. Team Secret taking their tactical timeout. You know what's funny? Stompin, he's actually got 90 kills so far in the tournament to 70 deaths, plus 20. Yeah. Unbelievable. 73% KOST rating. He is so effective, so consistent. He's got a clutch to his name and more multi-kills than I could possibly count. And you know what's crazy? What? He's not even the highest rated player on the team. Loira, before this match, had 99 kills. So he's the first player in the tournament to reach above 100.
The big difference, though, is that Loira is what we call a high-risk, high-value player. And he will go really, really big or a little bit small, right? Stompin is a consistent kind of player. That's the big thing. When I thought he first came to the game, I was expecting really hot or really cold. But his positioning, his understanding of when he has to make a play or when he doesn't have to make one is what I think sets him apart from most of the pro players already. In that previous round, he aggressed the first kill on the hatch, then he plays passive, here's the ace in the rappel, gets a free kill, then he's actually hiding, waiting for them to come to him because he knows one guy crossed from pillar towards white stairs. But he doesn't know if red side is clear. Instead of gambling the 50-50 on what's clear and what's not, he waits, gets the sound cue, takes a fight when he absolutely has to. Because what if he doesn't hear anything? He's going to sit in that corner for like 60 seconds burning time. He's a smart player. It's not what I thought he was going to be, but he is incredibly smart.
I remember when I first heard that G2 had picked up the mighty Stompin, you know, this content creator, this young gunner, this hyped player, you know, Jinxie's buddy. I thought, oh, okay, so G2 are just continuing to, you know, pick up content players. You know, they're an org that's just picking up, and they're a social media esports team. They're not caring about winning. How wrong I was.
I know people are going to sit there and go, oh, but I knew it, I told you so, but it's like no one could have possibly seen the level that he was playing at until this moment. And the thing is, he played group stage here, then he played playoffs now. It's like, you know, in quarterfinals, semifinal, quarterfinal. It's like he's getting better with the stakes of the match. You face Furia in your first event, and you still perform? It's absurd. Now his utility. Double mirror ring to Valora. Again, that high-risk kind of playstyle. He's gonna swing this every single chance he can get. Secret seemed once more locked outside the building with no real way inside. Almost half the round is burned already, and they're sitting, waiting, watching windows very passively. They need to act. They picked attack. They should have a game plan for it.
Oh, the Ibanez X-Karis will certainly help. However, you can see Loira. I mean, he's got the ACOG, he's got the Goyo, the Vector. Such a good weapon, and he can still just contest these really narrow angles, wait for the upside down rappel.
But Secret aren't even swinging it. I mean, I'm not saying they have to, but it's like, you need to apply some sort of pressure. The first damage is mostly walking into the fire. Takes like 20 health, no big deal.
Oh,
There's
here we go
the
again.
third time. If this works, it's a lack of communication.
Oh, he missed it.
He missed it, unfortunately.
What a shame. The one time that we saw him throw it, he misses. Alamau, oh, he loses his fight. Meanwhile, though, Loira, he's going to find one and then retreat from backstore. Stompin will trade his death. 3 versus 3. G2 a little bit worse for wear on the top floor, but they do fall back with 3 players left alive.
I think it's a good trade for G2 though. Fall back 45, no real word here from Secret. They gotta execute. Need soft destruction, DMR from Adrian, secondary shotgun from Mowgli. They can still go for a default build-up plan, but they find Blast seeming out of nowhere actually.
Where was that kill?
Can they rest? I'm not sure about this. He might just be dead on his own.
Stomper, though, he has not died since the rehost. Here comes Doki looking to backstab the player inside a train, but he's the last one remaining for G2 to further their lead. As Noah forces down that plant, Doki needs to take this 1v1 in train. He hears Adrian around the corner, but he loses the fight. It's a big round from Adrian, and Team Secret, after their tactical pause, will find a second round of attack.
They're still warming up into it. You can see the nerves definitely on the side of Secret, and G2 moving a lot in that round, suffering that same kind of fate as against FaZe on Cafe. Without the Cas, without the Asami, you can't just fall back free. As our players started falling, Loira full sprinting, dies the window repel right here. Stompin, thankfully for him, trades it back. And then the catch just keeps on happening. Secret, when they can build a foothold in the building, get to like an even number situation, let's say a 3-on-3, a 2v2, they have good team play, and they actually have pretty good confidence to keep pushing forward, but getting in that build, that very first step, is too difficult right now to be a consistent way to win the round.
Ain't that the truth? G2, they've won their 3 rounds of defense. That's pretty solid, right?
Happy with that, yeah.
4th would be nice, but yeah, Secret, they're the ones who picked attack, like we've been yapping on about this whole time, Pengu. So we want a little bit more than a 2-4 split out of them. Second round of their tactical timeout, I mean, that's nice, but you really need to capitalize on that attack pause because you only get 1 in the whole game. And yes, while the coach can talk during the operator bans, I mean, that's not a lot of time, and you've got operator bans to talk about. You can't be doing a big mental reset when that happens.
I'm actually a little bit surprised we've not seen Savage bring out the Blackbeard just yet. It's been a Monty and Blitzban from the side of G2.
Yeah.
They played Diffuse twice. BB, though, you get the nades, which I think could have been very vital for them. Good bit of information, good primary weapons still to take fights with, unlike Diffuse Shield. What I will say, though, I do like Doom finally getting active on the demos to hunt down the individual players, target them, clear them. A lot of grenades being brought, 2, 4, 6, 8 frag grenades in this round, in fact. Combined with 4 flashbangs, any sort of burn it might need for our Runegates. That means if Secret can get the right positions, they can get maybe a kill or 2 just simply off utility.
Oh, Mowgli gets in. He's got this holo. He wants to be taking close-range engagements. And he might find Doki in a brief moment, but Doki is in such a nifty little position. Out comes a nade, but Doki can stay put because he's not too contested as of yet. Another nade goes out. That's good. A little bit of damage, but Doki falls back and survives.
It's good, though. It's Secret finally in the building, pushing G2 away. The shield player now. Stompin falls to fall back as well. On the window repel, he is. Doom was waiting for that. G2 caught off guard.
Yeah, that's perfect from Secret. Might have taken them 6 rounds, but finally we're seeing this perfect counter of the G2 playstyle. Mowgli's hungry for more. The Frenchman is in the building. He's found a big 2K. He's traded back again. But Doki and Blaz have a lot of work to do, and Noah has hit pedal to the metal. It's all up to Blaz now. 1v3. Noah hunts him down. Secret fire up. 3 rounds, and the score is once again even.
That's the exact kind of performance Team Secret can pull out, and they did do against SSG just yesterday, but they've been scared till this very moment. I bet you right now, Twister, what he was saying, guys, you are better than this. You know how to play seats at a high level. Be confident, be smart, go in there, get it done. G2 are giving you way too much space, take it. Mowgli flew in Cigar, got the job done, and Secret kept speeding up. They were not slowing down. That's the team we need to see in the Grand Finals. They're finally here to play.
And now we switch sides, and G2 have to attack. They're going to have to do it without the Capital.
Ooh.
I think this is going to be a Castle Azami ban again, isn't it? Oh, Clash.
Oh, man. Ooh.
So, yeah, Secret have left all the shields in for G2 to play around with.
The tricky thing about the shield here is that it's been banned so often against G2 that they have barely played it. Most teams probably don't really know exactly what to expect if they were to bring it out. And I can also say, well, they've been playing a lot of shields. They've been playing pretty darn well. What if they start crutching the shields and it doesn't work for them?
Well, you know, they've got rid of the Clash, right?
Yeah.
So I do feel like there is
a good world here where a shield comes out.
There is a world.
And it's smart, right? Because what G2 did, they ban Asami first. With the Asami ban, it tells you nothing about the game plan.
It just tells you it's probably going to be Asami Castle, like I thought.
You can go Castle, you can go Kite, you can go Mirror, you can go Jaeger. It doesn't matter because G2 likes banning the Jaeger here. But if you see the enemy banning something like a Capital, you're like, okay, they can't do double shield ban now. So if we just go clash, they have to guess the Monty off the rip or the blitz.
Yeah.
And even if they do it, we have the other one open, plus clash is gone.
Yeah.
So the fact that G2 bans clash second here is everything.
Yeah, it's cheeky when it comes to shields. G2 have certainly won the veto, and we are going to see Loira lock in that blitz. However, you mentioned quite a few other power operators on the defense that have been left open. We talked about the castle, the architect that changes how Cafe plays out, just like Azami does, just like Mira does, by the way, who's also been left 100%. In, and G2 use that to perfection. What can G2 do with this blitz when there's such a fortress to behold on the side?
People might be saying, Pinker-wise, Loira walking with the pistol in hand, no shield, you generate less noise as a shield operator if it's on your back. So that means that, audibly speaking, you might not hear that it's a shield player, as you generate very different amounts of noise. Whereas if you sprint towards the building with a shield, you go dunk, 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 dunk.
Yeah, moves a bit faster as well, a little bit.
I mean, he's slow walking, right? But here he comes. If he wants to, he can fly straight into this window. And again, because of the surprise factor of, hey, I'm a blitz, it might just work.
Oh, he's tempted. He goes straight for it. The reinforcements are still going down. Flash. He doesn't get the flash successfully. He's being stared down. No. Stompin falls behind him. And it makes it awkward. Doom trying to bait him on out, but the flash is now regenerated. Savage has come to support Team Secret, have recomposed so well. A jump out also finds one for Noah. Blaz and Alamau to pick up what has been a tattered round for G2.
Very clear sign, G2 showing confidence, but a small classic mistake that we see often at this level of play. Blitz using the flash from too far away. It's only a 5-meter radius, and if they turn their backs, it's even shorter than that. If he could close the gap more, he guarantees it. He took the 50-50. 1v5 now for Alamau.
It's not happening. I mean, Alamau may have the most clutches on G2, but he's not going to win a 1 versus 5. The first round of defense for Secret is flawless, and they look very happy about that. We're seeing the energy out of Doom that we have seen before, the sinister look in his eye that we saw when he was crushing the dreams of his opponents throughout the rest of this bracket. And what a round from him as well. Savage coming into support was perfect, and a shotgun jump out from Noah. Everyone from Secret playing their part.
It's an awkward situation for Loira to be in, because if you spend too much time chasing the recruit instead of train, backup will arrive. But if you start challenging him too early with the flash missing, you're gonna lose the gunfight most likely. So it's really a matter of you gotta find the perfect amount of aggression versus waiting.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie to you, they didn't have much time because Secret reacted so quickly to the push. They were there to strike with his team immediately.
But June played it so well, just holding his position, not letting that blitz get that free kill. And then, of course, Savage coming in to support as well.
He was reinforcing the wall. He's literally mid-reinforcement. Blitz jumps to the window and he's like, guys, I need help.
A lesser player would cack their pants.
Yeah. They would make the wrong mistake, the wrong decision there, just die, and then the round is wide open for G2.
5 seconds left.
I mean, let's say that was Secret from 3 rounds ago. They lose that round, 100%. But because they found the success after the tag timeout, because they showed up with confidence in server, they could play that round correctly. Had they played scared, that would not have worked.
No. Dead right.
There's the Monty.
Yep. Blitz doesn't work. Well, we've got other shields in the bank we can bring on out. This time it's Alamau.
It's been a big talking point for myself. I think the story for T2 since 2023, or even before that with Alamau, is that sometimes he shows up to lead the team and sometimes he's just there to bait his team. He has been the leadership figure of this roster every single match, either on the scoreboard or in the server strategically. When you give him the Monty, it's when he gives enough mental space to himself, not to worry about the gunfights and down to different angles. He can say, guys, this is a gap. That's the weakness. Breach this wall, go over here. You're going to see them play much more together right now, a little bit slower pace, because I must control who does what right now.
So G2 can slowly figure out how they're going to play this. The Monty to march on forward. It's Alamau, and he spots out the mute player. Out goes the Nitro Cell. Alamau actually takes a surprising amount of damage from that. But Mowgli on the retreat will fall to Loira. Beautiful long angle from the rappel.
Perfect angle. So you're waiting for Alamau to say, hey guys, go on the window, cut him off, and they get the perfect setup again. So if you give G2 time to breathe, and without any counterplay, they will pick this apart step by step. The thing is, what can you do if you're Secret right now? There's one C4 in the pocket, the shield is now gone.
Oh no!
The grenade, Noah just full commits to the angle, doesn't pay off.
Noah overstayed his welcome there as the nade went off. I like the idea. Oh, meanwhile, Joom, he has been the difference maker for Secret today. Big kill, however, at Monty marching on forward. He has a Nitro in pocket. He needs to take the fight first with Stompin, who cleans house. G2 fighting back on their attack. And another round for them means that we're once again even on the scoreboard.
I mean, what kind of shot is this, right? It's like, just give Stompin red boxes. And I'm saying, hey, Stompin, there's a guy over here, guy over there. Bing, bam, boom, cleans up easily. And you see the clear vision. Use the Ivana pellets on the mirror window. Okay, there's a guy in Pixel Shield. Let's grenade the Pixel Shield. Monty walks up, shatters the mirror window. It means that G2 will have maybe 3 or 4 different ways to solve the same problem, and they'll always have a backup plan. That's why you ban the Monty. This is literally why almost every single team has done this against them.
The funny thing about that Monty is you can just go back to first principles when you've got him available. You don't have to play all of the other aspects of the map. You don't have to say, okay, we simplify. Simplify. March on LML, call out for our teammates, and we will find those kills. We will cut off those players. It's simple siege, and G2 know it well. And they can continue bouncing between these different shield operators. We haven't seen the Blackbeard, we haven't seen this Fuse. We may well. The Blitz making a return here, this time for Alamau. And while he has no kills, he was worth so much in that last round on Montaigne.
What G2 did last time against Furious, they played Fuse Shield because they banned the Blitz and the Monty. And they were just kind of like Team Secret did. They ignore the VIP player, they drop the hatch, they go for plant. Now that Alamau's on the Blitz, you can actually go in and challenge the VIP player because of flashbang in close quarter combat and there is no Warden. This gives G2 another way to attack this bomb site that they've yet to show at this event, really. So we know they have the Roar strat, where they close off VIP door. We know they got the Fuse strat, where they ignore VIP entirely. Now they got the Blitz strat, where they can fight VIP. Secret have to be very proactive in this round and communicate, guys, what operators do they have and what kind of strategies could they actually execute with. Because G2, they keep bringing so many different options.
The same can be said here for Secret. There's no Brava pick from G2 coming up against the Maestro Echo combo. This is all about the late round here, Pengu. Yeah. Not only have we got those, we've got Smoke and Goyo. It's all about area denial, all about plant denial.
If you can save both Dokkaebi calls from Blast for the execute, that's going to give you a significant advantage. And with Secret having 0 roaming presence, there's been no need to spend any of them for the roam clear. And I think this is one of the big mistakes that teams sometimes make. Guys, let's play passive operators, let's bunker up. They don't even try and fake the roam. If you just sprint up on 0 seconds and a drone sees you, guys, up white stairs, up red stairs, let's look for him. You spend more time roam clearing. G2 had good drone information. They're doing full burn destruction at 1 minute 45 left in the round. If they wanted to, they could literally start executing in 10 seconds from now with too much time for Team 7 to deny.
And when you've got aggressive players, like, well, everyone from G2, and aggressive operators like that Blitz, then you can time that Dokkaebi call with aggression. And then it's too late for all of this plant denial.
I am very sure they're going to try and go for a pick. Adrian instantly inside of VIP backside. Yokai drone spent early. It's very expensive because you lose it early. So this thing, you can smoke off, push your IP, take down Adrian, then you can play 5v4. If G2 can get there, that should be enough, honestly.
And how nice would it be to have that Yokai drone over on the Blitz? Here comes the push in. Doki goes down, but Alamau with the Blitz will continue marching on forward. Spotted by Mowgli, who did find the opening kill. Leaving G2 bloodied, he will fall back.
Bit of a surprise that Doki walked first, not the Blitz. He suffers the fate of the shotgun. They don't get that much advantage because Blast died as well. And now that you lost Dokkaebi, I mean, now the util works against you. The Maestro Evil Eye's a problem, Yokai a problem. Secret, just don't overstep your limit. This guy might be in trouble. Ooh.
No!
Oh, the Echo.
How does Alamau get knocked back like that? It's the Yokai drone to support, and it comes in to secure a second kill here for Secret, leading just Loira. The last remaining player, he sees the Yokai drone. He's not able to shoot it as of yet. He has to fall back, worried about aggression from behind him. The round is lost for G2, and Jim on the Yokai has been so valuable. Finally, the concussion comes on out, but the Elder of Noah is ready for it. An impact grenade from way downtown. And Secret, once again, take the lead.
I think there are 2 very small mistakes from G2 that sadly have a massive consequence in that round. Essentially, Blast dies early, Dokkaebi call doesn't go off. Secondly, the Blitz does not go in first, and of course Doki dies behind him. I'm not sure if Alamau was afraid of a Yokai drone stun and he was going to die in the Blitz of that, so therefore Doki like baits it instead. I'm not sure what the plan was, but I do think other things could have been done there differently, just to keep the players alive. Hey, do they get that kill cleanly onto Adrian? The rounds become so much easier. They can just go Freezer afterwards, go for a plant, Dokkaebi call for the plant deny. The round is over, strategically speaking. Monty being banned out, 0 surprise, honestly. If I wasn't busy yapping about something else, I would have said they should ban the Monty because it will be a problem for them.
Yeah, and straight off the back of that Monty ban from Secret, G2 are going to call their tactical timeout. Time for Romalio to get around it. Once again, it's the story of the Brazilian coaches, by the way. Twister on the Secret side. I'm sure he's got plenty to say. The final ban coming out from G2 was that castle, so we do end up seeing the castle as army ban. Mira still in. What is Romalio calling for this upcoming round?
So what happened last round, just check the FC. I was going to say Blast pretty much walks in main door and dies way before the execute is ready to go. And that right there is just disaster. Very, very small thing, and again, massive consequence in the round.
I love the way that Doom aggressively used the Yokais as well. Noah's hunting for Pokemon with those impact grenades. And man, just look at the energy from Secret. It's not every day of the week that we get to see these guys on the main stage. But I am absolutely loving it. I mean, this team has been competing at the top level for a very long time. We've seen them at events before. You know, Montreal, they made it to the top 8. Even Manchester, they made it to the top 8. They failed to qualify for EWC last year. An early exit in Boston from 6 Invitational, getting first rounded, a very surprising one at that. And of course, that was what spurred them to bring on Mowgli and Noah, make those roster changes, get rid of long-running players such as Virtue. But this is the furthest they have ever gone for all of these players. Not a single one has made it to a semi-final, let alone a grand final before.
5 seconds to go.
We finally see them in what we call peak form. Those first 3 rounds, they were hard to watch, James, because it's one of those cases where you get inexperienced players in a big final match and they're kind of just crumbling under the pressure. I mean, mind you, this means the world to these players. I mean, the idea of winning a trophy, everyone's got the dream. Very few get to reach that as reality. When you finally get there, are you ready for it? Because you're being tested. Are you good enough? It's the hard facts right now.
You play with a lot of different players, Pengu, and I feel like there's something that we see as viewers, the difference between a player that is a great player and a player who's got it, who's got what it takes when it comes to a high-pressure environment. I mean, how many times have we seen insanely big players, even you know, those with a legacy like Shaiko, get into big grand finals and just shit the bed?
The big thing is, I think everyone's allowed to shit the bed on like a single map, but if you shit the bed once, you don't mentally recover from it, and the entire final is gonna be like that, that's the brutal one. It's the ability to mentally reset and compose yourself when you're not having the best game of your career. I think it was Foltz in the podcast content earlier saying, I trust my teammates, we're all good in bad games, and it's true. But how you can play and how much value you bring, that's the big thing. Dogi finds value, opening onto Noah, Nate's going out, or run out the counter. He doesn't see him, he missed him. He was right there.
You're hungry for this, Savage. You've already gone for it 2 times. Mowgli punishes an over-aggressive Alamau, who for some reason decided it was a good idea to swing inside. And Secret, well, they well and truly are controlling this round. G2, what is going on?
Yeah, they're kind of playing offbeat right now if you're G2. That step-by-step action no longer is easy because the Monty has been banned away. No shields in this round. Bit of a TDM match, and Blast wins out that engagement. Back to even numbers with plenty of time to work for G2, but they gotta slow it down now, play together, work the map. Secret mostly falling back, actually in fact all of them falling back towards the bomb side of dining and mining.
It's yellow ping diff right there, by the way, between Blaz and Doki. It wasn't even off a drone, it was just off of a player as well.
Oh.
Easy ping, easy wall bang. Blaz has found another one. How does the Frenchman keep unlocking rounds like this? He's going for broke, he's looking for a little bit more. There's just 2 more players to find from Secret. Rounding that corner, it's Mowgli who aggresses into him and finds that kill. A big headshot. The Frenchman taking down his countryman on the opposite side, and we settle into a 2 versus 2.
Blasto was stepping so good, finding the 2 pieces to surrender his own body shortly after. Now G2 again don't have numbers advantage and less information, no drones to work with really. They gotta go together, Stumpin and Doki, the roommates. Plays together, lives together, and usually wins together.
15 seconds to do it. Mowgli's revealed his position by taking shots. Doom, man, he has been unreal today, and he and Mowgli together will put Secret on map point. G2 have no response.
Secret have flipped the script right now and taken full control. G2 trying to play fast pace, a little bit disrespectful, and it works out to start things off. Then it falls apart. Early nade from Alamau doesn't make sure nobody's in that room. He gets pushed on out, forced onto the window rappel, and then dies shortly after. Blast, great job on the first pick, great job here, then overheats. swings this hallway unnecessarily with nobody to help him, no trade, and you lose everything that you just gained with those earlier kills.
Did he stare down the camera?
It felt like it.
Mowgli. Wow. G2 picked this map, by the way.
That they did. That they did. I mean, to be fair, G2 have had what I would call mixed results in Cafe. Yeah, they've played it. They've done well. They've beaten all the Brazilians here. They sent all 3 Brazilian teams in playoffs home, in fact. But it wasn't a confidence-inspiring win against Furia and Cafe where I'm going like, yeah, they should pick it again.
No, it really wasn't. On the flip side, I mean, Secret, they've only had confident wins. Their very first map, if you remember, was actually the first map that we casted at EWC. Secret taking on the reigning champions, the 3-timers, Falcons.
Yeah.
And what an upset it was when we saw Secret knock those guys down to the lower bracket, eventually to be eliminated by SSG. Who would have thunk it? That they would make it all the way to the grand final.
If I recall correctly, that was also a bit of a slow start from Secret. Being a bit scared, nervous in the serve, but they found their stride, and in overtime they came out on top looking a lot better. 8-6 if I could recall correctly.
It was 8-6. In fact, it's the only overtime map that we've seen from Secret. It's the closest any team has been to beating Secret at this tournament, was Falcons in their very first match. Every single other game from Secret has been, well, for the most part, a convincing win.
Yeah, definitely.
A 7-2 W7M. They had a 7-3 on the first map against SSG. The closest any other team has gotten was SSG's 7-5 on Bank.
And they started 6-1 or 6-2 as well, so Secret could have closed that earlier.
They could have.
Oh, okay. Now we're just going to Skylight Mowgli. Let's relax here for a second, bud.
Mowgli does not believe in relaxing. Savage, I don't know where that Nitro Cell was from, but a big kill. Blaz also taken down, though, by, well, that C4. And Doom, of course, was found by G2. So we end with even numbers, but I think Secret is still just oozing confidence.
The C4 was from Laundry Room downstairs towards Cocktail Window Rappel.
Of course
so
it
a nice little vertical angle there to cut off the rotation player on the Rappel. Half the round, the G2 now looking a little bit like Secret in their attacks, forced to struggle to enter the building.
Oh.
They make their push, they get shut down.
God damn, Mowgli! Another kill, another 2K, and perhaps G2 are on their way out. It's Loira. He's certainly going to need to be a demon here, but I think Secret, well, they look quite like exorcists. 4 versus 1, as G2 just have this one lonely player hiding, baiting, waiting for someone to swing him. What a way to kick off a grand final. A lot of people were sitting back wondering, how on earth could the Dark Horses take on G2? Well, you have your answer. Team Secret with the upset on Cafe, and the underdogs take the lead in the series.
Hey, I gotta say it. Since the rehost, Alamau went 0-6 and went quietly into the night on the attacking side. Didn't have the waste in the building, didn't have the mid round, and Mowgli got to a point where he got so confident he was swinging every single angle, being so disrespectful, but winning almost every single fight.
Another map goes by, and Team Secret are still undefeated at EWC. Nobody can take a map off of these underdogs. They are a dark horse like no other, and to think that they are the youngest roster at the tournament, they continue their reign even against an opponent as prestigious and a player as prodigious as Stompin'. G2 need to bounce back, but thankfully for them, this ain't a BO1. Nah, it ain't even a BO3. This is a best of 5, baby.
They got all the time to work with. The next up will be Clubhouse, a much more fundamentally sound map that 1-2-3 the ABC strategically, and I think Elamau will surely wake up for that one.
Oh, he's going to have to. Thankfully, our analysts are well and wide awake and ready to break that down.
We absolutely are more than wide awake. We were shooketh awake, if I do say so myself. This was G2's map pick. We had an expectation that they're going to hit the ground running. You're going to get your own map pick under your belt because of how the map veto went. But no, Secret break them.
Yeah, and with the way that this map started, it was going to look like G2 would have a good start on that. But then once it hit those 3 rounds, Secret actually did really well to salvage that beginning half. The momentum definitely in their favor going into that second half as well. Some of these individual players just always have at their crosshair where it needs to be. When you're looking at Mowgli moving through a hallway, for example, he just knows where the opponent's going to be and has that crosshair placement ready.
I can't hear you, so I'm going to keep talking while they fix that.
Anne is the GOAT. Thank you for giving me a microphone. Look, I'm glad you brought up Mowgli because I wanted to highlight that he started off really, really slow. Secret as a whole started off slow, but I wonder if that came down to Mowgli having a bit of a slower start than usual. He didn't get a kill for 4 rounds, and he's one of those players that makes big impact plays. And straight after he got a kill, they went on a massive streak. So I think Mowgli was a big part of that resurgence for Team Secret. And of course, a little bit of defensive-sidedness on Cafe as well.
It's also really interesting that you're bringing up Mowgli because coming into this game specifically, when we had that interview with Lax as the team was walking in, Lax like, yo, Mowgli, like, how are you feeling? He was like, yeah, my first final. And Leo on the desk said it himself. He was like, oh, Mowgli looks a little shaky. He's like a little bit in his own head. But I think that really then comes to the point where after you've already played a couple of rounds, then on that first map, you realize, wait, it's not that deep. Like, we got this. And that's when he came online, and that's when you're seeing Secret, as you mentioned, everybody just following right behind him.
That's the worst part, because you see in some finals, some players can't get out of their own head for maps. And you're like, by that point, it's too far gone. Thank God it's a best of 5, so you can get your feet a little bit, catch your breath. He only took a few rounds. Like I said, it was 4 rounds. He finally got his first kill, and he went, oh, yeah, as Ginny said, it's actually not that bad to be out here.
Yeah, and G2 as well. I mean, we have to highlight them regardless either way. And Stompin, one of the players that we're going to have to continue highlighting, continuing hammering home how much this player is doing for G2.
Yeah, that 4K, absolutely amazing what we saw from him there. However, if you look at the rest of his stats in the other rounds, he wasn't really getting as many kills every single round to really consistently put up something for his team. We're not used to seeing that from him. We're used to seeing a way better performance to really put those numbers on the board. Something we saw yesterday as well with that MVP coming out from him. There are still plenty of maps though. Like you say, it sometimes takes a little bit of time to wake up and get out of your own head, and I'm sure he will do that.
I'm a little mad that Doki stole the ace. Yes. I think we can all sit here and safely say that was completely unnecessary, and I could see Doki laughing afterwards, but I promise you, because you both live alone, when you get home, you and Stompin are having a chat because that was going to be a clip and a half. That was going on the Twitter, that was going on all the socials, so be careful, Doki, when you get home, buddy.
Actually, I think it was you who mentioned it earlier, Anne, where you're like, it looks like people are watching the game of G2 like with the finger hovering over that clip button, because whenever something happens, 5 seconds later, it's on social media. Like, people are so tuned in and dialed into this game. And I think for a player like Stompin, especially when it comes to that lack of competitive experience that we've seen from this player, it could potentially put on any pressure. And I think maybe if this was any other player that could have, crumbled under that pressure, but he doesn't.
No, any other player, yes, but Stompin, no. I mean, he said it in interviews before as well. He's used to playing in front of tens of thousands of viewers, together with Jinxie, for example, as well, in those streams. He's used to people talking bad about the way he plays. Like, if he performs something bad on stream, people will respond to that in the Twitch chat. So this doesn't really get to him on a level like that.
But they have to stay level-headed. They have to keep themselves in this competition because they need to win that next map, which, is a map that they don't ever actually let go through in the veto. So quick final thoughts before we throw it to break.
All I can say is that there are a lot of rookies out there, and everyone needs to step up their game, shake off the nerves.
Yeah, it is obviously an opportunity for Secret, given that they wanted to pick this map. G2 have not played it. It's been their permaban in the last 2 months. But we have seen these curveballs before, where it turns out the team actually has been playing it, and they're willing to bring it out.
Yeah, and if there's any events where we can be expecting curveballs, it's here at EWC. But we're going to be heading over to a quick break, and we'll be back with the second map of this Best of 5 series.
Well, sure thing here, bro.
I got my mirror, guys.
Guys, any impact to Zofia? Zofia, dining window? On-site window, guys. Shield.
Drop sight. No, cigar shield. Shield cigar, not sight.
Okay.
I'm on hell window, hell window, hell window.
Guys, I can see for if he's there.
Oh, hell window.
Okay.
Yeah, he's on the hell window. He might repel in.
That is your team's secret. Undefeated as they continue what has been an unprecedented run here at the Esports World Cup. I'm Dev, and Pengu, my God.
Yes, sir.
You said something to me just before we went live. Now, can you tell everyone what it was?
Well, one of two things will happen today. Either G2 falls flat on their face and will be embarrassed in the grand finals, or we'll have a banger BO5 on our hands.
And I'm telling you something, there is no way that G2 goes quietly into that good night. Absolutely no way. I have a feeling, I have this little itch.
They're gonna show up.
It needs to be scratched, and G2 certainly need to fight back here. But of course, next we go to Clubhouse. As the analyst said, this is not a map that G2 like to play.
No, maybe not historically, but I think going into this event, with how they are able to play on other maps, I see the vision. I see the fundamentals, the team play, the cohesion, the good timings. I do think Clubhouse can be a decent map for them. But it comes down to leadership again. It comes down to Alamau, the guy who was very quiet on the scoreboard on Cafe, has to show up strategically in the server. Again, since the rehost, after the third or fourth round or whatever, Alamau was 0-6, did nothing on the attack in half. On Clubhouse, you don't gotta get kills, you just gotta lead.
But for Team Secret, with every step they take, it's one step closer to the trophy. One step closer than they have ever been before. G2 stands in their way as we get into the second map.
Operator bans, very important on Cafe. We saw both teams play so well around it. Might just be a boring one though. I can smell a bandit, Kaid ban, and double heartbeats from a mile away, and I think this one might be it unless... No, they're gonna do it, James. Let's watch this.
It's gonna be
Ace.
Bandit.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Mira. Okay,
Mira.
we're not on the money.
You're right about the double hard breach.
Yeah.
Thermite and Maverick left on in, of course, as well as Tin Can openers. Team Secret starting on that attacking side. G2 choosing to go to defense first. They're not going to have the Kaid, not going to have the Mira.
Mira smart.
No. But what they will have is Bandit if they go upstairs, and if they go downstairs, well, plenty of other operators to make this interesting.
So one of the things you can do here is, if you leave the mirror open, you can play Tuberao and mirror trick the exothermic charges in the thermite, or pre-place the mirror window, open them, and then impact trick the can openers, which means you can't really get the wall opened up. The other option is, of course, you ban the mirror. Now the bandit is open, but you got to do some verticality, Sophia stuns, grenades, caps of fire. You have many more ways to deal with that issue.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's probably why Secret opted for the mirror ban instead.
Of course, also Secret only have to deal with the bandit on the bomb sites where he's useful, which is fewer than the bomb sites where the mirror is useful.
Also a good point. So I definitely think there's a smart choice here from the side of Secret. We've seen a lot of teams falter to the mirror window shenanigans on the exterior walls, and it's a bad way to go out.
It really is. Well, for this round though, G2 starting off in the basement. Hello, that's a free drone. And immediately a mute jammer to go down. Loira loitering upstairs with plenty of mute jammers to support him. The roam clear will likely come from Doom. Never mind, it won't come at all because he's been taken down by Stompen very early on. A very curious choice. Perhaps a missed drone or a miscommunication from Team Secret as G2 kick things off with a free kill.
Light the early extension. Stompen had the hatch open. He is now fallen back and had that option of whenever he feels the pressure is too much, he can just dip away. Secret are opting for a full roam clear. Blitz upstairs top floor. But because G2 already got the opening pick, they've gotten much more value than they actually desired. They can fall all the way back, play 5v4 by the bomb site. When you do this kind of extensive roam from G2, you have 3 different reasons to fall back. One is that you've burned enough time on the clock, you killed enough drones, or you've gotten the kill. Those are the 3 big things that you're looking for. So when you get the early pick, especially Dokkaebi, get back downstairs and don't throw this lead away.
And so you can see on the UI, everyone from G2 is back downstairs. Team Secret are getting to work on this floor. Savage, the shield, of course, that's a bit of an elephant in the room. Stomping around on the ground floor. We talked a lot about the shield play on the first map. Team Secret were forced to just try and use that fuse rather to the best ability that they could. They didn't really like that Blackbeard, but of course now the Blitz is open. Savage is going to go for it. A lot of ways you can use it, particularly dropping down the hatch. One thing I'm curious of is, well, Team Secret, you don't have Hibana, you don't have Ace, and there's still a Vulcan canister on the kitchen hatch. Ooh. No impact trick successful though from Stompin', and so massive hole in the defense on Church. Oh, big kill from Stompin'. Savage takes a little bit of team fire, but doesn't seem to matter as the fire goes out on site, and Secret are finding all of the kills. Mowgli's turned it on. Oh my God! Mowgli! What a 4K is that? This man's got his W key taped down, and he's so goddamn good. He stood up so hard that his bloody keyboard and headphones fell out. Oh, that is one way to make a statement if you're Secret.
Walks in, finds the gap, gets the kill, the one tap, surprising himself, keeps moving on forward, and the exact same aggression, the confidence that we saw being built up on Cafe is starting here in the very first round. Make that 2. And the one tap 3. 3. Bang. There it goes. Joom cannot believe it. A single man has won the round for his entire team.
And to think that this guy was on Wolves for years, making it to these international events, almost every single one. In fact, I think they were one of only 2 or 3 teams that made it to every single global final in 2023. And then just slowly they got closer and closer to making a real difference. SI24, they were knocked out by the Australians of Team Bliss of all teams. And then eventually they disbanded. They dropped that entire French roster who went their separate ways. Of course, most of them formed BDS, the now BDS roster. Mowgli, the odd one out. He was the star fragger of that roster who is known for being a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
He was so hot and cold on Wolves, but he was by far and away the best player, the top fragger. He's found a home on Secret, and my God, he looks comfortable here.
The whole team has now embraced Mowgli's playstyle and presence in the server, and it fits. It's much better fit with this roster. And that's the thing, you have a good player in the wrong team, and you'll just be that, a good player. Put a good player in a great team, you'll become a great player, because you can all work together. Aggression kicks up, Mowgli is still firing, Blitz behind him for support. Yes, they've taken damage, but Team Secret, they strike first, they get the opening kill.
G2 do want to keep fighting back, but it's not looking hot for Doki. A little bit too hot, perhaps, as the fire forces him back to retreat. Alamau looking to try and find a first kill here for G2 as he scrapes away with Noah's scalp. Secret quick to try and respond, but everyone from G2 has slunk back into the rafters and gone back downstairs into the basement.
Team Secret won the previous round because it did the off-pace play. Basically, they attacked the bomb site before it made any logical sense for G2. They were not prepared for it. When that happens a single at a time, G2 will not keep that in mind. Guys, watch the gaps because Mowgli might just walk in because he's being a little bit silly. It shouldn't work a second time. And with both Joom and Mowgli low on HP, it won't be comfortable for them. They have an inkling that somebody's here. I think Savage has the right beat. The wallbang misses, but they're all there. The whole team showed up, and they secure the free kill onto Alamau.
And that is beautiful. I don't know whether there was a drone place that Noah was watching.
In Cash, there was a drone from Noah.
In Cash.
So they saw him go to catwalk. They never saw him leave catwalk.
Yeah, that's good play. And I mean, even Noah falling early, worth his weight in gold.
I like
Have
this.
a look at this from Blaz.
Rat play again. It might work.
Oh, that's no! Good night. Blaz does somehow steal Secret, and hey, I won't mind that. Finding one kill, the Blitz no less. It's a 2 versus 3 here for G2.
Can they find it though?
It's
been a bit of a rat round, right? They've been walking around, hiding, doing different things. It hasn't worked out. Now they gotta go to 2v3, but like 3 separate players across both teams on solo health. That one bullet will make the difference.
There's a lot of time to work with though for Secret. And here comes the push in from Adrian. He's snuck all the way back. Stompin' retreats behind the Kiba barrier in this AK's position. Adrian wants to try and find him.
Oh, the smoke.
Oh, that smoke is perfection, but hold on a second. Because Stompin' is keen to make a play, hiding just on the other side of the smoke. Mowgli's found a third, and Stompin' is the last one remaining. What can the young prodigy do? Is this his moment? With 3 players waiting, that diffuser goes down. He sees 2 of them, but he doesn't land any shots, and these Kiba barriers are making it so difficult. Mowgli's hunting for more, but he goes down. Keep in mind, Doom is low HP, and Stompin is still full. And my god, does he have a weapon in his hands. That Vector with the ACOG. He's got to isolate these fights.
He doesn't know about the corner now. He knows, though, they're going to peel back.
How does he win this? There's no line of sight to be used. They stack up together, and Doom finds the kill. It's back-to-back on the attack for Team Secret.
The 2v1 played nicely. They recognize, guys, we don't have a post plan. The walls are closed off, but we played together. One guy standing, one guy crouched, fight together. Stomping can't take us both down. It won't be like Cathay. It will not be that 1v5 type vibe. It's been bloody. It's been messy. It's been TDM-y.
It has.
I love it. Because both teams are just full... Oh my god, that wallbang is ridiculous, by the way.
Mowgli is just seething confidence right now. G2 are trying to fight back the best way. They know how to meet and match this aggression, but it's not working. Especially not when that blitz is on the board. Even that aggressive play from Blaz and Kitchen, it seemed like a nice idea. It was risky, but that's the G2 way. It doesn't work when it's a blitz coming up against you. Even though he found one, it wasn't enough. And now Romalio has a few choice words. This is the 3rd round of the game, by the way. And we're already seeing a tactical timeout from G2.
It's starting to feel a little bit like Space Station versus Team Secret, where once Secret figure out the tempo of the round, there's no coming back from it. G2 are trying their best, I think, to match the aggression of Secret right now, saying, you're going to go fast, we're going to go fast as well. You can't run, away from us. You can't keep up, essentially. It might be time to do the opposite. Play trap operator, say, okay, if you want to go fast, we're going to have these countermeasures. When you go past this door, this line in the sand, then we have an advantage, and we'll fight you there. Right now, G2 are taking any fight anywhere on the map. The manager starts saying, we'll fight them in this room, but not that room. Because they're taking 50-50 against Mowgli, who's 7-1. And he is literally in front of the blitz on the entry. Yeah. Not behind the blitz, in front of him.
And I feel like with every game Secret plays, it calls into question everything that has subsided so far at EWC, right? We talked about that first match that they had in the group stage, 8-6 over Falcons. Falcons were the favored team. Of course, Falcons knocked Secret out of the playoffs in EML to steal their spot in the grand final of that tournament. That was a big rematch, and Secret were like, wow, this is revenge. This is what they've been looking for. And then the next match, 7-2 over W7M, the reigning major champions. Okay, it's a bit of an upset. Maybe W7M were off their day. And then 2-0ing Apex Best in Weibo. We're like, okay, well, maybe Weibo just, didn't look so good that game, even though they had already beat DZ. And then another 2-0 over SSG, who have been in peak form. At what point do we say, hold on, Secret, they are the real deal?
It almost feels like Secret have flown under the radar because they've not played very many games, actually. G2 played much more, going lower bracket, playing more best of 3s, playing third maps in those best of 3 series. Just flying through it, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, flawlessly, no big deals here. We've seen so little from them, it feels like we can't fully judge them yet. And we're in the grand finals. And what we gotta judge them from right now is that they're pretty damn good.
Yeah. But this is the first time we're seeing this really aggressive Secret. It's the first time we're seeing Mowgli just say, all right, guys, you know what I might do? I might just kill everybody.
It's a staple of his, but again, doing it against the best, that's the challenge. G2, they're sitting back, they're waiting for them to get to the right spots, then they strike first a C4, it clipped the ceiling, doesn't quite get out of there, but they got the Fenrir, they got gadgets, they got layers to this defense. Secret either gotta cut off the rotations, the fallback, which they haven't. G2 at 1 minute 30 said, we don't care any longer, that's the timer, we're gonna fall back to the side and play that 5v5.
Mujamma taken down, it's been slow from Secret. Another drone spotted. Loira, though, has not been yet detected by Team Secret. And Doki's gonna play aggressively to try and bait a little bit for his teammate. The fire, the shots to try and allow the aggression in from Loira. He goes and finds Mowgli. Busy on the drone for Flores. He's a fall victim of Loira, who still holds on to his position, by the way, and hungry for more. SMG-11 in hand, a flashbang to suppress him. Another one to follow here from Doom. Loira cannot see a damn thing, but he still hasn't been eliminated, and he finds another kill! Joom eventually puts him to rest, but the damage has well and truly been done.
Yeah, a great play from Laura, but again, Secret a little bit too quick to get up those angles. They got the Goyo Fire, they got good positions. Again, Secret are going to be locked out of this one. Forced into offense, forced into crossfires. They got to hit some miracle shots in this one.
And Joom gets that diffuser back again. This needs to be explosive, Pengu.
They gotta
G2 have the numbers advantage. Secret are going for broke, but Alamau with the fire and with the Vector. G2 put the site on lock and find their first round of Clubhouse.
Finally. And I mean, honestly, Secret there, they didn't have a chance. The fire is there, gotta sprint through it. You don't have time to wait because of what happened earlier. I really liked how they got into the 5v5 for both teams. G2, they said, okay, we don't care about the roam, we'll play the side. Secret recognized it, okay, let's take the map space for free, and then they barely breach the connector wall, start Flores droning, and leave Flores as the only guy there on drone. And Laura walks on him, gets the freebie. Had they waited 3-5 more seconds and Laura makes the play, Laura dies for nothing. Had they waited 3-5 more seconds and Laura doesn't make the play, it's a standstill, 5v5 still, anybody's round. So it comes down to the details again. Mowgli first round, created the gap, created space, won the round. Laura did the exact same thing in reverse there on defense.
And yet how good is it, the way that G2, when they make those solo plays, they're actually not solo.
No, that's the big thing. G2 would do this 6 months ago, they'd be trolling because there's no plan in motion. What we saw, not sure it was Doki, but operator.
It was Doki on the Azami, it was so genius.
On Master Door, walks in, supporting Laura. They make the play together. He walks up because he shoots it on. He falls back, saying, guys, we're not here. Laura makes the play.
Laura's got to vault that rotate hole, right, from office, and that's going to make a hell of a lot of noise. So Doki is shooting suppressive fire, it masks the sound, and then like you said, Doki runs away. They think, oh, it's clear. It's just, it's the subtlety of Siege.
Yeah.
Little moments like that are not to be underestimated.
It's all about communication. I think a lot of people go, oh yeah, but every player would always do that. And as I can tell you right now, they wouldn't. A lot of people don't make that communication. You don't say, hey, bait for me, hey, make some sound. And whether it's Doki saying, hey, Laura, let's make a play, or Laura saying, Doki makes a noise, we'll never know, unless we ask the players. But the matter of fact is, someone said the right thing, and they did the right play.
When you play a game like Siege, you don't have the time to communicate, oh, I'm going to do this, and you're going to do this, and then we're going to, no, you just have to say, make noise for me. Here we go, Loira, stomping. He's hungry for more. Oh, look at this from Alamau. He's shut down, but there's a second kill. No! Noah finds them both, supported by Savage on the blitz. It's a hammer and anvil. Oh no. Stompin gets the down, but not the kill confirmed. Is he able to find it from inside a garage? He can impact the wall and look for that kill.
He wants it so bad.
He goes for it with the impact grenade. Worried about the blitz. The wall bang from Joom is perfection. It all comes down to Doki. Hang on a second. How is he still in stock? He finds one. A 1v2. Where are you going, Adrian? Joom, where are you going? He's got the diffuser. Savage needs to close the distance.
Oh, he missed!
He missed! And the pistol flash from Savage. A 1v1 that Secret will happily take. A calamitous round. Back and forth. What is going on?
One of the most, I don't know, chaotic clubhouse I've seen in a very long time. From 2 Europeans on the list. Hipfire kills, flank dropping. The double push here is good because of being pushed from bar from the blitz of Savage. So either you fight the Ying who has the gun, or you fight the blitz who has the flash.
This is like pro players playing casual, where there's only 1 minute on the round and the defenders are just sending it.
And they have no microphones. I mean, Adrian runs straight below Doki, which he killed his teammate, dies to a hipfire, misses the melee button, by the way. It's so chaotic that no one is really able to have a clean round because you gotta match the chaos.
Yeah.
If G2 aren't playing aggressively into this, they'll be overrun by Secret. They have to get a bit silly. And it could have been, it wasn't. It's exciting though, because Clubhouse, always spoken of as a, I'm not gonna say a boring map because this is my favorite one. Strategical, slow-paced, ABCs, the first, the second, the third. So it's very classic Rainbow Six-esque style. This has been anything but that. And it's not like the teams are not reinforcing the walls and setting up. There's a very clear vision from these defensive G2. The Goyo Fire, the castle barricades, etc. But they end up having to just fight it out in the server, 1-to-1. Yeah, also, first time both teams playing club at this event, I believe, which means there's not a lot of VOD to go from.
No, not at all. I'm actually having a look back at the last time that G2 played Clubhouse, and I'm having to go really far back. It wasn't in the last 90 days, I can tell you that.
Oh, really? So not with this roster at all, in fact?
No, not since bringing in Stompin for Uno.
Okay.
The last time that we saw them play Clubhouse was 270 days ago.
Really?
Against Shopify Rebellion. 11th of November, that was last year. The last time they won it was even longer ago. It was against Wild last October in the EML. G2 are not fans of this map, and they haven't been for a very long time. Secret picked it, and now they're showing why.
Best of 5, baby. If you got gaps in your maps, this is where they'll be found and exploited.
I can't believe G2 picked Cafe first.
I think it's been... I saw a tweet from a person called Hannibal B, a friend of mine.
I know the guy.
He said he felt like Cafe G2 was a fool me once, fool me twice, fool me thrice, and then all of a sudden you get exposed. They've overplayed it. They felt maybe so good because they've beaten great teams on it, but they played it so many times.
They also lost to Furia yesterday, so it's pretty cocky to pick that as your first map of the BO5 here, because I wouldn't be too surprised at this rate to see a 2-0 lead in the best of 5 for Secret.
You're giving them a lot of space to make the plays, that's for damn sure. The Clash doing the work, baiting once more for his team of Loira, teammate rather. I feel like Secret are gonna know what's up though. There's never a solo player from G2. Doom swings to rotate. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they don't have the read. He's gone on drone, seemingly unnoticed. If you walk through this rotate, you will die. Now Loira, decision-making time. Do you now chase your target through the rotate yourself, or do you stay in that corner?
I think he's just going to sit here. He's looking very patient at the moment.
But if Monty
Savage
walks
has got
in...
no idea. I think Monty's going to get
is.
killed from behind. Mowgli falls. Run! Loira's found his first.
Stay?
Looks for a little bit more, but he can't contest that Monty, so he falls on back. And this is Doki's chance to get aggressive, take the fight to that Montaigne.
Very close room here, Connector and Cash softball by the bomb side, and no real counterplay. Nomad's dead, no self-destruction. This Clash should be thriving.
Oh, Loira is found Jim as well. He's so hungry for more here, aggressing these angles. Savage needs to get aggressive. In fact, he jumps straight on in to CCTV.
They plant here?
Looks for a potential plant with Noah covering and Blaz going down. Just maybe. It is possible. There are no nitro cells on the board, but Doki on that Clash is going to make things extremely awkward. We need to see aggression. In comes Noah. He's got the SMG in hand, but he's not likely to find the kill. He spots the Clash, finds one, traded back. It's chaos as Adrian is left in a 1v2. No diffuser planted. He needs to go deep, and Loira, he opens it and closes it for G2 as they reply and get one step closer to evening the score.
Such a disgusting round from Loira. I mean, he is everywhere, fighting all the angles, the crossfires. He doesn't give a damn. I think Loira's recognized that he might just be the single player that can keep up with Mowgli right now in this server from the sheer ridiculousness of how to play these rounds. He is making all these mini plays happen, and it's Doki every single time that he's working around. Asami and Mute on gym defense. Now, Loira himself playing the castle of all operators with the Clash of Doki supporting. He's outside the building half the round. Like, what is this?
I just love that from Loira. He's taking cover outside the building.
I mean, that's just...
testing a window.
The value is so big in that round for him.
Dude's 7 kills deep, by the way. He's caught up with Mowgli.
Who's quiet? Yeah, he's got 7 kills in 2 rounds, by the way. Wow. After round 2, he was 7-1.
And on the flip side, Mowgli was 7-1-1 after 2 rounds, and now 7-4-1. Has not even done enough damage to warrant an assist.
You said hot and cold.
That's it.
If you get a really consistent, stable team in Noah, Doom, Savage, and Adrian, and then an occasional hot and cold from Mowgli, you are one of the best teams in the world. Yeah. But if you get an average or below average experience from the other 4 players and Mowgli doesn't go hot, you're gonna get probably not a winning team necessarily. And it's why consistency is so important, because consistency around those really crazy players can make or break a team.
Sometimes you just need someone to go for broke, and the thing is, yeah, Secret have Mowgli, but G2 have so many players.
You can name them all. Keep going.
All of them. Yeah. Well, like that.
The only person that I would say the job isn't like that is maybe Blaz and sometimes Alamau.
Even then, Blaz, like last map, he was popping off. On the Lion, going for a lot of entries, playing aggressively. Everyone on G2 is capable.
I think Blaz also had the match MVP in one of their recent matches as well. So he definitely has what it takes. And again, I always say this, Blaz does the job that goes unnoticed and underappreciated in the server. Thankless roll, no one really sees. And then it's, you know, Loira stumbling to steal the show and be like, oh, I can 1v5 my opponent, I'm the best player. And they kind of are, but they get help from the players like Doki, like Blaz, like Alamau.
Oh, look at this angle from Loira. I mean, SMG11, and he's contesting that with the hollow side.
A gun is just a gun to Loira. Doesn't matter which one it is. GMG 11, a 416 carbine, a DMR. It's all the same. One-shot headshot. I will take the gunfight.
We got to chat with Doki on the stage briefly, and he said the same thing about mice.
Yeah.
He was tossing out, which of these mice should I use? And then he says, it doesn't actually matter. It's all mental. All in here.
He's like gaslighting himself. He was very like, he's like, I don't know.
I do love that energy from G2. They're always having fun. Ooh. Except for when Joom is doing that to them. That's a very deep angle. And Doki, well, his mouse didn't save him there. His keeper barriers might have, but he was exposed. And now Secret inching closer to that bomb site.
Yeah, and they got a different win condition than last time. The Monty, there's two things you can do. Either you walk into office and take that backbone in control, or you walk into the bomb site door of master bedroom. You can just walk in and plant by the mattress, jump into a window, plant by the weights, the walls are reinforced. They got options here for Secret to problem solve. They're just gonna run in the door, hello?
That's very aggressive.
What? Why?
Stompin puts a stop to it. Secret are now trailing by a player. How does Savage use this Monty? That's the question. We need the Montaigne to be the first one inside. Blaz still has a gas babe remaining. The final fires are subsiding here for G2. The Secret, as the Grim Bees go out, where is the push going to come from? Hang on, Blaz. Oh, the gnarly shot. He goes down and finished off, but he's been worse so much. It's all up to Savage, and Stompin farms them all. G2 are back in the game. And as the first half sunsets, G2 have made their comeback.
That they have. They've figured out their problems and adapted quite well. Secret must have thought the mattress position was clear, but I mean, there's a keeper barrier and a double gym wall reinforcement. If I see that setup, I'm going, they gotta try and prioritize that master bedroom mattress position, and they just flashbang and run in. They can go opposite Monty, they can go mastered Monty. The floor sprint straight in first. I didn't see, but do you think that was Mowgli? Should I check here? I'm going to check.
Go on, sprinting inside
Mowgli.
and dying?
It was Mowgli.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And this is perhaps one of the biggest strength and biggest weakness at the same time. If that's any other player in Mowgli's spot, I don't know if they would make that like super aggressive play. I think Mowgli was trying to go for an off pace. The Goyo fire canister on the door itself wasn't shot yet by G2, so he just runs on in. He can buy 20 seconds of value, basically.
Yeah, I saw him earlier using his Roteras from Flores to try and clear that Vulcan canister, and I think he missed it.
He must have missed
it. Put it on the wrong side. But not just the Vulcan canister, but also the Dreadmine from Fenrir. It stunned him. As he entered, it was what gave the cue for the defender to swing.
That's a good point.
So a little bit of an awkward scenario for poor Mowgli.
It's one of those, if it works, you're a genius, and if it fails, you're silly, right? And I respect the fact that he's going for it, but it's one of those.
To be red though.
I was gonna say, like, speaking of, he went 7-1, hasn't gotten a kill since, so he's gotten 7 kills in 2 rounds, then going kill us for 4.
Yeah.
When that happens, you gotta recognize maybe it's time to go for a different approach.
Bomb located by attacker.
Yeah, just maybe.
Now they go side swap though, so now it's gonna be different.
Of course, and that also means that we've had more operator bans come through, and the coaches have had a chance to chat to the team, and well, it's not too dissimilar to what you expected the first half. It's going to be double hard breach denial, double electricity operators in Kaid and Bandit. Secret are going to get rid of that Montaigne, but not the Blitz. No, they're going to leave that in. They're going to get rid of the Capitao instead, which I think is a good move.
I like this a lot, actually. I think like Monty into Grim or Monty to Capitao would be like my leading picks, personally, because all 3 of those operators can be played on every single bomb site to very high success, and they play around these pivotal areas, right? Capitao for Catwalk Rafters and CCTV or Grim.
Yeah. I mean, Monty and Capitao are arguably the 2 best attackers to clear out Rafters, right?
This, again, simplifies a very delicate situation at times. For basement, the Grim is very nice to have, not being brought this round by G2 because they want other things. They're spread thin. They got Doki for the roam clear on the demos. They got the Ash, either for Mirrors of Destruction, good entry capabilities. You got Execute and Alama on the Ying, then you get Heart and Vertical Destruction in Blast and Slumber. So they got everything they need, but only Doki can really afford to die early. So if there's a roamer, which Mowgli is top 4 right now, Doki has to lead the charge. Or maybe Lara and Ash. They can't afford to lose anybody else.
Are they going to hard clear him, though? Because at the moment, it doesn't look like it.
It's a half clear master bedroom bar. Here goes the window opened up. There is the smoke canister to pop if you want to get some shrouding to cover over and one towards garage. But Mowgli, again, over-aggression, could be punished. He's overstaying his welcome on this one, maybe, because Cadelas are going to be flying out at him. He's got Crossfire from Catwalk Rafters. It's a 2v4.
Mowgli still steals a kill. Whee! Traded by Doki. Perhaps overthinking that one a little bit, but the fight's not done. Joom is still aggressing. He begins to fall on back. Him and Noah together. Wow, that was too close for comfort. A spray through the wall. Belief from Alamouth doesn't find its target, but very close.
I think it's a decent trade, though. You can always say if Mowgli doesn't swing the door with his phone in his hand, maybe he stays alive, it's a kill, whatever. But a 1-for-1 trade, burning as much time as they did, only 70 seconds left in the server, I think this is pretty good for Secret because they got the Coil of Fire, they got the Clash Shield. G2 now gotta work overtime and really double up their pace right now. Soft Destruction right now. Get the hatches, Alamau. Where do you want to execute? They got 3 Cadellas and 2 Smoke Grenades, so deny any lines of sight and blind their opponents. And there is no Warden for Secret.
Yeah, it's going to come down to that execute, isn't it?
Yeah.
And of course, when you start executing, there's a couple of things you got to deal with, namely that big Clash holding onto the side. How are you going to deal with that? How are you going to deal with the Vulcan canisters? How are you going to deal with the Keeper barriers? There might just be a gap, but it's being watched here. A solid position here from Noah. Ooh, an impact goes begging. Another peek, though, as the flashes come through. Alamau needs to go big. He goes sprinting forward, but Noah puts him down. G2 might get the plant, but Secret are holding the fort. Stompin's got to cover the cross. As Blaz has confirmed that plan, a swing from Savage. Blaz makes it a 1v1. Jim, this is your moment. Blaz is holding it down. Low HP as June bides his time. He's got the red pings. He's got the yellow pings. Blaz has got itchy feet. Can't find anywhere safe to stand. June has got to peek it, and he's got to peek it now. You can't push foot around this anymore. He's got to go deep. He finds the kill, and June clutches the round for Secret.
Incredibly important clutch for June, but he said, you see this check right there, he was shaking that server, not being confident. He had red pings, yellow ping formation, the exact location under lock for Blast, and still, he barely wins out with a pre-fire, doesn't even see the guy. Not the kind of clutch you want, but the one that you definitely need in that round. I thought we were gonna have finally have a classic Clubhouse simple round. It wasn't.
You thought wrong.
I thought wrong. The second the first Candela popped, it was chaos all the way through.
I thought Stompin was going to have it on lock from the bottom of the main stairs. I didn't think Blaz would be able to clutch it in the 1v2, and yet he still makes it that 1v1. Joom, though, the energy we've seen from him today, the energy from Savage as well. Secret, they've been on the main stage, but not nearly as much as G2. And for a lot of this roster, this is unfamiliar territory. No player has made it into the top 4 before, and here they are in a grand final. And yet they still have the energy that we expect from a team like G2. Secret are the louder of the two teams here today.
I like this little cheekiness from Secret, the force picking the Clash every single round so far. Like they turn a force, you say, hey, we're gonna ban it. That's when the real strat comes into effect. And when you're Team Secret, you can do a couple different things. For example, what you can do here, ban the Brava, play the Maestro. Those kind of like cheeky things you can do, because almost with 100% certainty, if you keep bringing the Clash and keep winning, G2 has to respect it and take it away. So I'm expecting Secret with a long-term plan for this one. And because they already got the first round victory on the side switch, they have the 4-3. That means they can now, regardless of the result here, still see that long-term plan come to fruition, as they won't lose quickly. It'll be a long Clubhouse game, most likely with how these rounds are playing out. Got the mirror, a C4, I can hear it. I don't know where it is, Adrian, but it's somewhere. They're just waiting right now, watching this breach very carefully. Roller gate off, Sense Wall injured from Stomp. What's happening? They're planting as well. They're all dying though.
This is a cook here, a rush. As Alamau's forcing that plant down, there's still no way to open up that barrier on the wall, and perhaps there might be a ninja defuse here.
1v5.
Azami needs to lock this up. Everyone's throwing bodies. Donkey cannot hold the post plant. It was a nice rush from G2, but Secret, they're happy to play it slow. They're happy to play the retake. A monstrous one from them. And they're just 2 rounds away from yet another map in the grand final.
I think this is another great example of Mowgli's value in a team. This guy is usually what I will call overly aggressive. If I was a teammate of Mowgli, I would be stressed because fall back please, don't keep swinging the window, right? Mowgli was so aggressive in cache and garage, swinging the windows, checking for angles. He knew there was 0 presence from G2 on that side of the map. And what you can come to the conclusion of with that information is, guys, they're gonna go for a direct bomb set rush. It's why Adrian was a hawk on the mirror window with a pre-placed C4, because they know they have to go for the bomb site. If it was a different player than Mowgli playing on that extension on Cash, who doesn't check those deep angles and goes, oh, they might be in garage, I don't know, I haven't checked it. Because he checks it, because he's so overconfident, he gets information. By knowing what is clear, you know what isn't. Because if no one's in master bedroom side, or if nobody's cast side rather, they will be master bedroom side.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, this is not at all what I had on my bingo card for today, Pengu. This is This is not G2 just laying down and playing terribly. No, not at all.
It's Secret stepping up to the challenge.
Secret are playing the best Siege we have seen from them. And I'm not just talking here at the tournament, I'm talking EML, I'm talking historically. I'm saying that the roster changes, bringing on Noah and Mowgli just a couple of months ago, wow, that has proven to be successful. Adrian's gone down. I mean, G2 need that. Just quite frankly, G2 need that not just to keep themselves alive here, but to just earn a bit of respect back. We know you guys are good. That's the best G2 we've seen in years. You can't fold now to Secret, who you've beaten every single time that you've versed in the last, well, all year long. Every single time they played in 2025, G2 have had Secret's number up until now.
You can see G2 respecting the aggression a lot more as well from Secret, expecting Mowgli to go crazy somewhere on the map, holding angles on the windows, applying phantom pressure, opening barricades, and just kind of boxing in Team Secret everywhere they can. For Secret, they've had a mostly linear road to success, right? It's been that aggression, it's been the confidence. If G2 starts shutting that down, they gotta find a different angle strategically, whether it's operator bans, operator selection, bomb site choices. If you can't win your gunfight, you gotta start playing more together, because there has been a lot of individual heroics from Secret. But you can see right now on the bomb side, it's not very comfortable. Adrian died early, Noah low on health. You're pretty much relying on Doom, on Clash, to be in the exact right position regarding the push from G2. If they go for connector, Clash has to be there. If they go catwalk, Clash might rotate over. When you play a 4v5 though, you are outnumbered by the attackers. They can effectively be in 5 different spots, Clash can only be in 1 position.
So G2 are just figuring out where are these players. Savage is still holding his position. He looks to go to red.
Look at discipline. G2's just waiting.
Yeah, they are.
And then Doom oversteps.
That's the patience here from G2. Noah will find Doki an aggressive pick, but every player from Secret is under the pump, and G2 are slowly mounting their pressure. Perhaps a kill from Savage. A lot of damage onto Stompin', but immediately G2 rip the rug out from underneath them. 2 quick kills to confirm the round for G2, and they are just 1 behind. 5-4 is the scoreline. Secret still ahead, but G2 not far from them.
Now let's see what the plan is here for Secret, right? They forced the Clash, I think on purpose, to do something cheeky here and force the ban out from G2 and say, guys, we got something else coming, and I'm curious. They're also not instantly banning the operator. They're thinking about it, taking their time. Will it happen? G2 says Clash, and then out comes the Thermite of all operators. Okay.
Interesting. We don't have any hard breaches banned by Secret before.
No.
It was the Monty and the Capitao. I mean, what's the plan with the Thermite ban? You've still got the Ace and the Hibana.
It enables the mute on all the bomb sets, because now mute jammers can single-handedly stop the Ace, the Can Opener, and the Hibana pellets as well. That means that if you're basement and you're roaming, the CC wall, the Jacuzzi wall, that's going to slow you down. When you play top of bomb site, same story. You can clear the damage with a single EMP from some of the windows, grenades.
I wonder if it's about the mirror pick as well. I mean, the impacts, you can impact trick a little bit better.
Also true.
I don't know.
It's not what I thought was going to happen, I'll be honest with you. I thought there was going to be a big cook where they go, okay, we got you. This doesn't feel like I got you moment.
Not a gotcha moment.
No, it's not.
Not at all. On either side. Now, Secret go back downstairs. They don't have the Clash this time around, but they've got that mirror, which they didn't pick last time. They've really centered around fortifying their positions with the Kiba barriers, with locking in really solid holds for them. Mute jammers, Warden, very difficult operators to displace. Of course, a little bit of a roam game as well. That's largely been Mowgli. Last time he found one and then was taken down.
Yeah. Normally he has one person supporting him, that's Doom this round, as there was previously as well. In D2, I would not be surprised if they're going to keep playing that slower style pace. Loira's on main stairs, he's speeding up actually, and he's found a gap in the middle of the building. Mira runs away, the jig is up, both teams know. But Laura buys valuable time, map presence, gets the bar default cam. The centerpiece of Secret's defense round here has been cut down the middle, and because of that, the players of Secret are falling back. They've surrendered top floor, they've surrendered main stairs, and they've given up everything besides blue and basement control. So Laura's individual play has gotten them full roam clear. Secret maybe over-respecting it, thinking Laura wouldn't be alone. Well, he was.
Impact pick gonna come through? Perhaps not. Noah does have impacts in pocket. It's not to be. G2 are baiting aggression here. Loira is hard flank watch, waiting for Noah, who's still in Secret, ironically.
Yeah, some people call it Lou's Secret. Adam is an OG one as well.
That's a classic.
Nobody here listening is gonna know who Adam is probably. OG pro player in North America.
From the server would remember Adam.
Before the clubhouse rework, that's how ancient that is. But he was sneaking, or like prone hiding in Adam, made a huge flank play, and people called this spot Adam before the rework when he looked different. But yeah, that's an OG one.
Secret to get into work now. Hatches are open. Time to isolate these positions. There's a lot of util to clear. Third is now being opened as well by the Ram.
Yeah, of course, downside of playing a very passive attacking round is that time will tick down a little bit further. Triple C4, Goyo Fire. This is one of those rounds, kind of like on Cafe. If G2 have one thing go the wrong way, a C4 that gets a kill, something like that, it can disrupt the entire plan. Drone spots him out, doesn't reinforce the wall. This is really good for G2 though, because the mirror is cleared out. That can be tricky, but it's pretty simple, this one.
Still 2 C4s remain here for Secret, but Joom has lost his, so he's not able to throw a Nitro Cell over to the main stairs, where Loira is holding on to this long angle. He's keen to take a fight, but Savage, he holds the fort down as Blaz drops below. Loira finds his opening immediately traded.
Back B.
Adrian deep into the side. Savage as well. He tucked away in the corner. He finds one, and he might even be good for a second. Stop and put to shreds. Alamau, the last remaining.
Oh,
and I think this Nitro Cell could seal the deal. Alamau so low on HP. He might find one, but the shotgun from Savage. Secret are 1 round away from a second map in the grand final.
Once again, not necessarily what we expected, but this is reality. Secret are here to play, and G2 do not have the solutions for these rounds. Again, Secret are being very, very good with their foresight. Understand, okay, if they drop the hatchet bar, I'm gonna play by the jukebox. He's forced into hipfire. That's a free pick. Then there's no one on the kitchen bird. I'm gonna go back B bombs and watch the short hallway where they're gonna push as well. It feels like G2 are always missing one thing in these rounds. One position that's not covered. One gap that's being, again, exploited by Secret. And I'm going to always talk about this. Like, Alamau on the scoreboard was very, very cold on Cafe. That 0-6 scoreline, it's still stuck in my mind. Right now, he's 6-7. Scoreboard-wise, he's fine. I'm not seeing that frontline leadership where he's all the pieces together. That's covered. I'm gonna plant here. You do that. I do this. Even on the bombs that rushed we saw on Gym earlier, the blitz plant, the sense wall, the Aura door, they all died immediately. Like they weren't ready on the timings.
And G2 are falling victim to these little cheeky things.
They
like
are.
Savage hiding in a corner, waiting, biding his time for someone to drop down a hatch. Well, he's just simply watching that angle, ready to swing.
Yep. I will say for G2, it's a good look that they're slowing things down because they get the 5v5 execute. But then, when it comes to the execute, it's not clean enough for it to be worth it. It's almost better if they go fast and chaotic because then you kill 2 players of Secret, you die 2 people of your own, now you're in a 3v3. Now it's kind of scrappy siege, but they can play scrappy. G2 are trying to play that perfect style without being perfect.
This is exactly what you called before. The jammer is going to make things a little bit slower. We're going to need Ace to have some support from the EMPs, which is brought. That's the effect of the thermite ban now.
Yeah.
More util needed on this clear. Remember, bomb site over in Gym bedroom. This cache extension is just that, an extension.
Yeah. For people that don't necessarily know what the thermite thing is, you can rappel on those exterior walls and put the thermite charge outside the mute jammer range and just pop it wide open. So you can circumvent the mute entirely, and because you banned the Kite and the Bandit, nothing can stop the thermite whatsoever. So that's exactly why the mute jammers are so strong now compared to previously. Got EMPs from Alamau, 1 spare in pocket, got Laura downstairs also with grenades, so they can clear this, but you see Mowgli, he's got the jammer, so the Grim Beast won't spot him, the wall won't be broken open either. They need to find this jammer first to continue forward here on the attack.
There's not a lot of value that you're getting out of the Deimos when that mute jammer is still alive. And Jim is the player at top red anyway.
Uh-oh.
Savage, though, meanwhile, finds Loira down below. How did he find that kill? He went downstairs, he went, and the hunter became the hunted. Mowgli is so keen! He's so aggressive! One pop!
He's gonna keep going! 3 kills for Mowgli! He is on a tear! And how many giants will Secret slay before we finally believe that these humble 5 could make history? 2-0 over G2.
The very first attack, the very first round was Mowgli downstairs in basement finding a beautiful 4K to start off this banger map of Clubhouse. The very final round that we just witnessed was the exact same thing. He says, I am gonna have my moment right here and I'm gonna keep pushing forward.
And in this best of 5, Secret assert themselves as the favorites with a 2-0 lead. And this is going to be a Mowgli highlight reel, to say the least. Look at him go. The aggression, the celebration, and the perfection from Secret. Loira is not happy. G2 are not happy. The best team in the world, some people thought, but they are in shambles. And the only way forward is to replicate a reverse sweep that we've seen very few teams in this world do. There's plenty to break down, so we'll toss it over to the analysts.
Secret is online, and I wish I could say the same about G2. This was a map that we had a lot of worries about from the side of G2. How are they going to perform on something that has been permabanned? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have our answer. Not very hot.
No, this was incredible from the side of Secret. And Clubhouse is a map that we always talk about, like, it's in everyone's map pool. You gotta know how to play it. But Secret did definitely show G2 today how to play a map like Clubhouse. I am just so happy to see a Team Secret play like their life depends on it. They're not scared to peek things, they're not scared to push things, and I'm really glad to see that because it shows how much confidence and momentum they've got going in this
That 4K that we just saw from Savage, the kills here every time, what do you notice? You notice that it's one player getting a triple or a quadruple kill inside site in defense, but also in attack, lurking around because there is a gap, there is a mistake, there is a critical blind spot to every single attack or defense on the side of G2, and Secret punishes that almost every round. That's the biggest difference between these two teams right now. What did we see in reaction from Loira as soon as the match was finished, as soon as the map was down? He threw away his headset right now. He's pissed. He's angry. He needs a reaction. And that's in these kind of moments that you know if it's a champion mentality or not. Do they bring it back? Or do they crumble completely on the next map?
And that was also a topic of conversation that we had earlier, and where it's like, it doesn't feel like G2 has actually been tested yet at this event. Because yes, that first game against Furia was maybe not their hottest one, but they were online after that, and they were able to win again and again uncontested. I think that is this is really where we're gonna see, as Leo said, whether or not G2 has a championship mentality, because this is the furthest they've been pushed with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, that's definitely the case for the side of G2, but I feel like it might even be more the case for Secret, given that they haven't even dropped a single map yet this tournament. Have they really been tested? And the way that they're going in this matchup so far, it doesn't really seem so far, I might jinx it here, that G2 is actually giving them that test as well in the series.
My biggest worry was, is it a championship team? Do they resist to the pressure? Is it something that they can do? And I think Secret is answering that. Not only because they deal with the pressure, but also because they feel less pressure than G2.
I think also, like, whether or not the coach is gonna, like, slap them a little. Okay, maybe don't actually, but like, you know, like bring them back to reality, because this is where they had to stay. And I think a really good example of how far gone G2 was when we saw that 4K come through. We're like, what's going on here? But how do you come back from that? Because that's a little bit humiliating.
First kill here, then he swings to Church, gets that kill, and now everyone pay attention to that headshot. That is beautiful, and then goes into the 4K. Look at Mowgli's face. Look at his reaction. He stands up, throws away the in-ears. Look at the reaction from Jum as well next to him, that cannot believe what just happened. Every single player on the side of Secret has an incredible momentum right now.
Yeah, we had round 8 as well, specifically, that we wanted to highlight when it came to how this goes. I see you laughing already because we all know what's coming up next, but what's going on?
Yeah, this was an insane round. I mean, that swing there on the hot tip, like, there's a whole plan going on behind that Aurora barricade, by the way, and then this to come pushing back in. The incredible team play that we're seeing from Secret, this aggression as well to force themselves back in this position. And then the clash jumping coming out together with the Azami. It's just that teamwork that we've seen from them before, right? On Cafe, where they send multiple people out the window. They're not scared to take the initiative to actually get the control back in a post plant.
As much as it's all fun and games to sit here and be like, yo, G2, like, what's going on? I think we also have to answer that question ourselves and go like, okay, what actually do we think is going on with G2 here? Because this is not the team that we've seen in that playoff stage. This is not the team that we've seen when it came to qualifying. This is also not the team that we've seen at EML. Something is missing, and what is it that we can pinpoint here that we think will make the difference, as a reverse sweep is very much needed if they want to win this?
As much as we like to joke about it right now, and it's 2-0 on the side of Secret, G2 is not that far. G2 is putting out a great show. It's just that, like I said, these critical mistakes are being exploited by Secret. Go back to fundamentals, go back to basics, go back to simple, not complex attack. Go together as a squad and abuse the man advantage when you can create it. That's my biggest thing. Right now, they're letting holes be exploited by Secret because they're going for really spread attacks or really spread defenses. Go back to basics, stay close to each other, gain a little bit of momentum. Then we can go back to more complex stuff.
And the fact that Stompen, by the way, is still running a 91% cost despite losing this map, being so efficient for his team.
He's the only one that's that consistent on the side of G2. First map, second map, both times. The rookie, first ever grand final, is the most consistent player on the side of G2 right now.
Which is a concerning situation to be in, because you have those two players that have been in grand finals before. Damn, they've won the hammer before. So this is not a performance that you're expecting from them. But we've already covered Cafe. We've covered Club. We now have Labs, Bank, and Sky remaining. So I want to really hone in on this Labs, because this is G2's pick. So if anything, it should be a territory that they are more comfortable with.
It is G2's pick, and it should be their home. They beat FaZe, the current world champions, on that map really comfortably. No, just a few days ago. This should be a moment. If there is a wake-up time right now, it should be on that map. A comfortable map, really classic, where you know what are the different steps you need to do. It's just like Clubhouse, but even more structured. That should be easy to come back to fundamentals here.
And I mean, if there's any team/organization that is used to getting such a big reverse sweep in a best-of-5 grand final, that has to be G2. They are known for that, obviously, with the SI final in 2018. That's a big thing that they have in their legacy. It's definitely not impossible. We don't see them every single day, but G2 have that individual player quality to potentially put up a reverse sweep.
It's a moment for them to really press that reset button on their mental to head forward, because we're also going to do the exact same. We're going to have a little breather, and we'll be back with the third map of the series, Labs, coming up next.
Yeah, close to me. I'm picking.
That's
good.
Maybe.
You can maybe push off it. I'm going off.
Yeah, we're sorry. We can push church.
Azami dead.
Hold on.
Can push
I'm pushing.
Azami
One third.
I'm just planting.
Oh my god! No! Oh my god! Holy shit! Holy fuck! Whoa! Let's go!
You're gonna get a fight.
Oh my god!
We've been saying every single chance that we get to expect the unexpected with this tournament, as every single man you see sitting in front of me here is just one map away from greatness.
On the other side, this conversation does not get any more or any less really difficult. In the case, backs against the wall for G2 heading into Nighthaven Labs. And we got both a mix of world champions and new blood on the roster.
So we've got two potential storylines here. Either one team is one map away from shocking the entire world, or the other is set for the comeback of the decade.
Either way, I think we're going to have an incredible night that is only just starting. Ian, I think we're all ready for this. Rihanna, are you ready? There's your answer. Map 3 begins now.
And we were so ready for a grand final of the ages. We were so ready for G2 to once again claim their place on the Pantheon. And yet somebody stood in their way. And somebody still stands in their way. What is going on today?
Maybe we have counted out their opponents a little bit too early in Team Secret. The story was writing itself a little bit too easily for G2, and the desk spoke about it. Have G2 truly been tested this tournament? And I kind of want to say yes. I don't feel like on paper that Secret should be any more difficult than their previous opponents, but their playstyle has been troublesome.
Well, the stage is set for the world to watch as Europe sets its eye on the silverware, but only one will rise to the occasion. Only one will raise the trophy. G2 need to come back. Backs against the wall. Team Secret on the verge of greatness here at EWC.
Out goes the operator bands, Kaid and the Hibana, followed by the Bandit and the Thermite. So this will be that stable old double Heartbreach, double wall deny situation, ensuring that the first step will always be achieved with ease. And here comes the one counter, perhaps the mirror being brought out the very first round from Team Secret. We kind of talked about it briefly on Clubhouse. When you get these operator bands, you can put the mirror window on the exterior wall and C4/impact trick through it and still make it complicated for the attackers. G2 need to show us a couple of things. The first one is that they can just play a stable run of Siege without making those glaring mistakes, those massive gaps that Secret used to exploit. The second one is the individual performances in the server. Now, Stumpin, phenomenal player. Insane debut, phenomenal individual. He has been the most consistent and best statistical performing player from G2 in this grand final. And that's great, but that's also concerning. It shouldn't be up to Stumpin to play the best when he's with veterans like Doki, like Laura, like Glass, like Alamau. It should be a full team effort where Stumpin fits into that system and he can play his own game, not having to carry out right. Somebody, please help this man on this third map.
I mean, he's already broken 20 kills. On Cafe, he went 12-6, Clubhouse 9-5. He's the only positive player for G2 right now. We need everyone to step up, not just the Golden Boy. And so Alamai, you've said he needs to lead from the front. Here he is on the Ash, the tip of the spear. As G2 begin to open up breaches on the connector, forcing Mowgli back into electrical. Oh, it's been a Mowgli tournament, hasn't it? If you had to select an MVP right now, if we called it, it would have to be the Frenchman.
There's really no arguing against it so far, and he's feeling it still, being aggressive, swinging the windows, the drones, getting good value from his position. Dilla goes out, shotgun in hand.
Wow.
He's in the building. It's Laura.
But re-peeking with the shotgun. Mowgli, how does he win that? He brought his own shotgun to the Ying battle. And Loira will fall. No response yet from G2 as they've lost control of Electrical and are left abound wondering what can they do. The vertical angle. Mowgli is unstoppable. He is shut down by Stompin, but the damage has been done and the refrag available for Secret. It's utter desperation for Doki and Blaz as they look to pick up their fallen comrade, but Blaz has been eliminated and Secret are firing on all cylinders. Nitro cells and gas sent forth. G2 have very few ways back into this.
So much pressure in this round from every single angle. Doom takes on Doki on the vault from Stompin against the world. 1v4 is good for one. Double for him in the round, but no help to be had. Just him. Toxic Babe going out stalling for more seconds. Plenty of time left, but Stompin, time is not the problem. It's all these players. He finds another.
This will need to be an ace for Stompin. No more gas, no more nitro cells. It's just pure talent. Stompin's low HP. Savage and Adrian to withstand against the Prodigy as the American sets his sights on the two SAS operators on his opposition. He's got info on both of them now. He's waiting for the peak to come through. And he's got the read. He settles back in as Savage and Adrian both prepare their shotguns on close range. The Grimsbees come out, and he's got a shotgun of his own he could bring to this fight as he decides how does he play this. Secret wiggling, tempting to make this a fight. Adrian and Savage just need to time this well.
No.
Oh my God! Oh my God! He is the chosen one! He is the king! He is the golden boy from G2! An ace for Stompin at his debut tournament, 18 years of age, but he owns Team Secret!
That's not just an ace. It's a practical 1v5 with 20 health off the revive. Getting Eagle challenge swung. The crossfire here is so good. Double shotgun prime against the Bailiff. The final shot in the chamber gets the final kill.
Loira can't even believe it.
It's unbelievable. This doesn't happen.
This may be... that could be one of the best clutches I've ever seen.
Most unlikely clutches, that's for damn sure.
How do you win with the Bailiff? He had one shell remaining. One shell against the M590, one of the best shotguns in the game.
Two of them.
My God. There's no universe where Stompin is meant to win that, and yet he does. He puts the team on his back like he has had this whole series long. He's the only player from G2 who has showed up, and he gives them a round, a 1 versus 5.
I'll go back to the point I made a few minutes ago. Somebody please help this man in the server. Yes, the clutch is absolutely ridiculous. That is the worst way for G2 to win a round, however, because every single thing failed before the clutch happened. Now, if you go the distance, if there's one round to look back upon for Secret, if they lose this map, that's gonna be the round. For G2, this is a sigh of relief that, oh my God, starting off like this, shutting down Team Secret's aggression, this could actually become a tilting factor for their opponent.
And we've seen some rising stars make their debuts and make a splash. What comes to mind is Spoit in his first season as an 18-year-old for Team Rogue at the Berlin Major. He raised the trophy there, and he was the MVP. But I don't think anyone has done quite what Stompin is doing right now, not with highlights in his reel like that. The only thing he needs is to actually win this goddamn tournament, and right now G2 are so far from that reality. Secret destroyed them on the first two maps, and as we move into the third, Secret could get this done so swiftly. Doki just off. He had the yellow ping. It deals a pitiful amount of damage to Savage, who will retreat.
Mowgli keeps the aggression and takes down Loira. I almost want to say Mowgli was so great last round until he overswung the third player, then died. It's one of those moments where if you can punish Secret's individual decision making, that's the easiest path forward. But the consistency on Mowgli, we gotta keep bringing it up. It's every damn round. Now, Doom's been spotted, yellow paint, and moves around and dies to Blanche holding his cutoff. Great teamwork from G2, working together with information and the cuts. That evens back the numbers to a 4v4, but there's only 60 seconds left. G2, I didn't realize this, but the time is slipping away from them. The Goyo's on the board, the mirror windows, a lot of obstacles to deal with. Maybe the saving grace, the fact that there is a blitz from Alamau to simplify the approach to the bomb site once they get down those staircases.
Attackers have recovered their
After too many players falling early in that last round, perhaps G2 felt the need to slow things down.
Yeah. I mean, it was a disaster of a round, but they won it.
Yeah. Well, how do they cook on this attack? Alamau walking into so many of these goo mines. He's taken a hell of a lot of damage, but he doesn't want to expose himself as he pulls it out. It's the right call because the secret player on the other side did go for a swing just as he pulled it out. Stomping on the ace. Now he's got a serious weapon in his hands. The AK ready with the diffuser as well as Mowgli gets aggressive but doesn't find his mark. Alamau from behind saves his teammate, but Noah springs into action as well. It's a 3v3 as Adrian gets active with the last bullet, finds one, a nitro cell to find Stompin'. It's a highlight reel. The Secret's own young gunner. Adrian a 3K to close the round and open the equation for Team Secret.
The final bullet, one tap on a blitz that the AD is staring you down, ready for a fight, is just spectacular. This has been ridiculous Clubhouse into an absurd start to Nighthaven Labs. Mowgli was like, I'm out of here, I don't want the smoke from the blitz. Does not escape though, as all of the players are ready for him. Literally, oh, there was technically a 2, looked like a 1, the high fire, but still, that's a 1 tap, my friend. A battle of clutches, a battle of individual heroics. At this point, it comes down to who's going to pop off the most.
We talked a lot about the young gunner on G2, but I mean, that was a big play from Adrian. I mean, this guy is just 19 years old. A young player who made his fame actually by dethroning G2 for the team G-Who. A lot of people remember that roster.
Oh boy.
A lot of people remember what they achieved in 2023 right after G2 had won their own SI. G2 had some, G-Who rather, had some very historic wins over that roster.
Ridiculous.
And that was actually the only team he played on before Team Secret. He's really only had a professional career of about a year and a half. And here he is in his first grand final, only overshadowed by how much of a rookie Stompin' is.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think we'd be talking a hell of a lot more about this young 19-year-old Adrian.
I remember him and Creeds coming up with the scene together. We played rank with those guys in the UK rank stacks. And sometimes you play with people in ranked and you're like, you know what, if you put in the effort and you grind and you're disciplined, I can see you go somewhere. I could see it. I think to a lot of people, Noah was the same character, Doom was the same character, Savage as well. I mean, the whole roster actually is like young, I want to say protege because that's not the level they're at necessarily, but high potential people that are also well connected in the community, grinding ranked, grinding tier 3, grinding tier 2. I mean, Doom won R6 Combine last year, I believe, then basically went on to do better things over here.
Yeah, some people win the Combine and then do great things. Some people, the Combine is like their peter out tournament. Don't know who I'm talking about there, thank you.
Yep. We all have our paths. Alamau on the front lines, looking good, takes down Noah and says, your path is the grave for now. Just need to keep up the pressure. Now they gotta slow things down because again, we should be expecting aggression from Secret because Mowgli's still alive. They're gonna be looking for a fight somewhere. And G2's kinda buying time. There it is, the swings. The air tap's pre-placed now, so they can't re-aggress too offensively. Laura's ready for a strike if that air tap triggers.
Yeah, can I just point out, Savage and Adrian have an awful lot of faith in those M590s despite what happened in that just 2 rounds ago.
Oh yeah. That's why I don't play this shotgun myself. It's too scary, man. It's one of those guns, if you believe in it, it'll reward you.
I mean, we saw it from the Bailiff with Stompin'.
Oh, he believed.
Did not doubt for a second. Mowgli and Savage have already used their nitro cells. Would have been nice in a situation like this. Adrian goes down. Mowgli holding his position, but he's got to worry about 2 angles now as the door and the breach open behind him. He's actually got to worry about a 3rd because Loira has come to life. 3 big kills for him. Doom left alone, and he needs to get back to sight. A narrow angle as he vaults over. He times it well. Loira's been on fire. A 4K for the Brazilian. It's been a quiet few rounds from him, but he gets back into it, and G2 take the lead on Nighthaven Labs.
So if we look at Clubhouse into Nighthaven Labs, they have like 6, 7 rounds of individual 3 or 4Ks from different players. Literally almost everyone getting involved in it. Adrian, Mowgli, Stompin', Loira, just to name some. It's a matter of, again, who is popping off Alamau got the opening pick, and that's of course going to make it a bit more complicated for Secret. We saw Joom, last defender alive on the clash, was locking down the flank, the backstab from Meeting. That wasn't where G2 were attacking from though, so the clash goes completely wasted in that round. And because clash has not been a major issue for G2's attack, they opt to ban the mirror instead. Now this is the thing that happened on Clubhouse. If you force an operator to try and force out that operator ban, it has to be successful. The clash has been kind of a non-factor here in Night Event Labs. The mirror, however, has been getting good value, so they're going to remove that instead. For Team Secret, they were going to ban the third Heartbreacher, so both ranged ones in Hibana and Ace are gone, as is the Thermite. G2 now only have 2 options to work with. The secondary can openers, the Heartbreaching canisters, or the Maverick. Both of which can complicate things a little bit because you're not going to have a very big breach. And no ranged one either means you got to get up close on that wall. And then you got to talk about C4s.
Yeah. But there's a cost, of course, to banning all the hard breaching operators.
Yes.
You leave all of the shields in. Alamau's showing that he loves the blitz. And also, we still have that Maverick, like you said. We still have a few options.
Yeah. We haven't even seen Dokkaebi.
Yeah, true. I mean, man, there's so many power operators. We saw Ying once. It wasn't that successful. A lot of options here for G2. It's just up to them how they want to play it. Oh, hello and goodbye. Savage caught while deploying a gadget. Chucking out one of those goo mines. Dookie chucks a question mark in the chat.
Before this map started, we have a look at the stats. I said, somebody help Stumpin, please. What I was referencing is that he is on 24 and 13, so plus 11 on the scoreboard. Yeah. The second highest rated player is -1 at 15-16 Loira. Stumpin is almost on the scoreboard, 1v5ing in the grand final. It's why G2 are down 2 maps.
And we've talked a lot about Mowgli, but not even he has done as well as Stumpin. Nope. He's 21 and 14, so less kills, more deaths, especially on that entry. Alamau,
help.
He's making his own entry, but it's not supported now. Nitro goes out, it's perfect. That was a big mistake from G2. For Alamau to march on forward without support, Secret were able to 2v1 him and eliminate the blitz.
It's a tailless all this time. There's an Asami, the keeper's off the door behind the shield player. He gets isolated, dies early, but G2 got more firepower in them. Doki and Blaz are good for 2 and make that a 3rd.
Yeah, that's big from Blaz. A big 2K. Doki doubles his kills as well. And he chucks ZZZ in the chat as well. G2 might be 0-2 in the series. That doesn't stop them from talking smack and firing up.
It's good that we're seeing more live from them. The desk was hyping up G2 on desk saying this is their map. They took down the world champions in phase on this Night Haven. They're gonna try and take down Secret. A tactical timeout rather.
Tactical pause?
Tactical pause.
For what cause?
From what cause?
Tactical pause?
For the cause of stabilization here for Secret. I think this is gonna be a mixture of strategical and a little bit of mental. They've had their successes in aggression, now it's going punish, so maybe a small tactical change there. And saying, guys, this is the game plan. I mean, Twister is getting very involved.
Yeah, he really talks with his hands, doesn't he? What's he twisting up today?
You see it here again. Not really swinging the window, it's going to be for Gumine. Anima gets countered by the keeper, C4 is great. And then here, 50-50. And then here, could have been a 50-50, but he was fishing for the guy in the window instead.
That was a 50-50 plus. Did well in his position here. And the last one was, again, another 50-50. G2 winning their fights, but also playing off each other well together.
Yeah. Moving the right spots at the right time. Night Haven Lab by most metrics, if not all, definitely a Tiger favorite, I would say. I was expecting like a 3-3 or 4-2-half. Nothing better than that from either team. Secret gotta show us a bit more now in the bank. Savage been very quiet so far, 0-3. Strategically, we haven't seen Secret really do anything too spectacular, and you said it earlier, when you ban the triple Heartbreach, you leave a lot of good attack and operators open for G2. That's one side. The other one is, I haven't seen a clearly defined game plan from Secret besides Mowgli go kill. And we need to see them do more together as a roster, not the individual gunfights.
Of course, we talked a lot about the map veto in those first 2 maps. It was Cafe picked by G2, which they lost, and then Clubhouse, I guess a bit of a foregone conclusion. That was G2's insta-ban that Team Secret picked against them. So, of course, Secret are going to look better in that. And really what the reality of the first 2 maps was just, well, G2 sucked on Cafe. They lost their own map pick. They couldn't hack it on their insta-ban. So, of course, we're going to start 0-2. But this is the obvious place for G2 to bring it back. Night Haven Labs. It's a map that they're not afraid of going to. It's actually, funnily enough, their second lowest preference map. They have banned it a lot, but they did play it a month ago against Matchco and win it in the EML. So while it's not one of their favorite maps, they're still happy to play it.
And now Matchco, of course, geese it.
That was a sound from you, Pengu.
I've been the Blitz player a lot of times, and I'm always like, I'm fine, but what about the guy behind me, you know?
Yeah. Doki fell, so no more hunting those Valkyrie cameras. I think he'd already found a couple at least. Perhaps pinged them or got an inkling of where they might be, can call out to his team. Now he just sits on flank watch drones. That Blitz, though, is still alive, thankfully. There's a lot of work to be done, though, for G2. A lot of vertical gain.
Good guy moving the drone, nice.
Doesn't want to get his drone destroyed by that ram. That's a late reinforcement of a hatch, by the way.
Oh, I like me some Nuke action, the timing.
Surely not.
He's been spotted out, though, in the hallway, they know.
It's 3 players, what a shot! Almost a second for Stompin. The third player contests him, it's Noah, but Stompin decides to fall on back. Noah is going hunting and does find that kill. The Blitz, though, luckily coming Noah's way very shortly. Alamau and Blaz have to decide, do they hunt him down or do they leave him be?
I think going for the pick would be great for them, but at the same time, they don't have any real information, just the Blitz who's low on HP, so challenging is complicated. Noah has an impact grenade either for a flank or for a counter, but they're on the side out of nowhere, actually.
Oh.
And Secret, they gotta play retake.
I'm not sure Secret are aware of this. Nope. Savage seems to be.
Shield shows.
As he rounds the corner, he spots the shield, and that reveals Alamau's position, so it's an easy headshot for Savage. Blaz and Loira now making their way downstairs. Loira is still above in vending, but Blaz has made his way deep. Adrian is hunting for him. As Blaz waits in Animus, that diffuser still on Alamau's body. Loira wants to make his way to try and support his teammate, but Blaz has gone back outside to the breach. He's going to walk into a crossfire here. And Noah, meanwhile, has come back to site, so this is pretty much unwinnable for G2. It's a freebie for Savage, who has really held the fort down on this site, taking down the Blitz, now taking down Blaz. All up to Loira in his 1 versus 3. We haven't quite seen the Loira magic, but that's the start of it. 1 kill. They should have info on Savage's position. So how does he go for it? The shoulder peek, the bait. Oh no.
Goyo fire.
Savage is just holding on, and he just pops up, takes him down. Like you said, the Goyo fire was still available. But the Portuguese player is the one to find the final kill and really save that round for Secret.
I hate to be too... Oh, that was such a good C4. Too negative on one player specifically, but Alamau is just kind of disappointing me this game. I've been praising him so much the last couple of days. This right here, ADSing close on the door with the shield means that you're going to expose yourself before you see the enemy. Either you can do 2 things with Alamau. Either back up so you're up against the back wall, your shield won't show, or just sit there, close on the door, not ADS, and just go for a flash as the enemy gets close to you. Doing what Alamau did is like the worst possible play of the 3 options that you have, basically. I understand that he's desperate for a kill and has to find it, but I just think the approach is incorrect, and it goes to show that he has been making some pretty big blunders, I would say, in this final so far.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like that Blitz has had the most value. I'm actually wondering if the Monzi would have been a better pick. Now, Alamau's dying because he's taking risks on that Blitz. If he was a Monty, he probably would have survived when he solo pushed the top round as well. Remember that when he died to that C4? Another example of a mistake from Alamau. I think if you want to bring the shield, I'm okay with it. But bring that Monty instead. Maybe even the Blackbeard, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I'm surprised by the lack of Blackbeard, also on Cafe, because it was left open. And it comes down to, I mean, they can play whatever they want, but if I'm not seeing any value in the operator pick and they're not winning the rounds, I'm like, well, maybe try something else, different approach.
Yeah, Blitz is not it.
And the big thing is, the big praising points that I've been making for G2 when I've been casting them is that they've been so adaptable, so flexible, good at fixing their problems and reading their opponents. This has not been the case against Secret, and it seemed like SSG yesterday had the exact same problem. You look at them and go, what do we do to counter their game plan? And it's like, you kind of just gotta win. Your gunfights play close together and, you know, whatever. It doesn't seem like Secret ever let you breathe in the server, and it's so hard to deal with mentally.
Yeah, Secret have been looking so good. And while G2 are in the lead, the form is still here for Secret. They fall back. Keep in mind that if it wasn't for the 1 versus 5 for that ace from Stompin, this would be Secret in the lead right now. G2 are not out of the woods. In fact, they're barely out of the muck. 2-0 in the series for Secret in the grand final, where we expected G2 to be the Goliath. Long way to go.
Inertia, a bit of fire. Again, the aggression, it just keeps happening. And they're on the roof waiting for it despite the air tip. Like, they know what's happening now.
Yeah, good read here from G2. Secret have realized, oh, okay, that's how they're going to play. They're going to fall back. They're going to be really ready to counter our aggression. Same story here for Adrian. There are people watching his position as the drone goes on through. Adrian, is he going to get baited? Doki is waiting for it. There comes the clash. But of course, that means that there's a lot of attention from Secret.
Yeah. Bit of an act of desperation, and rightfully so. It's 3v5 time. You don't want to be in that spot. D2 primed for an execute, and they're all ready for it.
There's a nade. This puts him in a very awkward position, but Doki just jumps on over.
Force aside.
Savage has to hold on to his position. He's looked really hot, but he gets traded by Blaz. Stompin goes big as well. All up to Doom. A little bit of damage done. The plant could go down on Doki, but Stompin says, never mind that. I'm going for kills. And G2 lock in the 4-2.
It's another round on Doom Clash where I just don't see the real value happening again. They know no one's Aqua, they're on the Calc rafters, and yet they get surprised that they overwhelm the bomb side. Great flexibility here downstairs with the Calci, shuts down the reinforcement. They catch Mowgli on the expected aggression on the main breach. Big smiles from Alamau and the rest of G2 knowing, okay, maybe, just maybe, this comeback can start happening right here, right now. Side swap, now Secret go on the attack. Not feeling as hot as previously on Clubhouse, but maybe that'll change now. Alberta Bands, Kaid first, Monty following through. The second set taking a fair bit of time right now. Both teams really making sure they get the right ones. Will it be
Is it double?
Double?
Yeah, it is.
A double?
Double. What do we call that? Would we call that a quadruple?
A quadruple. I like quadruple. Double Shield, Blitz, and the Monty, and the Kaid, and the Bandit. I'm surprised. I'm a little surprised about the shield bans here from G2. I know Savage is a good shield player, sure. But I don't know if it's like you gotta have that much fear about it. I feel like G2 as a team don't tend to struggle that much against the shields, from my count.
Yeah, perhaps they just really don't want to deal with the specific, Monty or Blitz.
I mean, it sucks to deal with, right? It does.
Sure. I mean, Savage is not as wants to play the Blackbeard. Neither of these teams are, funnily enough. In fact, we've seen more Fuse from Savage than we have the Blackbeard. So I think G2, it's good. Like, if Secret want to play a shield, they have to play the worst one in that Fuse.
Crazy to think that we had Recruit Shield back in the day.
Oh, man.
There's a 3-speed, 5-7, double utility. Pretty crazy stuff.
So good. And you would have been playing Pro League when that was actually meta.
Yep, it was
to make rules about how many shields you could have because the
that's
Recruit
true.
was so meta.
Oh my god, that's true.
That?
I forgot about the shield ban, yeah. So Blackbeard counted as shield as well, obviously, despite not having the shame. He has a face shield, not a body shield. Yeah. So we literally had a 2-shield rule in pro play for a long time to counteract it.
Yeah, and people would run that Recruit shield all day.
Oh my god. Yeah, Recruit was meta. You had iron sights on every weapon, so...
Yeah, you couldn't change your attachments.
Yeah, you had set loadouts with no attachments, and it was brutal.
My favorite quick match strat was always the M870 Recruit. No one could touch it. M870 Rush.
That is a classic. Back when Bandit had 3 barbed wires, back when Sophia could self-revive, all these small hidden things in the game, which some people are going to love that are gone and some people are going to dislike it for all their different reasons.
It's nice to have a bit of a nostalgia. I think, us two old men, we do that a little bit too much.
Too much?
Oh, Stompin' stomps Mowgli out. Another big swing, SMG 12. Doom will trade.
He looks so easy.
Yeah, he really does. I mean, that gun kicks like a mule.
It's because he's a console player. On console, that gun's the best in the game, but on PC, it's pretty awful. Stomping because he's a heat up. Shotgun to the floor, finds Doom as well.
This guy, he just doesn't know when to quit. He's hungry for more. He does take a little bit of damage. Doki getting lippy in the all chat. I love that Doki doesn't really care. He treats this like it's a ranked game. The way he talks smack in the all chat. That Nitro Cell from Stompin', not looking too good. He wants to try and escape, but he is being watched. He's holding here with the shotgun, just waiting to be swung. Obviously, he's not vulnerable to those flashes while the glasses are active, but now they're recharging. No flashes to go. Out he goes. Noah falls. Surely not another
shell.
one. Adrian will trade. Blaz now hungry. He's got that same shotgun, and he's keen to try and finish what Stompin' started.
Tough decision of Stompin'. Do you confirm the kill and take the 1-for-1 trade, or do you save that final shell for the second player? High risk, high reward, but Blaz retakes the spot. Toxic Babes goes out.
Good gas.
Blast on very low HP. The Laura and Elamar got to the heavy lifting.
Yeah, and you can see how G2 are just hiding. Moira just needs to not expose himself. They have numbers advantage. They got shotguns for these close range engagements. Alamau can continue to burn time. One more gas in pocket to prevent any peeking.
One guy watched the door, one guy watched the breach. The breach is vaultable, by the way.
This fire's big though, but
double up.
Not if Adrian falls to the goo mine, no less. The second player will also fall on his swing. It's great work from G2. Stompin, the man of the hour again. A big 3K to kick off the round, leaving his teammates to close it. And G2, for the first time in this series, are well and truly in control, thanks to heroic moments like that.
Brock makes the vert.
How does he win that?
I mean, every single shell just hitting there. Last shell, oh, that what could have been. Looked like it was going to be an easy 4K. But again, it comes down to the fact that Stumpman's 11-3. He's doing
before this.
Every single bit of... I mean, if this goes 5 map, we're on pace for a world record. I gotta say it. If we go the distance. We haven't even seen overtime yet.
No, we've actually had quite short maps so far.
And still the pace is there for Stompen.
Yeah, I mean, particularly in terms of his kill-death differential, right?
Yeah.
Like, he was plus 11 over the first 2 maps. He's, where is he? Plus 8 right now, so plus 19 over 3 maps.
While losing, they're down 0-2.
Dude, he's got 35 kills in this series, and he's only died 16 times.
He's practically only dies on lost rounds. That's pretty much what it is, yeah.
Yep.
Holy. Speaking of high value, well, I guess the
and he's
game
also
plan...
not baiting, by the way. Like, not a single one of Stompin's kills are like a useless exit frag.
No. No, certainly not. Goes to show. The whole team shows up, plus Stompin. This will be a different story, but we gotta see a bit more from G2 in the teamwork department. Looking good 5-2 right now, but it has definitely come down a bit more to individual heroics. Hibana...
Interesting.
Getting, some interesting angles here. One is going to be a crouch angle in and just peek holes for pressure. Adrian can do that first, then you go for a roam clear. Now any attacker can go on that breach later in the round and cover the crosses. Savage finally on the Blackbeard for roam clear. Doom on Deimos. These are the stable, very common operators for Team Secret finally being brought out.
There's still a roam game on that top floor though, as we see Mowgli starting to make his way forward. He's got Savage to support him, and finally we see the Blackbeard pick. One of the first times in the whole game we see it. Here comes Stompin. Oh, he sees the tip of the Blackbeard head, but with his teammate falling, he's not likely to find a flank now.
Has to rotate around. That's an awkward, tiny angle there that we're watching from Doom.
Very
he is
narrow.
caught in the map in half, and I think there's a decent read from Elamau. Yep, there goes the bullets. Pre-fire back. Does mean that G2 have limited map control in the roam game, but it's fine because time is taken away very quickly, and Stompin seemingly can just fall back for free here. No one's there in the window, unless the timing.
I don't think Stompin's going to fall back. He's going to keep peeking. June punishes him, a great little 2-tap. And Mowgli making this all but a completed affair here for Secret. And now the track can come out onto Doki, but I think for a brief moment, June might have heard Alamau seeing him. And so Doki gets spotted. But there is suspicion here from Doom. Alamau is just around that corner, sees him, damage dealt. There'll be a frag here, no doubt about it from Doom. And Noah as well. Both of them join the fray. And Team Secret, they close the gap once again with G2 trailing. 2 rounds the difference between them. G2 still within reach of that map win, that oh-so elusive advantage.
A lot of this seems to come down to opening picks. Of course, always important, but right now, with G2 spreading out so thin the roam, it means that the network is kind of falling apart. Once the first roamer dies, the other one is just left in a really bad spot. Mowgli keeps brute forcing these angles, just rushing down the staircase and says, I'm going to attack the bomb site because we got a 5v2. I can fall early. So when you give Secret a little bit of space, a little bit of comfort, they're going to go the whole distance. It's early shut them down, or they will shut you up.
Yeah, very much. So perfect from Doom with those cutoffs. Secret finally have their first attack round on the board. Now, G2, what are you going to do to reply? Of course, there's a whole lot of bomb sites they can choose from. They're going to go control room here. Now, this bomb site really largely comes down to that roam clear on that top floor. We so often see like late round 2v2s, 1v1s. and often it hinges on plant denial. We've got 3 nitro cells here for G2.
That's it.
The IQ picked by Noah as well to hunt down any of those Valkyrie cameras.
A lot of pro teams will take one person in the basement, often IQ, to look for those C4s and verticality. You get the main breach upstairs in IT from the Ace, and from the breach you see the vert above. The IQ below then has the vert as well. Then you can kind of hit the bomb site directly if you deal with that one anchor player. The issue is that one anchor player is stomping on Warden, which seems almost impossible to get rid of.
Yeah, good luck.
So it might just have to be a roam clear angle for Team Secret, unless Stompin somehow dies. I mean, putting your face in the window is one way to go down, but there's no one there, so he's fine.
I still can't believe that you're calling the SMG-12 the worst gun in the game, because I feel like every time I see a pro match, there's someone like Stompin absolutely destroying on Dokkaebi or Warden.
Okay, someone like Stompin is like 1 in a million, first of all. And saying you're watching professional players. I dare you, you try and play SMG-12 on PC. On console, it's the best gun in the game. On PC, it is not very good, I'm telling you. Or it's one of those, either you're an SMG-12 player or you are not.
Yeah.
There's the breach, that was the top. IQ is on the roof, so not downstairs. It will be a roam clear for Team Secret.
Oh, Loira almost caught out. Shoulder pick there from Mowgli. Mowgli a little bit quieter than what we saw on Clubhouse, but he's still deadly. And he's got a whole team behind him as well, whereas Loira is all alone. Needs to take the fight. Mowgli goes down, but not the second to be found here from Loira. But a C4 from Stompin, immediately shut down by Joom. Once again, controlling the map from this singular window outside the bomb site. A Secret recompose. They've got their 3v2. All they need to do is lock it in.
They should know kind of where both Doki and Elma were, because they heard them from Joom's perspective. Doki flanking above, Elma locking down below. If one of them finds a kill, that will be enough. But if one of them falls, that's a big gap.
Oh, there's big info here. The Valkyrie cameras give everything needed. And Adrian falls. Doki also finds his all up the Joom. Now, he's been so deadly, but when outside the building on that window, and these 2 G2 players are separated, Alamau hiding in the corner. Joom will find him, SMG-12 in hand. He needs to recollect that diffuser as Doki up above decides, how does he play this?
Really?
There is Vert, and there is a C4 as well, as Joom fakes the plant and looks for it again. Doki continues to soundbait, pre-rips the C4, but he lets it go. That was likely a mistake. And it might cost him. Joom is ready, waiting for his moment as he baits it again. He's got the cover if Doki swings this. But Doki hears that plant. Off again. He's also picked up his C4, has Doki. Joom needs to go for the kill now. Time is of the essence. He falls back, goes straight back behind that cover. A C4 rip, again baiting. Doki is a genius. Joom has no choice but to take the fight. Shotgun in hand. Doki clutches for G2. Map point, finally. Finally map point for G2.
Team Secret, there was one thing they did not account for. The Valkyrie cameras, Ace walks in bottom garage, yellow ping, red ping, flying gets the kill. And just like that, the round turns around completely. They had the Dokkaebi, they never hacked the cameras. Too much action in the server. They got free picks up top floor. They had free reign for the Dokkaebi to hack every single piece of utility, but they skipped the step. They went straight for execute. They had plenty of time to work with. With Secret, they usually just have one button. Let's go, go, go. They gotta start slowing down when it's needed and reset the round. They had the 3v2. They had time. They didn't have to just keep going like that.
And so the bans come out. The final bans of the half. It's going to be Azami and Buck. As we look back on what happened last round, I mean, SMG-12, again. I guess it doesn't beat the M590, though. Oh, come on. That's the energy we need, Alamau. That's what we need from G2. Like we've said, every player on this roster is capable of having a massive round. Everyone is capable of having a clutch, and that was Doki's. Stompin, well, his gameplay has spoken volumes about the caliber of player that he is, and he's single-handedly kept G2 in this. We need the rest of them to show up. Loira's had his moments this map. Alamau is that one that we're still waiting for activation.
I love the Bok ban by G2. It unlocks a lot of different playable spots on the bomb side, but Team Secret takes away the Asami, which kind of equalizes that by my books. Of course, you can play Demos downstairs with a new Gemmer's counter. Another team bringing either of those operators. Actually, Joe might repick it.
Yeah, no mute though, and no tuber round means that there's not.
That might be why he's going for it. He sees it. So that's the thing. We kind of rely again on Doom to do the vertical damage right now, because G2 from a horizontal plane just upstairs They like their corners, they like their spots. They got Doki on the Clash, they got Alamau on the Valkyrie, so plenty of info. Secret again, slow down, enable Joom downstairs, cover his flank, use the IQ to find the Valkyrie cameras, and don't overstay your welcome if you get that early lead. That's the game plan for Secret in this round. It has to be.
I'm going to be keeping my eye on Joom this round. Like you said, vertical play in the absence of the buck. The main target is going to be Doki on that Clash.
Pre-placed C4.
Where is that?
It's in the basement, and it's in middle of games, which is where the Joom went last time to do a buck vertical.
Smart.
And then a Valcam, right? So it's right there on the video ping. That's where it is. So right now, Mowgli, if he doesn't get into range of the C4 or sees the Valcam, that could be an easy pick for them. And if Joom dies below, that's one of their major win conditions that'll be gone.
Deimos gets his first spot. That's a very aggressive C4 from Stompin, and it does get very close to taking Adrian out. The Deathmark fails, or is cancelled seemingly.
And here comes...
I mean, he's got so much info. He's got spots on 5 players, and he's inching closer towards that Nitro cell that he has no idea about.
Yeah, I think it's still there. I don't think it's been cleared out. It hasn't been popped, that's for sure.
Ooh, there is a drone down below that might have heard it.
Well, it is completely possible. Of course, Mowgli's got the scanner out now, so maybe they got the right read. But look at the timer. So much time burned, not much being given or gained really here for Secret.
Well, here comes the Capital, likely to come to life. Meanwhile, the Clash opens up an option for Doki to swing that player on the breach. Loira holding on. He's been spotted by the Deimos. Alamau does not survive. He does not get out safely. And Loira falls as well. It's a collapse. As Secret find all their kills. G2, it's just Blaz and Doki left. And that Nitro cell never detonated. Never found the kill that it was looking for. And Mowgli has made this. Oh, I mean, Noah joins the fray. It's a simply completed affair for Secret. A flawless round as they get step by step closer to tying the score and pushing us into overtime.
So far, there's been 4 attacking rounds on the side of Secret. 2 of them flawless. The first baseman one, the final goes a trade, but in my book, that's not flawless, right? It's a 5v1. Then this one. The setup was beautiful. This is the thing that Secret, they've been doing better than G2, in my opinion. G2 and Clubhouse always had some piece missing on their attack specifically. In this round, everything is perfect. Fire goes out, Mowgli goes in below bottom garage. Person on the breach outside cuts the cross as well. There is 0 chance that Laura, on playing Catwalk Rafters, can get out with his life intact, because there are 3 separate safe measures in play if anything goes the wrong way. G2 calls a tactical pause, which gives Twister the same privilege of speaking to his team. And last time he got involved, things started going better for the squad of Secret.
Yeah, and there's 2 more match points here for G2.
Yeah.
But also only 2 rounds that Secret have to go back to back to keep that undefeated streak alive. Here at EWC, crazy to think they have not even dropped a map. Only one of their games has gone into overtime, and that was their very first one against Falcons, when they sent the reigning champs packing. Now a chance for G2 to break their streak.
When you're in these positions as G2, you know, sitting at that 6-3 in the last round, things are feeling pretty nice. You're laughing, you're smiling, and not too many worries. But round by round, they should keep losing, and the score tally gets closer and closer. Some players' mental will change. Risk assessment is the biggest factor. When it's 0-0, you can make any play in the world, take any risk, go for any gunfight, because there's no consequences if you lose. When you're on 6-4, if you make the wrong decision, if you make a mistake right now, then it's 6-5, then it's 6-6. Then, oh guys, went from winning this map convincingly to throwing a significant lead. The G2 cannot let that affect them right now. The way they've been winning against Team Secret is by staying strong in the server, fighting back, taking chances, playing together, and still being cheeky. Stompin has been keeping up this aggression. He's been enabled. There's a 4+1 strat, but Mowgli has the perfect read. The pre-fire on the barricade. When you do the 4+1, it means 4 people playing together and 1 wildcard. While the wildcard is gone, and the top fragger for the entire team in the final for G2 is dead.
And Stompin has been the shining light for G2. He has been their savior. To take him down early is elation for Secret.
It's time for plan B, which is Stompin. Tell us what to do from the grave, watch the cameras and lead us forward. but it might be like leading the blind. Because G2 so far, besides him, has not been too sharp in the server. And once more, I'm going to look for Elamau. He has to show up. He's 3-9. The attacks have not been clean. If there was a time for him to say, I'm going to carry my team in one specific round, this is it.
Runs on batteries, I see it. Bomb spotted.
That's actually pretty smart. You can destroy so many gadgets.
Yeah, you can. I mean, a hell of a lot of util from IQ cleared on out. And G2 now really vulnerable to that Deimos. The point of those mute jammers, for the most part, were to prevent these tracks. And now it forces Doka to keep on running around. Cancellation of that Deimos death mark. And the nades come through, not successful. That was cheeky. 2 nades at the same time in different places to try and catch the player. They don't find the damage they're looking for. And again, the death mark comes out. Doki falls this time around. Savage, he's got that Blackbeard, but he is low HP. He doesn't want to take a fight needlessly. He's peeking for info.
The Deimos have been getting insane value from downstairs, forcing everyone back. And they try and retake Alamau. Again, as I said, 3-9 has 3 Toxic Babes, a great gun there on the smoke, has to go big. There's 60 seconds left. Secret, waiting for the final death track, or a shotgun swing on a flashbang. Adrian gets the kill.
But Alamau does reply. Loira springs into action. He remains the last one left, and Mowgli finds them all. Another step closer for Secret. One more round to push us into overtime.
One more. G2 just needs one round, but as I keep saying, as they keep losing these, the mental shifts. They are aggressive, they get punished. If they're passive, they get punished. The way to win, I don't know. And Mowgli, he circled the entire barricade, bottom left, top right, back to bottom left. Finds the kill at the very end of it. He must have known exactly what Stumble was thinking and what he was going to do. The problem here is you ban the Buck, they play the Deimos. If you ban the Deimos, they play the Buck. It's the same story. It's vertical destruction and rain from below from Doom, finding incredible amounts of value. And this time, the IQ went in first, shot all the jammers, then Doom started tracking people.
Our Secret are not letting up. We've only seen them go to OT just that once. I think another one may well be on the cards, Nick. G2, it finally looks like they're a contender here in the grand final, which is such a contrast to what we thought we'd be singing about today. We've been singing G2's praises this whole tournament, and yes, we've said many great things about Secret too. They've had great upsets. They got revenge against Falcons. They took down some pretty damn big teams as well. But to think they might be here in the grand final, unthinkable. To think they could actually challenge G2 for the title, nobody saw this coming.
Not at all. Alamau very well might be on the front row now on the Solace. I like this actually. Very niche operator that we don't get to see all that often. Suffered a ton of different nerfs. The gadget, lost the impact grenades. But it gets good amount of information on what the plan is. The drones, the positions. Alamau, they know he was in that area. So if Bybee doesn't see him, they have to deduct. He has to be in the main lobby. Another drone comes out. Back in the corner. Alamau won before.
Oh, it's very risky. He's surely going to die here. The question is, can he find a kill?
No.
No. Adrian puts him down. And Secret find the advantage. G2, is there any way they can get back into it?
They left a huge gap. Nobody was playing Kitchen.
No.
They sell him short. Laura falls. Where's the teamwork? Where's the network in the server? It's one by one they fall. No support. Stumpin on the bomb side, feeling a lot of pressure. Has to move away.
I mean, this is not a team from G2. This is Rats run amok, and Secret are the exterminators. A 5 versus 3. G2, how can they come back from this? A Nitro cell.
He turned around!
Big nuclear Nitro cell from Doki. What a C4. Maybe, just maybe, it is possible that G2 bring this back.
It's a great road from Secret to go above. They want to execute instead. Savage could have blocked the C4 with his body. He would have been fine. Instead, both players go down, but they got upstairs control. Doki's fallen back, and they still got the ramp for Verticality, but there's no more Dokkaebi phone calls. Both were spent earlier in the round, so we're back to an even situation. Both teams saying reset. G2 has plant an eye. 2 Babes, 1 C4. Secret, they have top floor control. Now both teams gotta play correctly. Doki's in the basement for plant an eye. And Secret getting a little bit nervous now as the round is slipping away.
No logic bombs remain for Doom.
Not at all.
And not a lot of drones left either. This is going to be a blind round here for Secret, as G2 just wait, biding their time as the clock ticks away.
One drone left. This is it. They make their march. He sees a freebie. He misses an opportunity. Gets the kill.
Stompin is down. The most deadly player from G2. Oh, no. Doki left unaddressed. He holds the fort, but he is traded back. It's all up to Doki now. 1v2.
20 seconds.
How does he play this?
No C4.
They don't know where he is. But he hears that plan start to go down. Noah is the one to cover. Adrian forcing it down. Does Doki go for the planter? Or does he go for the coverer? Now a 1v2. The players are separated and Noah can take the vertical angle. There's no way that Doki wins this. It's just about unwinnable. Unlosable for Secret. As they fall on back, they give him the space. The boogie drone opens up the ceiling above the bomb site. Doki brings out the shotgun. There's no way he wins this fight. Adrian's got him dead to rights. Overtime is on the agenda for Team Secret.
Swing by swing, play by play, both teams giving it everything they had in that round. Secret, I want to praise them, their composure, their discipline to lock it down when they threw that double C4 kill upstairs. Alamau, again, selling Alamau short here, no one's in kitchen. When you have this roam, there's going to be three links. You have your anchor player, that's stomping on the bomb site. He's holding down the fort, that's the anchor. Then you have the middleman. That's the person between Stompin and the guy roaming aggressively, which is Alamau. They're missing the middleman, so there's no link. That means Alamau is on an island on his own, dies for absolutely free, no one can help him. That's been the downfall of G2. It's the exact opposite of what they've been doing the last couple of days. They've never shown us that weakness before. And it's not to do with Secret's playstyle, because that doesn't really impact that in my mind. It's G2 not communicating what they need.
G2 played just fine on the first two maps.
They did.
But this is where they begin to fall to pieces. The fire has been lit underneath Team Secret, and it is burning bright. Overtime, 2 rounds from a championship for the very first time. Our Team Secret, G2 needs to claw their way back into this with everything they've got.
It's been attacker favored, right? 4-2 halves on both sides, and guess what? G2 are on defense, so they gotta show us for real that they are the better team in the server right now. Dare I say it, James, but there was this crazy kid that did a 1v5 clutch earlier. Had that not happened, we're looking at a 3-0 grand final for Secret, but because he did, it's overtime and there's still a chance.
The only reason G2 is still in the tournament is because of that 1 versus 5 from Stompin. He has been worth every penny for G2. And yet, it still might go to waste if the roster can't come through. If they can't pull a win out of Nighthaven Labs. They got the first map choice, by the way.
Yeah.
This is Cafe and Nighthaven, both G2's picks. And Secret have looked phenomenal on both of them.
Often when we enter overtime, the attackers go a bit slower on the server because, again, as I said, risk assessment, the pressure's on. You don't want to make a mistake right now. And Team Secret, knowing that this is the favorable side, you know they gotta go big on it. This is the easiest way to get around victory. It's when you're on the attack. Doom is on the Deimos once more. They got a lot of utility, a lot of execute operators, but there's no IQ downstairs to clear the jammers. Bok is still banned by G2, so I feel like Doom might not have the same amount of value this round because those jammers will have better effect. They got vert holes everywhere trying to challenge him as well. So it's a Secret. You gotta breach the wall on the bomb site first to apply pressure, then get Doom involved later. But they're not really making progress right now. They're just kind of fishing.
And they find Loira.
Oh, he got fired off on Catwalk.
So well played again from Secret. Everything is granted, nothing is earned, and they inch closer and closer. Could it be another night flawless round? They erupt onto the sides. They rip G2 to shreds. They force their way into the tournaments, and they have championship point in their grasp.
Secret are in the heads of G2. We saw how much effort they put to deal with Doom down to Deimos. 4 mute jammers, vert holes everywhere, 2-3 different defenders looking down the vert and waiting for Doom to show his presence. What happens? Capital fire on the rafters, force Laura to sprint away. Adrian on the breach, casts the cut, gets the freebie, and then they know, guys, we have to fight for Catwalk. We got the wrong take. They put everything into the complete wrong side of the map. This is G2 being reactive. Oh, they did this the last 2 times. I guess they'll do it again. Guys, they've done it 2 times already. They'll probably do something else. Of course, it's a 50-50 decision, but it didn't seem like to me G2 had a backup plan for what if they attack Garage. They did.
There are millions on the line and a trophy that is so sought after. Here in Riyadh, we had 16 teams enter the tournament, and G2 were the clear favorites. Falcons, they went out early, largely in part to Team Secret. Furia, they went home yesterday. G2 themselves put them there. FaZe Clan, they fell as well. G2 left as the only obvious contender for the throne in Saudi Arabia, and Team Secret have made them look like rookies. And the one player who is a rookie has been G2's heart and soul in this grand final.
The perfect opportunity for an EWC title for G2 happened this event. The easiest path forward, most of the competition gone, and they still themselves took down Furia, which might have been the final obstacle. But no, it's entirely wrong. Secret on defense now. It either goes the distance to a 7-7, or they're gonna clown D2 by winning a defensive round.
I'm changing mags.
So it's on G2 to force their way back into this game. On the attacking side, Blaz readies his breaching charge, and hard breaches open that external wall.
Yeah.
Team Secret ban out all those hard breaches.
Yeah, triple hard breach ban. They get the first step done. There's a second or a final can opener in pocket, but again, limited heart destruction. No capital to speak of either, which Team Secret used that operator to high success. Same with Deimos. We don't see that playstyle from G2. They have to problem solve in a different way. They got IQ against the lineup, but there's no cameras, no verticality. The IQ seems completely useless. And G2 have been so good in their operator picks. Finally, Loira finds the angle of the barbed wire. The drone misses too. I mean, these small things, right?
I mean, Loira's been rattled. Doki, he's shown up here and there, but not consistently. And Alamau has been missing in this grand final.
Completely.
Completely
And he's been so good yesterday. One of the main reasons why they've been so strong. And to then go all the way, and it's not the Brazilians that scare him, it's his European friends.
And still a 5v5 here with 1 minute left remaining. Stompin opens the equation. When G2 need him the most, he will stand tall.
Gotta see if he has more in the tank though. Savage close by the breach. Stompin, surely you go first, and you've been so good this game so far. Here he is, he's ready to strike.
Doki on the aggressive push, but he falls. Savage, M590 in hand. Can he ask for more? A second kill, but Stompin steps up for G2, forcing that diffuser down. No cover. The cover is gone. The third era of G2 will have to wait. Loira forced to clutch in a 1 versus 2 with no diffuser.
30 seconds.
Noah and Adrian, just Noah. Loira, surely not to clutch it. G2, hold on. Another round goes by, and Doki head in hands, hoping, begging Loira to clutch. Team Secret are not there yet. G2 have one final chance.
The plant is going down. Loira is outside the breach in Narnia, James. Nowhere to be seen. I'm thinking, why is he there? Well, it turns out Secret were equally confused. Where is this guy? He walks in, equalizes to a 1v1. Big confusion there. You see it right now. He walks in. Well, my thinks he's in connector. He's not. Complete other direction. Wins out big in the final 1v1. Noah, he felt it. Secret, that right there, they felt lifting the trophy for just 5 seconds. And then Loira said, not yet, boys. You're not ready.
That bubbling feeling. Loira himself has never raised that trophy.
No.
The only players from G2 that stand by from that second era legacy are Doki and Alamau. The latter, who has not shown up today. He's talked so much smack. But today, it's Stompin and Loira who have put the team on their shoulders. The new generation to take G2 into the new era. But again, another championship point is on the table for Team Secret. Will they seize it? Will they take it? This time on the attacking side, where they have looked untouchable. It's a perilous position for G2, but the only hope they have rests on this round.
when we get down to the final seconds and the final bodies in the server, there's going to be two different stories at play. The Secret players, they're envisioning, dreaming of lifting that trophy because they're 1 or 2 kills away. For G2, it's a sigh of relief knowing we gotta go and do this exact same thing for 2 more maps straight to even have a chance at it. One team is 1 round away, another team is multiple hours away from victory. The Secret, they're on the attack, they got the fuse shield, they got the glass, they got the ying. They want chaos, they want tempo, they want to conquer this round.
And here comes the Candelas, in goes the fuse,
No
the Black
cover.
Denial! Doki risks his life for greatness, but he's got no ammunition for a second. And so they trade and reattempt here for Secret. Stompin is put down!
There's no time to deny.
No more Prodigy will
C4.
be your savior! Secret just need to confirm the plans, and they do! It's a retake for Loira and Alamau, and there's no shot in hell! Secret have it in their hands! Loira has clutched
They see the trophy.
but there's no way he can clutch it from here. The trophy waits for Secret. All they have to do is find this final kill. It's so close that they can taste it. And Loira, what a task ahead of him. There's no way he can hold off. Mowgli, who's had the tournament of his life. And the deadliest foe is the one that you least expect. Siege's best kept secret become champions at the Esports World Cup.
Nobody, when this tournament started, would have sat down and said, you know what? I think it's time for Secret to win an international tournament just like that. The youngest roster, you see how much it means to them. They have played their hearts out in this grand final. To go 7-7 on the third map and go, you know what, let's rush the bomb site. Let's go for broke. The fuse dies. The first planter not successful. Guess what? They push forward. There's no hesitation. There's no fear. This team has come a very long distance in a very short amount of time. The future is looking bright for a new young generation of players in Team Secret.
The youngest team at the Esports World Cup, a new generation putting their names, marking them down in the annals of Siege history. Underdogs that remain undefeated, not dropping a single map for this tournament. And no one can barely believe it. Let those tears flow, my friends. You've deserved every inch that Secret have achieved today.
Most players never see a grand final, and for Secret, regardless of the result before it started, I just hope they were gonna take in that experience and enjoy every single second of it because they weren't supposed to be here. That's not what the script had in mind when this event started, and they didn't just enjoy it, they didn't just soak it all in, they conquered G2. 3-0 is a ridiculous scoreline.
And to think that anybody could destroy G2 in a way like this, look at what it means for a man like Mowgli, who has played at so many of these events for so long, all for a team that now no longer exists, and he joins this roster that last year made it time and time again to the main stage, but never within reach of the trophy. It's elation for these young gunners and for the dream that now has become a reality for Team Secret.
You saw it at the end, they were fist bumping with 15 seconds on the timer. They were all envisioning lifting that trophy because they knew it was about to be locked in. Now they stand here and it's reality. In just a few seconds from now, James, they're gonna do what they have only dreamt of before. They are gonna be recognized as the current best team in the world at a tier 1 level, and they're gonna lift a trophy.
And so Savage puts Team Secret in their rightful place, and they prepare to raise the trophy in a world where nothing is granted and everything is earned. It takes courage to rise above and carve your name in history.
It all began as a tournament with titans, but only one team could stand tall. And I think it is safe to say that Team Secret have shocked the world here in Riyadh. completing the mission in dominant fashion, becoming Esports World Cup champions. As your teammates celebrate and continue to raise the trophy, and I'm sure that they'll be doing it all night long. Noah, I had my eyes on you, and you collapsed to your knees, tears pouring and streaming down your face. Can you believe this?
No, I can't believe it. I just want to say G2 played a great game. It was a great game against us. They really tested us to the limit. I'm so happy with these guys. I can't believe what we just did. We just did that from nothing to here. Let's go!
You just mentioned it yourself. You just came out of nowhere to do this. Do you feel like you've been slept on, or have you surpassed your own expectations here in Riyadh?
I think we've been slept on. I think people didn't realize how good we really were, and I'm so happy that we showed it today. Oh my God.
Just briefly, just talk us through the emotions that were running through you as you did collapse to your knees. And as you take a look down at your feet now, surrounded by confetti, what is running through your body?
I just can't believe what we just did. I'm so happy. I'm so proud of everyone here. And just thank you guys so much for having us here. I love you guys. Thank you to all the fans.
Milos, go on, lift it again, lift it again.
There's no feeling like lifting the trophy at the end of such a hard-fought tournament. It's a great trophy, but there is still one more trophy that has been earned during this final. It is our Sony Tournament MVP, and it goes to none other than Adrian! He gets both. Yes, there's a lot of gold for him to carry. This is even heavier.
Oh,
yeah. So, you want me to help you with that? Yeah? Jim, next time.
Yeah.
Siemano Adriano, Polska Górom, how are you feeling?
Bardzo dobrze, bardzo dobrze.
Very good, as you said. Now look, this is a huge moment for you as a person, for Team Secret, and for Polish Siege also in general at this stage. Remember, many years, the first time we'll have a champion on such a big stage from Poland also.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really looked at it. I've mostly watched CSGO. They've been more... they've been winning stuff in the Polish scene. Siege not really have anything, so I think this is really good for the nation as itself. I know I have many followers from there, which I'm really happy from the support that I get from them. So yeah, I'm just really happy.
History's been made today at this level. Now that you've won gold, you've played incredibly well personally and as a team in Stage 1. What's the plan now? Stage 2, Munich, SI, what's up in your mind?
Just do better. Close out the games quicker, I guess. Win EUL, still haven't done that. And then Majors and SI, that would be the next step.
There's so much more here for Team Secret. Again, your Sony Tournament MVP, it is none other than Adrian!
Right, guys, what I want you to do is I want you to gather around one more time and I want you to raise that trophy high
all
in the
together,
air.
gents.
As we let the world know one more time, your CJX at the Esports World Cup 2025 champions is Team Secret!
Enough to make a grown man cry. We're all sitting here with tears in our eyes because what an incredible feat from Team Secret. Coming through as a third seed of EML, a lot of questions surrounding their performance, a lot of people not giving them the respect they deserve. They 3-0 G2 in the grand finals of EWC, having a run without dropping a singular map, Jess.
That is something that people dream of. When you come into esports, you hope, you pray that you make those finals just to get a taste of what it's like to go up at that level, just to even see a best of 5 in your career if you dare ever make it that far. Well, Secret made it that far, and then not only that, they stomped their opponent. I think that that is something that very few players in their careers will ever get to say.
The resilience to save 3 match points.
Yes.
To go all the way back to overtime, win that one round, save another one, and go all the way and win on the back of some incredible individuals that had never participated to a grand finals at this level of Siege. And like you said, not dropping a single map, they deserve this more than anyone in this tournament.
Yeah, the not dropping a single map is absolutely huge for this team. And the fact they did it on 2 of G2's map picks as well. I mean, that was also G2's map pick, and it really started so good for them. That clutch, that ace from Stompen. And then for Secret to come and turn this whole map around is insane.
The resilience, just the team play, the brotherhood, the strats, the individual gunfire that we've seen from these players is absolutely incredible. And they get a chance to pick the keys.
Falcons, of course.
You're putting Falcons in there. You're the reason they're home. You're
Who's
the reason
next?
they didn't advance.
Okay, natural.
G2.
W7M then
It is
next?
still
maybe?
W7M. I think
You think they're going to
the
pick everyone?
teams that they beat
Ooh.
along the way,
Who
they're
is it?
putting in that trophy, and the last one,
Yeah.
W7M. They have had a beautiful run here at EWC, and also a lot of respect from this roster that you're not just going after Furia FaZe and W7M because they're Brazil teams. No, you are picking the team that you are the reason why they are sent home, or in G2's case, you're the reason why they are placed second.
That against most of the favorite of the tournaments, where you were always called a dark horse, always called a challenger, never have been able to win a title in their home region. As a reminder, this team has been grinding at the top of Europe for 2 years. They've always been gatekept by either Falcons, either G2. And now at an international tournament, that's it. They proved to everyone they had it in them.
It was that in recent history, and even further back. I mean, Savage was posting about it yesterday on socials. He was hard stuck 9/10th in the Europe region for a long time, and now he's at this grand final, and he's also done and won it. This is huge for all these players that were new to this kind of match.
Dare I say, it's probably good you picked the keys that they did pick, because it's almost like the stepping stones to you getting that grand final, especially for these players who've never tasted a grand final, never tasted a championship. Those are the bodies that they sort of stepped over to get there, and now they can look back at it as it's engraved and enshrined in their trophy that for some of these players, they might never have thought they would get a trophy, let alone one this big.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you have to step over these bodies, right, to actually be able and get this key to be able to win the finals. And the thing that really impressed me most about this roster is just the fact that they've kept their composure throughout the entire thing. Because we have seen teams that have made it unscathed into the playoffs, just playing 2 best of ones, and then they get into the playoffs and they're feeling a little cocky, they're feeling a little confident, and we didn't see the same performance. We had questions on those teams, and the question around Secret as well. The fact that so far it has been smooth sailing. How are you gonna come into these finals? Are you really gonna test G2? Are you gonna drop the ball maybe for the first map, maybe for the second map? But it's the consistency and the resilience and the showing up to the best of your capability, round after round after round, every single map along the way, that is so incredibly impressive, because this is the consistency that we were hoping to see from the top rosters, and they've just shown us that they are exactly worthy of that top title.
You look at Mugli and you look at how much he struggled with Wolves. They never reached they never reached a semi-final with that roster. You look at guys like Savage that had to build the entire roster next to him, and you look at Noah. Look at what he meant for him. Look at him crying there on stage.
Yeah.
This guy
Everybody was crying.
I was crying. I was crying.
I was tearing up a little bit.
Noah, on his debut in EML, was the worst rated player of the whole region. Look at where he is now.
Thank you for bringing that up. And I, a little bit of bias there, want to shout out to Twister, who very silently in the background pushed through multiple iterations of what he wanted to see, multiple metas and players. He did a fantastic job with this roster.
And the fact remains that when you win a title here at EWC, you get the opportunity to put your key in the totem. This is something that is gonna remain for esports history. We have the totem from last year for 2024, just right behind it, where BDS put their title now under the Falcons banner. This time around for Rainbow Six Siege, Ajax at the Esports World Cup, Team Secret not only claimed their first international title, but it is etched in history forever.
To be on a platform like that, to just go up to get to put your key holder in the totem, that seems absolutely insane. And they're once again
pyro as well. I love that for them. Wow, and the pyros in the background. I mean, it's all just incredible.
They're waking up tomorrow thinking this is a dream. Like the way this is
Of course,
the way
aren't
to
we all?
walk into this, and like the way the key is being put in there, it just looks so incredible. It is a life-changing experience. I understand for these players.
Anyone, and I dare anyone, if you predicted Team Secret 3-0, then oh my goodness, I want to hear it.
This has been an absolute incredible journey, not just for us, but also for the players. There is no roster here this week that has proven more worthy of this title. Thank you to every single person who has been part of this journey, who's tuned in. I hope you guys enjoyed it just as much as we did. We're going to close it out. These are our goodbyes, and hopefully we'll see you next year.